Vidanand. Wow, what an enthralling performance. The Koda is a traditional dance form originated from the Magar tribe in Nepal, often performed during festivals of cultural celebrations to highlight the community's heritage and identity. The dancers' skillful movement and the vibrant costumes vividly highlighted the beauty of this cherished cultural tradition. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the performers of A-Level Global College for sharing their talents while bringing the cultural heritage to life with such authenticity and grace. Namaste, good morning everyone. It's an absolute honor to welcome you all to the 6th Global International Conference. My name is Ruku Shrestha, an MBA student of Global College International, and I'm thrilled to serve as your co-host for today's incredible event alongside my esteemed co-host here.
Honored guests, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you. I am Reni Maharjan, a student of Bachelor's in Hotel Management in Global College International, and it's my privilege and delight to co-host this monumental occasion. The 6th Global International Conference is not just an event, but a celebration of power of education, research, and global partnership. This flagship event, hosted by Global College International, is the perfect platform to exchanging groundbreaking ideas and fostering international collaboration. We are graced by the presence of some of the eminent personalities from academia, research, and professional industries. Your presence here has enhanced this prestigious occasion, and we are deeply honored to host this distinguished audience. With the theme of this year's conference, resonating with innovation, sustainability, and knowledge sharing, we look forward to a day filled with insightful discussions and enlightening speeches and transformative ideas. Up next, please rise for national anthem to pay respect to our nation.
सार्वभौम फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायो थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचला वीरहरूका राजधानी स्वतन्त्र अटला ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तारै पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छन् विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल।
Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. Up next, join me in welcoming our A-level students for the beautiful cultural dance. Please give them a huge round of applause.
राति तिमीलाई देखे सपनीमा हे हिजो राति तिमीलाई देखे सपनीमा कस्तो संजोग कस्तो भेट भयो आजै विपनीमा धरुधर्म घाटेको छैन मैले तिम्रै कसम खाए भेट्नै भने नौ डाँडा काटेर मागे सुन मायालु भेट्नै भने नौ डाँडा काटेर मागे सुन मायालु नाचौँ गाउँ हाँसखेल गरौँ भेट भएको रमाइलो दिनमा दुई दिनको होली यो जिन्दगानी लौ माया यसै पालामा नाचौँ गाउँ हाँसखेल गरौँ भेट भएको रमाइलो दिनमा दुई दिनको होली यो जिन्दगानी लौ माया यसै पालामा लौ माया सटौँ कि डाँडै काटौँ नदेख्नु शीर्षको आँखाले कि मरि जाउँला कि गरी खाउँला भन्छ यो मनको भाषाले कि मरि जाउँला कि गरी खाउँला भन्छ यो मनको भाषाले
Thank you so much, girls, for the beautiful performance. You have truly showed us the traditional culture dance of Rai community.
Thank you for all the performers. Established in 2009, Global College International is a QAA certified institution of higher education under the ownership of a renowned brand named Professional Educators Limited. With the vision to be a reputed learning centers of academic excellence, Global College International runs various programs: Masters of Business Administrations, MBA, Bachelor of Business Administration, BBA, Bachelor of Hotel Management, BHM, Bachelor of Travel and Tourism, BTTM, affiliated to Midwest University. Quality as a priority, students at GCI have a number of curricular, extra, and co-curricular activities integrated in their learning engagements. We are the partner for Erasmus Plus capacity building training and transnational mobility program as an example of international approach to education. Research has been the topmost priority of Global College. As such, Global International Conference, GIC, has taken the central stage as a signature event of the college. Continuing with the legacy, 6th Global International Conference is being graced by very eminent scholars from 10+ nationalities to enlighten us with their keynote speeches, research papers, panel discussion, and their ever-expansive knowledge regarding management, technology, and array of professional sectors. With the theme of navigating the future with AI and information communication technologies, for innovation, sustainability, and resilience in management practices, the 6th International Conference brings research information, lived experiences, and academic views, linking problems, agendas, approaches, skills, and techniques for knowledge communities. We are very much supported by our academic partners on this course. IIMT University of Meerut, India has provided a solid support as an international academic partner and a co-organizer of the 6th Global International Conference 2024. Under the umbrella of ProEd Limited, our sister academic institutions have supported to make this flagship event success with their role as co-organizers. This journey of the 6th Global International Conference has been even smoother with the support of Midwest University, University Grants Commission, Encore, Centaur Erasmus, AID Education, along with our airlines partner, Malaysia Airlines, and our media partner, ABC Television Nepal and Silapatra.com. On behalf of the organizers, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the encouragement we have received to continue the legacy of Global International Conference.
As it is time, we now move forward for seat-taking ceremony. With much ado, we are immensely delighted and pleasured to have the guidance of a very senior economist and a highly respected professor of management. He has previously served as the National Planning Commission and is the first corporate chairman of Global College International and founder chairman of the Educator Limited. His extraordinary leadership and extensive experience and dignified presence inspired all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with a great pride that I now invite Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya to chair this inaugural ceremony. Sir, your contribution to academia and beyond have been remarkable, and we are truly honored to have you here to lead this significant event.
On the same row, we are very privileged and encouraged by the presence of another distinguished academician, Professor Dhruba Kumar Gautam, Vice Chancellor of Midwest University, as our chief guest. He is a seasoned educator, researcher, and in the field of management, he has always been an academic leader who has reserved a prodigious academic and professional profile.
Additionally, we are truly honored to have with us Dr. Khagendra Ojha, the pioneer leader of the entire Global College Group, a visionary entrepreneur and a distinguished academic. Now, I request Dr. Khagendra Ojha to offer bouquet to our chief, to Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya. And to also our chief guest, Professor Dhruba Kumar Gautam. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of our international academic partner of Global College International and co-organizer of the 6th Global International Conference, IIMT University, Meerut, India, we extend a welcome to our distinguished guest, Sri Yogesh Mohanji Gupta, Chancellor of IIMT University, Meerut, India, joining us virtually. We are also honored to welcome our esteemed Chief Advisor, Professor Himachalam Dasraju, a distinguished academician from Sri Venkateshwar University, India, who will be joining us online. It is with a great pleasure now we invite Mr. Julian Chevallard, Deputy Resident Representative of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, Nepal, as our guest of honor. I request our volunteers to please put khada on our guest. We also extend our heartfelt welcome to Professor Sovaka Kadil, Registrar of Midwest University, Surkhet, Nepal, as our guest of honor. Up next, we are honored to have Professor Deep Bahadur Rawal, the Dean of the Graduate School of Management at Midwest University, Surkhet, Nepal, as a guest of honor. Representing the international community, we are privileged to have Mr. Antov Maslov, the first Secretary of Embassy of the Russian Federation in Nepal. May we invite you to the stage, sir. We are delighted to have with us Dr. D.L. Puri, Board Director of Professional Educator Limited. May we invite you on the dais, sir. Up next, we are honored to have with us Mr. Amit Kail, Board Director of Professional Educator Limited, on dais.
Mr. Amit Kail, Board of Director of Professional Education, would not be here to attend the session today. Let's move on. We have invited few eminent speakers to share their knowledge virtually. So I request our IT team to display the speakers on screen as I welcome them. Along that row, Professor Deepa Sharma, Vice Chancellor of IIMT University, Meerut, India, will be joining us. As our keynote speaker, we have another distinguished researcher, Mr. Mufta Freifa from University of Limerick, Ireland. We're honored to have with us Professor Dhruba Kumar from IIMT University, Meerut, India, providing us with a valuable perspective that will guide our discussion throughout the conference. Sir, may I call you to take your seat on the dais, please? As our eminent international speaker, we are delighted to have the presence of Dr. Brigitte Phillips. She is the Director of Academic Professional Development and AI at FH Joannem University of Applied Science in Graz, Austria. May I welcome you, ma'am, to take your seat on the dais, please. Joining us remotely, we have Associate Professor Veenu Sharma, Chairperson of BIMTech, Greater Noida. The next virtually connected keynote speaker is Mr. Paulo Miguel Santos Muniz from Portugal, offering us a deep and thought-provoking perspective later. Another speaker from India, Professor Shalini Braria, Associate Dean of Marketing International Relations of Vivekanand Institute of Management Studies and Research, Mumbai. Together with her, we are graced by the presence of Associate Professor Pallavi Srivastav, Associate Dean of International Affairs of Jaipuriya Institute of Management. Moving forward, as a convener of 6th Global International Conference, I request our principal, Dr. Subhash Shrestha, to take your seat on the dais, please. I also request Mr. Ambadatta Joshi, Principal of Global College of Management and Global School of Science, to take your seat on the dais. Next, as the coordinator of the 6th Global International Conference, it is our great pleasure to request Dr. Devraj Paneru to take your seat on the dais as well. Along with being an expert academician, he also bears the responsibility as a principal of Liberty College, a sister institute of Global College under affiliation of Pokhara University. We humbly request the Associate Coordinator of the 6th International Conference, Dr. Akshay Arora, the Director of the Graduate Studies of GCI, to take your seat, please. Also, I request Engineer Samir Karel, PhD, Academic Head of IT Program of Professional Education Limited, to take your seat as well, sir. Along that line, we also request GCI program directors, program coordinators and officers, faculty, facilitators, technicians, and students to take your respective seat. We have some eminent guests joining us today here as well. Mr. John Broadmoor, graduate student from the University of Western Australia from Norway, will be joining us here as well. On the same line, we have Bandana Acharya, HR Manager of NLIC Nepal. Moving on forward, Shilpi Saxena, CHRO Golyan Group, is also here to join us. Next in the line is Anushri Tambrakar, General Manager HR of Golyan Group. On the guest list, we also have another eminent personality, Mr. Binay Kakurel, Director of External Affairs, Global College Group. May I call you upon the dais, please, sir? On the line, we also have Dr. Narbahadur Bista. I really welcome you. He is the principal of Unigo College. Please take your respective seats, sir. Now we invite our chief guest, Professor Dr. Dhruba Kumar Gautam, together with our dignitaries, to inaugurate the conference with the Panas lighting. I skip that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 6th Global International Conference has officially begun as a knowledge event.
Thanking all the dignitaries, our chief and chair of the ceremony, let's move on forward. Now to welcome all the respected delegates and guests of this conference officially, I invite the principal of Global College International, Dr. Subhash Shrestha, to convey his welcome speech.
Respected conference chair, chief guest, all the distinguished guests, faculties, colleagues, students, everyone who is presented here, a very warm good morning and welcome to the 6th Global International Conference. Let me begin with personal observations that I believe will embody the spirit of this conference. Last year, when I was delivering the conference speech, I took a guidance from ChatGPT. The idea was to reinforce my ideas, opinions, by using that tool. It saved my time. Word selection was perfect. It was effective. Bottom line, it was perfect. I mean, I could have never have imagined to be doing that level of accuracy by myself. But later on, after a couple of days, when I watched the video and listened my own speech, I felt something was missing in that speech. There was a real lack of essence in that speech. And I believe that was the emotion. We, as a globalians, this conference that we conduct every year, it's a big thing for us. It challenges us, it tests our ability, it excites us. Basically, it's a combination of everything. Dedications, hard work, anxiety, nervous, sleepless nights, celebrations, everything. And in my speech last year, I could not feel that inner strings of my heart that the day and night of the works that we did not address through that speech. So what I observed and what I realized was, no matter what, the machine-generated perfection can never meet the authenticity of human emotions. I mean, that's my perceptions, that's my perspective. That could be wrong, that could be right, and that's the purpose of this conference, where we would like to hear different perspectives, different perceptions, and the interpretations of the artificial intelligence. Just last week, I was at the workshop in the University of Alicante, Spain. And I was shocked to know that the water consumption is more than 1 million liters just because of using AI tools and technologies in that small province, Alicante, which has only 350,000 populations. And here we are talking about the broader goals of sustainability by 2030. And I wonder how that aligns with the sustainability issues that we are currently facing. I don't like to sound too negative, too critical on that, but this is the reality. There are obviously so many advantages of having AI with us. We don't have even a choice. We have to embrace it. But the thing is, there are different sorts of repercussions or different sorts of arcing effects that might have in the days to come. And that's the purpose of this conference, to know, to learn, to explore those perspectives that AI can bring to our society. Being in the education field for almost 2 decades now, I mean, we all are quite well aware how AI has impacted the entire ecosystem of education. It has challenged our teaching pedagogies, assessment practices, attendance management, and whatnot. People have now started asking questions. Will university be still relevant 5 years or 10 years down the line? People have started doubting the roles of university in the future. So this is the time that we need to be critically thinking and using or putting our collective efforts, collective thoughts and actions. How to adapt to these rapid evolutions without losing the spirit of the education. How our learners will adapt not only to survive, but to thrive in this changing environment shaped by artificial intelligence technologies. And these very questions set the foundations of this conference for the next 2 days. After these inaugural sessions, we'll have keynote sessions followed by panel discussions. And tomorrow we have panel discussions hovering around the periphery of AI and its narratives. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the people, including the sponsors, who supported and who made this conference possible. I hope all the participants will be actively engaging these 2 days, and we will get to learn new perspectives from everyone who is attending. And thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subhash Shrestha, for welcoming our guests and delegates. Now, without much further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Devraj Paneru to provide us with an overview of the 6th Global International Conference. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, anchors Ruku and Rani, for commencing this conference technically very well. Respected conference chair, very honorable personality, Professor Pushkar Bajacharya, the mentoring guide of this Globe College and also the conference, very honorable Vice Chancellor, the chief guest of this signature event, Professor Dhruba Kumar Gautam, distinguished guest on the dais, and I cannot help without taking the name, Dr. Khen Oza, the pioneer, the founder of this Global College Group, for being the man behind the conference. And of course, guest of honors from Midwest University and also internationally, IIMT, India. I think Chancellor is there, and Dean is also there, Dhiren Kumar sir. And so many guests, keynote speakers, and my mentor professor, Professor Himanchalam Dasraju, who is the chief advisor for this conference, has been serving us for the last 6 years as the chief advisor for the conference. And my colleagues, distinguished guests, and all the research paper presenters. There are 58 plus research papers being presented today. And also the participants, delegates, associate coordinator, of course, Dr. Akshay Arora and Dr. Samir Karel, working behind this conference that has brought this conference here. And ladies and gentlemen, there are students of Globe College and also Liberty College participating here today. All my technical team. Yes, a lot of overview has come from Dr. Subhash Shrestha as the conference convener. So I want to reiterate the significance of the conference on the same note. However, as I'm a coordinator of this conference, so it is very, I think, important to know what this 6th Global International Conference is here and why we are gathered. It is an honor to have the august meeting of the intellectuals from 10 plus different countries. Not to forget, even a few participants are from Pakistan and Korea. One research is being presented from Korea as well. So there are 10 different country nationals attending this conference. Talking about the overview, I want to start with the rationale of this conference especially. As we are the research prioritizing institution, we are higher education, started the conference back in 2019, and the trajectory, with that trajectory, we are here on the 6th conference. Adopted the theme last year, for example, the new discourses. What are the new discourses in the management? Then came up with the situation that the new discourse is now AI for 6th International Conference. So talking about its rationale, especially, I want to narrate a very small story. That is, last time I was delivering a keynote speech for one of the colleges, institutions in India, online. And then I was actually preparing my slides on interception of AI on the business fronts and the role and, the, let's say, part of higher education on that. As I was preparing this is a true story. While preparing my slides, my sixth grade son, 11 years old boy, he happened to notice me. I was jotting down, organizing things and formatting and reformatting, and they said, "You are doing a stupid job. This happened to me." What happened? Killing such a long time, and then have not reached anywhere. Yeah, that was true. I was struggling how to do that. And then he simply, I'll do it for you. It will give me 2 minutes. I gave him 2 minutes. He just typed gamma.com or something like that, some apps over there, and simply uploaded the content I gave him, organized my slides. It took 2-3 minutes maximum. Formatting must have taken 5 minutes more. So, the significance of this conference is related with the theme already. Dr. Subhash Shrestha also has talked about the efficiency and effectiveness of the technologies. And if we cannot catch up with the speed of the efficiency that the technology has, which is AI today, we are sure to be lagging behind. Because we are the education industry, and our role, our responsibility is to prepare the workforce for the businesses, for the industries. And on that, but the question again, I want to relate some arguments with that, not being negative, but critical. AI has efficiency and effectiveness. It's very smooth. It makes our life easier on the business fronts. For example, I was doing my business to deliver the keynote speech, and it helped me a lot. And the same applies for the business arena. Because of the digital mess and everything, things are okay. But just as the mass media is divided, for example, we have the war on Ukraine. If you listen to one media, that is Western, talks something about the, Ukraine's victory or something going on there, and if we listen to the another media which is, different from the Western, has another perspective. So what is the truth? The reality comes fragmented with the media, mass media, and the reality comes fragmented with the AI as well, digital media as well, because this is somewhere connected with producing the information, which is very much enormous, but at the same time fragmented. So on that very verge and the juncture of time that we are facing lots of encounters, what is needed is research-informed knowledge. We got to build research-informed discourse. What is this AI? Of course, it is very good tool for the humanities to go further, but which are the AIs? And in what ways to be used? What should be developed? And how that can be done? So that the divide is merged and we bring good for the humanities. That is a question. So amongst the mass media, I would like to I would like to present this conference. The conferences are very important, very scientific and systematic media of information. The same goes for this 6th Global International Conference. It is very significant. The reason is we have the policymakers invited here who will be delivering their thoughts, what the policy is about AI integration in the management practices. Management is everywhere, at family, management at education, management on the corporates, industry, everywhere. What are the policies that will guide us, that will drive us in the countries like ours, where the economy is, of course, downtrodden and at the same time always suppressed, and at the same time trying to evolve. How that will help the policy. Then the practitioners, then the educators. So we are bringing together the universities, academia on one hand, industry on the other hand, we have here together, and the research. So on that triad, we hope that, and we have seen the development taking place even at our own institution. When we started the conference back in 2019, things were very much at the scratch level. And today we can see that the papers coming to us, the academia coming to us, the partners joining us, for example, IMT University, and so many universities together, bringing the research knowledge. So I would like to express that on that very significance, we have been organizing the conference, research conference, and the only goal is to disseminate the right knowledge, not the messy knowledge. So with this, I would like to thank you all. There are lots of friends working behind the success of this conference. To name for a few, for example, I would like to take some special names. The very mentoring professor, Pushkar Bajacharya, has been very much supporting from the very beginning, and likewise the intellectual groups are there, and likewise the conference convener, Subhash sir, and also Dr. Khagan Oja, the chairman of the corporate, and also the technical, all my colleagues who have supported technically to the success of this conference, and not the least, all the researchers who have been the part of this conference. So with the conglomeration and a collective effort, we are here today, and we are very much excited to listen to the keynotes and also the research papers in the parallel sessions. There are 58 research papers. Then, of course, our students, only students of BBA and MBA, they are also presenting their papers, and they are also in dozens. And then tomorrow, we will be closing this conference with a panel discussion on how AI has intercepted the businesses and what are the preparedness with our universities. For example, the dean of the faculty of management at Midwest University, at the same time registrar, they are also speaking at the panels tomorrow, and the policy maker from the ministry, one of the secretaries we have invited, and then the experts from the IT hubs are coming to us to speak about how AI integration has to take place and what the preparedness we have made. So with that, we will be closing this conference with a positive note, constructing a new discourse regarding integration of AI for the sustainability, because we know that sustainability, AI brings sustainability. Why? Because we know AI can help us minimize the resource. The counter note, what Dr. Subhash sir has said. And it also brings innovation. Why? AI is very creative. And definitely, it also brings resilience in the sense we can build new capacities with AI. So tomorrow we are closing with that note. And for that very purpose, I would like to again welcome you all. And thank you so much for your support.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devraj Paneru, for portraying the essence of this conference theme and highlighting its relevance in today's business arena, academia, and even the world politics. With that note, it's my pleasure now to call upon Mr. Julien Chevallard, UNDP resident representative from France, to deliver his conference speech.
Good morning and namaste. You just promoted me. I'm the deputy resident representative. But thanks for the promotion. So good morning and namaste to all of you. First, let me congratulate and thank the Global College and the organizing team for hosting this conference. It's great to see the energy in the room. I think if the energy we saw for the cultural show is a sign of the energy we will see throughout the conference, then we're off to a really good start. Such gatherings are crucial for generating and recognizing significant research contributions from both academia and industry. They provide us with a platform to share ideas, foster collaboration, and ultimately to drive innovation that can transform our societies. So let me start with a few words about UNDP, the UN Development Programme, my agency, the United Nations, and AI. First, I want to emphasize the commitment of the United Nations and UNDP to the core values that we have here on innovation, sustainability, and resilience. Since our establishment in 1965, and particularly through our operations in Nepal over the past 50 years, these principles have guided our work. In a world where technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace, we at UNDP are dedicated to integrating AI and ICT into our operations to enhance our impact and ensure that no one is left behind. We are actively working to leverage AI to connect and analyze data across all levels of our organization, from local projects here in Nepal, for example, to our headquarters in New York. This transition has not been without its challenges. We've had to adapt our workflows, reskill our workforce to meet the demands of these new technologies. However, the benefits, although it's early days, have already been profound, significantly improving our decision-making and working processes. This experience for us serves as a valuable lesson for organizations and countries alike. We often become accustomed to our existing systems, even as technology evolves exponentially around us. Upgrading to new technologies can invite challenges, and some of the previous speakers have mentioned some of these challenges, but it is essential that we adapt our workflows, our processes, our human resources to harness the full potential of these advancements. In response to the rapid technological changes we are witnessing, the UN has adopted the Global Digital Compact. This framework aims to ensure the responsible use of digital technologies and AI, addressing the digital divide and promoting a safe, inclusive digital environment. As part of the UN family, we are committed to implementing initiatives in Nepal that align with the goals of this compact, ensuring that our digital future is equitable and just. And at UNDP, we're also dedicated to fostering an inclusive and ethical AI and ICT ecosystem that supports economic growth and accelerates the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are working with governments around the world to ensure the proper use of AI and its governance. In Nepal, we will be supporting the government in developing an AI policy and strategy, ensuring broad stakeholder engagement in that process. The applications of AI span many sectors, including healthcare, finance, agriculture, and it has the potential to transform our interactions and our operations. In fact, the AI market is projected to grow from around 16 billion in 2017 to around 191 billion this year, reflecting the increasing importance and integration of AI across various fields. For least developed countries like Nepal, AI offers significant opportunities. It can enhance efficiency and productivity by automating tasks, bridge gaps in healthcare and education through digital solutions, promote sustainable development through renewable energy and resource management, and create new economic opportunities through innovation and entrepreneurship. Moreover, AI enables data-driven decision-making, allowing for informed policymaking that can lead to better outcomes for all. However, we must also address the challenges that accompany these advancements. Ethical considerations, bias and discrimination in AI algorithms, privacy and data security, job displacement due to automation, and the need for effective AI governance are all critical issues that we must confront. Recognizing these challenges, we at UNDP are committed to supporting the development of positive, inclusive AI ecosystem. We are engaged in global discussions on AI. We're implementing innovative projects that leverage AI to tackle complex issues such as climate change and discrimination. In Nepal, we have been proud to collaborate with various organizations, including the Robotics Association of Nepal, Nepal Applied Mathematics and Information Institute for Research, and DO.ai, to promote AI solutions in local governance and tourism in particular. Our efforts have included developing digital platforms for building permits, creating e-court systems, and establishing grievance handling mechanisms for local governments, all aimed at addressing the needs of vulnerable populations and ensuring effective governance. So now, as we look to the future, we see increasing interest and investment in digital transformation in Nepal. The government, private sector, development partners, academia are designing and implementing several policies and innovative solutions around AI. We remain committed to supporting this digital transformation journey, but we must acknowledge that research around ICT and AI is still relatively modest in Nepal, and this is why we really appreciate the efforts made by Global College to bridge this gap, starting with this conference. Yeah. So together, we can harness the power of AI to drive innovation, enhance sustainability, build resilience in our management practices. Let's commit to fostering an environment where technology serves as a tool for empowerment, enabling us to tackle pressing challenges such as poverty, inequality, and climate change. By working together, we can create a future where technology uplifts every individual and community in Nepal, ensuring that no one is left behind. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations that will emerge from this conference. Together, let's navigate the future with purpose and determination, leveraging AI to create a brighter, more equitable future for all Nepalis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such inspiring thought, Mr. Julian Chevalard, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP, and highlighting its relevance in today's scenario in Nepal. Now I'd like to invite all of the principals of different colleges, corporate houses, and partner organizations to take a seat at front row as our respected guest, please. I'd like to call upon all the principals, our designated or distinguished guest, representative from corporate houses to take your seat at the front row, along with session chairs. I request the volunteers to welcome them again with Khada as the showcase of appreciation.
On behalf of IIMT University, our esteemed international academic partner and co-organizer of the 6th GIC, we are honored to present a video message from Sri Yogesh Mohanji Gupta, Chancellor of IIMT University, Meerut, India. I request our IT team to display the video.
नमस्कार I congratulate the principal and all staff of Global for arranging this valuable conference. IMT University feels delighted to be part of this conference. Nepal is the crown of India and home of Lord Shiva. We had a great respect for their country and people. IMT University is eager to extend its hand in improving the standard of education of Nepali students, because we have got a great social linkage and Sanskritic attachment with your country. We know the sincerity and depth of Nepali students. I assure that IMT University would do its best to improve the quality and education in Nepal, starting from your prestigious college. Highly learned academicians would be sharing their views in this conference. I have full faith that faculty and students would be highly benefited with their views. I feel sorry for not attending this remarkable event, but my wishes are with all staff and students of Global College. I wish that Global College will always leave an impact and rise high in coming days. Wish you all the best of luck and great achievement in this conference. Thank you.
We'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the Chancellor of IIMT for taking the time to sharing this message with us.
Now I would like to call Mr. Anton Maslov, the first Secretary of Embassy of the Russian Federation in Nepal, to grace the stage and share your insights about the 6th Global International Conference as a guest of honor.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'd like to convey the respects on behalf of the Russian Embassy and His Excellency Ambassador. He would like to be present, but due to personal reasons, he's not in the country right now, and he couldn't attend. To us at the Russian House, dealing with humanitarian questions, most of the dwellers of Kathmandu remember that our original name was Russian Center of Science and Culture. So science is one of our most focuses in our activities, and it brings us a huge pleasure to see how the academic circles of Nepal are being developed in recent years. Just in 2-3 years, the collaboration in the academic circles, not only between Russian institutions and Nepali institutions, we can also see that Nepali institutions are developing between themselves, which is also a very good sign of communication. To us, what's most important is the development of academical contacts between the two countries and the joint research programs. As most of you might know, we are distributing the scholarship quota provided by the government of Russian Federation, and before the end of this month the application campaign should be finished. And from my experience, from my personal experience as a director of Russian House, as a person responsible for collecting these applications, I must say that the dynamics in the interests of the students have drastically changed in just a couple of years, 2-3 years. If, for example, 5-10 years ago, most of the interest in the specialties from Nepal was in medicine and technical specialties, engineering, it was more like 50-50. Nowadays, we have 3/3 So to medical and technical specialties, we have also an ICT specialties, and it's a huge interest, and they are growing. And there is a big chance that within 5-10 years they will overwhelm both medical and engineering specialties. So this already shows the dynamics of the future development of Nepali society in general, and the dynamics of the global world, the global communications. Everybody needs to know how to deal with these processes, how to control these processes. From what I hear in most of the conferences like this is the fear of uncontrolled artificial intelligence, of the anti-utopian scenario, as I might call it. But we forget that intelligence is the quality, and it's a quality of life. So if we're talking about artificial intelligence, we must presume an artificial life as well. So it's not about only the restrictions and the control. It's also about the personal responsibility of the researchers, personal responsibility of the developers, like we all know the history of the A-bomb creation. So we're talking about not only communication in research and strictly academical approach towards the questions and the problems. In here, by applying our international connections, our international relations, we might share experience globally, and we might also come to some moral conclusions on the directions of our research. So on behalf of Russian Embassy, on behalf of Russian House in Kathmandu, I would like to wish all the participants and the speakers in this conference to come to some conclusion for themselves, for this conference to help your self-development, the development of your ideas and researches. And of course, the main purpose of such events is the connections and the contacts. So let's hope that after this conference, the 7th Global will be involving even more countries, even more international representatives, and we will be coming up with some practical decisions after all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antov Maslov, for sharing your dynamics of future development of Nepal along with the world, and how navigating the AI will help to be in sync with the dynamic. Without further delay, it's my honor to invite chief guest of today's conference, Professor Dhruba Kumar Gautam, the Vice Chancellor of Midwest University. Please join in welcoming him to deliver the conference speech.
So, yeah. Thank you very much. Chairperson of this international conference, Professor Dr. Pushkar Bajajari, the guru of the management and most respectable personalities of Nepal in the management discipline. Similarly, dignitaries in the dais, eminent scholars, keynote speakers, esteemed delegates from Nepal and international arena, participants, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and very warm welcome as well as good morning to all of you. It is an honor to have the opportunity to participate as the chief guest in this international conference. The 6th Global International Conference organized by Global College International, which is the benchmark institution of higher education of Midwest University. Within the 15 years of the span of life of Midwest University, the university focused to international conference, seminars, workshops, and many more for the creation of knowledge and the dissemination of that knowledge to the worldwide. And following these traditions, Global International College is maintaining its international conference events, and every year the conference is organizing, and now we are here in the 6th International Conference. As our session chair and the Professor Pushkar Bajracharya once told to me that organizing an international conference once is not a tough and difficult job, but continuation of international conference and sustainability and following the tradition of international conference for the knowledge creation and disseminations is really the difficult job. And the Global International College is doing this job very excellently. That's why once again I would like to congratulate to Global International College for these events. I first like to extend big congratulations to the organizing committee, organizer, co-organizer, partners for making their outstanding efforts in bringing together such a distinguished assembly of thought leaders, researchers, practitioners, and scholarly from across the globe. Aligned with the plan and the events, it is a marvelous moment for all of us as we gather to explore the theme that is not only timely but also informative, transformative, and has to be the topical significance on multiple sides and spheres of academia and industry, as they need to go well coordinated on navigating the future with AI in management practices. As a student of management and engaged to the leadership of the university as a whole, Midwest University, we are also following and doing the similar practices, and might be you have a flyer in your bag that in coming April, we also organizing the paper development workshop, faculty development workshop, PhD consortium, as well as the Karnali research potentials and the international conference. And I would like to welcome you all to the Central University, the university located in the Karnali province, Surkhet. We have an institutional commitment in building the technological breakthrough and commitment to technologies and experts with the academic streams and new disciplines. The theme designed for this international conference is its logical directions are very much inspiring to all of us as who are also engaged into the AI and management discipline. I am very much appreciate the selections of the theme of this conference. It's the topical significance with the power of to stimulate a new discussion and source of building of informed knowledge from the research and development initiatives that are on the pipeline of the disseminations from senior experts as well as researchers and practitioners in this conference. I am very much sure that the conclusion of this conference will direct to the way forward to the common consensus and understanding on the agenda proposed to cover the theme of this conference, and industry, business, and every sectors of the life become benefited from these results which has been produced while melting the discussions on AI and business practices. I appreciate you all being the part of these noble and research promoting initiatives in these conference promises and would be delighted further to set in a consistency and fostering the connections with Nepal's business community, expert panels, and international scholars. You are creating a vibrant ecosystems for the exchange of knowledge and innovation of ideas and practical solutions that we are facing every day. Reflecting to the artificial intelligence, once the futuristic concepts is not a driving force behind the transformation of industries, economics, and societies as a whole. From enhancing decision-making in management to fostering sustainability in the operations, AI is the potential to revolutionize the way that we approach to solve the problems and to seize the opportunities. We are the knowledge-building agencies and the organizations. Obviously, the university and higher education institutions are engaged basically to the knowledge creations and dissemination of that created knowledge to the worldwide. And of course, as the role of the education in the AI is integrating to the need to talk with the new perspectives of our accounts. I would appreciate the crucial role of the educations and emphasize that the journey of our institutions in general and higher educations in particular is the breeding grounds of the ideas, theories, innovations, and the thinking cultures. As sometimes it is, as we are facing that, the Nepalese scholars are more doing the research on theory testing, but now we have to engage to the theory development rather than the testing of the theories that has been developed into the Western areas. The bringing of the international and the local expertise, these international conferences has to meld the part of the ideas, research, and practices that will guide the integrations of AI. AI also manage AI into the management and the conference, hence serve the purpose of creating the knowledge hub. We have seen the global challenges such as climate change and resource scarcity. The global economy focused the uncertainty and disruptions, but resilience can be strengthened through the intelligent systems that predict, adopt, and respond effectively. The synergy between the academia and the research industry and academic institutions and industry, the practices ensures that the theoretical discourse are refined into the real-world solutions. Benefiting industries and the economies, I am very proud to claim that the conference has played a pivotal role to the promoting of sustainable practice, build the resilience, inspire the next generations to prepare the group themselves to harness AI and the societal instruments for reducing inequality and creating the equitable opportunities. This conference is being instrumental for the youth, the empowerment, and the inclusion, enhancing corporate academia collaborations that shall be useful for the future directions and making development sustainable. It is right time to call to the actions rather than just highlighting to the issues. We have to engage to the actions now, and as navigating the complexities to the futures, let us agree that AI is not merely the tool but the transforming forces to all spheres of our life. I mean that it needs to be unfolded and executed the responsibilities, ethics, and the commitment to collective goods. Let us work together for these to develop AI systems that are not only the profitable, but also the sustainable and inclusive in our society. Finally, I urge you, the scholars, researchers, to continue your efforts to these regions and to these areas, and encourage you to business leaders and Nepalese and international to embrace the evolution systems of AI and the management systems from Nepal. I advise youths to take challenges to think beyond boundaries and harness AI to create a brighter and more equitable world. Once again, I would like to appreciate the college and the university and all partners, as well as the collaborative partners and the engaged peoples who have been engaged to make this international conference truly the internationals, and engaged to this international conference for producing the fruitful results as well as the outcomes that obviously supports to the Nepal and Nepalese, and we can show that from these international conference, the international arena also take a benchmark from global international college. Thanks once again for this international conference. Hope that it will be the grand success and the results will be the beneficials to all the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the importance of AI in management sector and how Global International Conference has been the platform to share the knowledge. As we near the conclusion of our inaugural ceremony, it is my honor to invite Professor Puska Bhattacharya for his insightful speech and a final thematic message, bringing the ceremony to a meaningful closure.
Chief guest of the 6th Global Conference, distinguished guests, particularly Res Rep from the UNDP, Honorable First Secretary from the Embassy of Russian Federation, Professor Phillips from Graz, and of course, Dean, Midwest University, entire Pro 8 and Global College group family, presenters, keynote speakers, participants, and friends. I will try to be brief to the extent feasible, because already you have listened to a number of things and you would like to engage in the real business, that is the conference. So unlike me, myself, I will try to be brief, though I say I cannot manage the time, and people say, if you cannot manage time, what you can manage? Then probably nothing. I agree with Tim. First of all, I thank words of appreciation and encouragement from our distinguished speakers that has pushed us further to define the new horizons, as the chief guest has said, to reach to the new fathoms and envision new destinations with all your good wishes, efforts, cooperation, and commitment and dedication of all of us. Okay, I'm going to now talk about 5 words very, very briefly. First, about the conference, only 2 sentences. The chief guest already said, when they were organizing the first, Academia Nepal was organizing the first conference, that is what I said, and he repeated that. We have done that for the 6th, in the month of December, meaning that we have been successful in enshrining ourselves in the global map of international conferences, that December 1st week, there is going to be an international conference at Global College. Second, now this is my request actually. We have already done 5, but one thing I would like to see is, yes, it is simply not generating the knowledge and disseminating, that is the function of academia. But the challenges are so big, which I'm going to talk about in these 4 words, that we have to come together. Just don't be confined to your university, to your country, to your part of the world, to come out to the solutions the globe is waiting for, the planet Earth is waiting for, the entire living beings are waiting for. And if we talk only about the human beings, we are going to be selfish, not desirable. So it is time that we have to think about the entire planet Earth. Again, I will talk probably 2-3 sentences in sustainability here. So I think with a kind of experience and with a kind of further possibilities, time has come to join hands to do researches. And you may say, I have done few, and I get every day invitations to join in these researches. I said, no, I'm not going to do any more. So you people say, why don't you have stopped and you are asking me. But I think the kind of rigor that would be required to initiate those resources. I have still two problems in the mind, and in one, at least, I will need the global help. I'm not going to talk about these two areas now. One, I'm going to publish myself alone. Here I am being selfish, of course. Let me tell about these two areas. One is poverty alleviation. After so much of development, if you define time, 19th century versus 21st century, more than 1,000 times growth, we say 1 billion people are still absolutely poor. Third millennium, 21st century, and saying 1 billion absolutely poor, absolutely unacceptable, and I claim I have an idea to do something about it. The second is, of course, all the growth theories so far do not explain the real growth of the world. We have to, this is where I will work all the academia of the world, if possible, of course. Some countries have said, give us the idea, we will do it, we will buy it. But I want to lead that initiative myself. I don't know whether it will be feasible or not. So beyond these two, I'm not opening any more area. So it will be you people who have to take the initiative, take the leadership to do more meaningful researches to find out some of the answers towards this period. Now, 4 words: AI, innovation, sustainability, and resilience. AI, I don't know anything. But still, let me say, I have studied one paper in computer science, worked in 2nd generation mainframe, and learned COBOL language. Lost long time back all of these. But not a single person can escape, whether you know it or not, whether you claim it to know it or not, from AI. Because this is the reality, it is already there, we have to live with it. As our friends have already said, let's take the opportunities. Now, I'm going to try. There are threats as well as the opportunities. Very briefly, opportunities, repeating evidence-based decision making, of course now. If you want to know the consumer buying behavior, probably you don't have to go to the consumer itself. There is so much of data stored in the big data. Say, if you want to know what a 17-year girl would like to buy in Austria, big data should, we don't have to visit Graz or Salzburg or Vienna. We can do that with big data. So, and AI is the tool which will make it much more efficient to use that. To mine the big data, to use it, as well as to create it. So the opportunities will be here now with the kind of analysis that has never before been possible, we can do it. Evidence-based decision making, and using that to lengthen the life of the earth, make it more sustainable, make it more resilient. That is all going to be possible. Of course, additionally, there are researches being going on right now, how to increase the life of humans. Already we are around 75 or 80, if we take the global average, 75 probably. They are thinking of 150 and 200. I'm not going to say how, I have studied a little bit there, but that's the kind of effort on the one hand. And in solving many other problems also, whether it is in food production, industrial production, services production, AI can be used to significantly enhance our livelihood. So these are the kind of opportunities all of us, and more importantly, drudgery, or any jobs that we don't like. You can delegate it, you can decentralize it, you can leave it to the dispensation of AI to do it. Now let me talk about the challenges. However, it's not opportunities alone. One final word in the opportunity. Nepal has never done these kinds of things. We are quite behind. But India has done that in 2022. And their estimation is by 2030, 15 million new jobs will be created in ICT, 90 million new jobs in AI. So that is the short-term perspective, but the opportunities. Now the challenges. Again, based on the studies. I'm not going to express my opinion here. One, the machine will be smarter than humans by 2030. Therefore, there is every danger that we might be slaves, as has been foreseen, envisioned by a large number of creative people in the 20th century itself, while making the film like Starships, Terminators, or written hundreds of thousands of books like that, imagining the monsters that is going to be created tomorrow, or challenges that we are going to create for ourselves. And this decision they did based on one evidence, that is, in 2017, actually Gary Kasparov, probably in my definition, he is the best chess player in the world, lost 2-1 to the machine. But Carlos Magnum of Norway, the current chess champion, lost 3-0 to AlphaDot. They said, okay, already the machine is ahead of humans, but in all faculties to exceed, probably it will take about 2030. So you have to be careful about that. Secondly, second estimation is by 2047, not a single employment will be generated in the industries. It will be 100% robotized, automated. AI will take over the humans. In 2023, Elon Musk said, I don't know whether his prophecy is going, he is working all along in that direction, of course. Within 2 years, I'm going to replace all the teachers like me, like many of us here, again with AI. Already, at least in the advertisement, I see a large number of tutors, AI tutors, whether in language, whether it in skills, whether in any disciplines. So that's the challenge, where we will be working. How will we be creating the jobs? Here again, I have few academic friends from Norway and Finland who said, when the agricultural revolution happened, the same thing was said. But we were successful in creating jobs, alternative jobs. Same thing will happen. But now we should not stand still saying that automatically some new jobs will be created. The growing population, estimated to be stagnant at 11 billion. Now we are only 8.3 billion today. You will be able to create the jobs for all of them. So, how do we protect from these kinds of challenges as well? We must be working right from now. We know the kind of challenges. And that is going to be definitely there, but we'll have to work right from now, if not yesterday itself. And this is one big area that you bring a new solution, you bring a new item, you bring a new idea. Along with, we must know the implications, try to analyze it, come out with the answers as well. Come out, be ready with the solutions as well. Otherwise, there will be always partial, and partial solutions have reached us here, despite all the development that we talk about. Poverty is there, unemployment is there, inflation is there, a lot of human deprivations are there. Now the three words, innovation, sustainability, and resilience. There are many people who argue innovation and the two other words, sustainability and resilience, contradictory. That way, Global College is very, very brave in trying to combine it, all these three. I say, if you want to sustain everything, if you want to develop the resilience, there is no space for innovation. But if you don't innovate, as I've already said, a lot of problems are going to be there without any solutions. Therefore, why we need innovation? Again, I would like to talk only one thing. First, two reasons. There could be thousands of reasons, but I want to share only two reasons. One, anyway, we don't know most of the answers about the nature, about the things, about the happiness, about the satisfaction, about the well-being of the people. Now, people, all living beings included. Second, if we have known everything, then there should not have been any problems. But actually, what is happening? We have been going, as I've said, if you compare with the 19th century, more than 1,000 times increase in per capita income has taken place. Global economy has grown that much, but still we do not have enough resources to spend on humanity, to spend on climate changes, to spend on preserving the resources. We claim a resource will be exhausted in about 100 years, another maybe 1,000 years, but these are all the fraction of the period of the global timeline. So we need innovation. The existing body of knowledge is simply inadequate to address, forget about the new challenges that is going to come, whether it is because of AI or any other platforms. But we do not have answers to a large number of problems. Conflicts are there, deprivations are there, unsustainable human behavior is there, and forget about the tangible assets, even the satisfaction, happiness, emotional aspects of human life or that of plant life, plant and animals. How much have we tried to learn about the emotions of these animals and plants? Totally we have ignored so far for the cause of the development, so-called development of the human beings. So probably time has come, or it is too late, but still time has come to initiate about some of these issues. And otherwise, talking about future and talking about prospect itself will be meaningless. Final two words, sustainability and resilience. Now here I will start from the negative. What do you want to sustain? Let me not talk about everything. Now our friends have suggested about the faster growth of Nepal, etc., etc. Nepal has grown at 4.4% since last 70 years. Politics have changed. Policies have changed. The growth doesn't change. Which in India, same thing happened in 1950, 1984. And the famous economist, Raj Krishna, said Hindu rate of God. Hindu means we don't want to change. We don't welcome any new people. We don't allow anybody to go out of it. That was the basic premise and foundation. That is why he named it Hindu. It doesn't change. But India changed after that, even reached 9.9% growth, 2003, 2004. In our case, yes, twice only we have 7% plus growth, 1994 and 2017, but then average 4.4. Do you want to sustain this? Do you want to sustain 1 billion absolute poors in the world? Do you want to sustain the kind of drudgery, unsatisfaction, dissatisfaction, and anxieties that humans, at least, because as I've said, very limited research. There are researches, I'm not discounting that, about the emotional studies of animals and other beings. But we don't know much about that even today. it is about the humans, which I can safely say increasing. Go to the United States, what they say, which we call the richest country in the world, of course, $27 trillion GDP in $110 trillion global GDP. Must be quite rich for 340 million population. But what they say, yes, there is 1% very rich in our country, we 99% are poor. We are deprived. So if that is the observation in the most advanced country in the world, forget about it in Somalia, in Nepal, Central African Republic, Mali, or Mauritania, whatever they are. So the scenario has to change. We do not want to sustain these things. We do not want to sustain the kind of materialism and overconsumption that we have started. In 1973, when the first petroleum crisis happened, 1st September 1973, the OPEC decided we will not sell petroleum at $2.92 per barrel, we'll sell it at $12, inviting the BOP crisis of 70s and 80s. Forcing IMF to bring out Structural Adjustment Program 1986, enhanced Structural Adjustment Program in 1989. And still we say these are temporary, partial solutions that has not actually worked. So, we have to be very careful about using this word sustainability. Let's do only the good things, but again there will be problem, particularly my teenager friends all over the world. I am not saying Nepal again. I have had opportunity to discuss with about the teenagers of about 100 nations in the world. And they say, what you say good, what you say right is not right. So even the definition right will have to be within the inverted comma. Whoever, the religion may have said that, the right and intellectuals may have said that, the researchers may have said that. There is going to be a question mark. So when I say right, right for most of the people at least, right for substantial portion of the people at least, that has to be sustained. And the behavior, the practices, which not sustainable, which are resulting in exhaustion of resources. We didn't say, I was talking about the petroleum. At that time, the total petroleum will be finished within 30 years, that was the estimation. But every year, with the new discoveries we are saying, today we say 400 years worth of petroleum exists. And Russia sold entire Alaska to the United States in 1867. Now that Alaska alone has another 400 years enough petroleum reserves, shale oil reserves around that, meaning for about 1,000 years. And there is another, Greta Thunberg and company, resisting that you should not be even allowed to use petroleum because it is damaging the climate, the ecology, and the systems, environment of the world. So let us have the sustainability in the right meaning first. Just saying, let's have, of course, UNDP came with the Sustainable Development Agenda after the successful implementation of MDGs 2000-2015. Fine, of course, all the 17 goals, very correct, with the best on knowledge. In at least one preparatory meeting, I was there. In MDGs, I was very extensively used by UNDP, not only for Nepal, in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Pacific. But SDG, that was the only one meeting I participated. But anyway, that sustainability has to be defined to make it more applicable, to be result-oriented. This is where the management comes in. My definition of management is not only efficiency and all that, but we must deliver the results. If you cannot deliver the results, there is no management. And finally, the resilience. Same thing, of course. I don't want to talk much here. What do you want to resist? What do you want to keep on? With what kind of forces you do not want to change? But that may mean adamancy. That may mean inflexibility. That may mean, there is nowadays one advertisement by Birla Colors saying, we are going to use only world colors. Oh, let it be. There will be people like that. So are you going to be resilient like that? So sustainability and resilient has to be taught, and innovation, all three words have to be taught in the prospect of the life of the planet Earth, in the prospect of happiness of the living beings, in the prospect of sustainability of these things. Then only we will say this is going to be successful. And researchers globally, now I am not saying this conference, all over whatever is happening, that is where some of our attention at least should be drawn and focused at. Okay, that's all about it. I have taken a long time, excuse me for that, but let me wish a very good success of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Pushkar Bajracharya, for gracing us with your enlightening knowledge and inspiring words. We're incredibly fortunate to have him in our midst, such an inspiring leader and visionary academician. Now we're coming close to wrapping up the inaugural ceremony. This is the time to acknowledge and thank our dignitaries and distinguished guests with a token of love. For that, I heartily request Professor Pushkar Bajracharya, as a chair of the 6th Global International Conference, to present the token of love to our chief guest, Professor Dhruba Kumar Gautam, Vice Chancellor of Midwest University. May I have the volunteers help here, please? Now I humbly request guest of honor, Professor Shobhakar Kadel, to hand the token of appreciation to our guest of honor, Mr. Julian Chevallard and Anton Maslov. Because of the absence of Professor Shobhakar Kadel, I would request Professor Deep Bahadur Kadel to do the honor to Mr. Deep Bahadur Rawal to do the honor to Mr. Julian Chevallard and Anton Maslov. I also request Professor Deep Bahadur Rawal to again hand over the token of love to Professor Dhirendra Kumar from IIMT University, Meerut, India. Following the row is Dr. Bridget Phillips, Director of Academic Professional Development and AI, F.S. Joannem University of Applied Science in Graz, Australia. I again request Professor Deep Bahadur Rawal to do the honor, please. Thank you so much, sir. Now I kindly request Professor Pushkar Bajracharya to provide the token of appreciation to Professor Deep Bahadur Rawal. Thank you so much, sir. For the dignitaries who joined us virtually, the token of love will be delivered to them as their convenience. With a heartfelt appreciation to all the dignitaries, I now announce the closing of formal ceremony. Before that, we have goodies provided to our guest by our airlines partner, Malaysia Airlines. So again, I request our volunteers to do the honor to all of our guests, please. Thank you so much, volunteers. With this, I mark the closure of our formal ceremony of the 6th Global International Conference. Now I request the volunteers to guide our respected guest to dining hall for lunch. I also request the research presenters, invitees, all our distinguished guests, and all the participants to follow the lead of our enthusiastic volunteers waiting to receive you for lunch. After lunch, we have a very important keynote session and panel discussion in line that encompasses the heart and soul of this conference, which demands your valuable presence here. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll meet here at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
May we request the dignitaries for the group photo, please? Photographer, please do the honor. Group photo, okay. May we request all the session chairs and also the guests, please, to join us on the dais. Join us on the dais for the photo session. Hello. Hello, dear researchers, good afternoon from Nepal, Kathmandu, Global College and 6th Global International Conference. We're going to announce the keynote session, the commencement of keynote session within a few minutes to come. We're waiting for the audience, for our audience to come in the hall, and then we'll start very soon with the overview of the conference theme with our Chief Advisor, Professor Himachalam Dasraju. He is, most probably he has already joined on the Zoom there. So I request your patience for a while. I also request the audience, the participants, the delegates from lunch venue, cafeteria, to come to the hall so that our keynote session can be started, commenced smoothly without hindrances. I think my voice is reaching out down on the ground, make sure, okay. So I request all the delegates down on the ground and in the cafeteria and everywhere you are there to come to the conference hall of 6th Global International Conference. Almost all our keynote speakers are online and also physically present here in the conference hall. So yeah, oh, sir. I request all the program heads of Global College International and also the delegates, please proceed towards the hall, conference hall. We're going to commence this keynote session, the vital, the central session of the 6th Global International Conference concerning our question to navigate the future with AI in management practices for sustainability, innovation and resilience. So please do report to the conference hall. Now it's time. We have to start our keynote session. Many of our speakers, together with the participants and attendees of conference, are there online, I can see. So, likewise, I request all the delegates that are on the cafeteria to come to the hall on time. Dear delegates, we request you to report to the conference hall this time. We've got to start our conference keynote session on time. So IT, could you please check the attendance, the participation online there virtually? Respected all dignitaries, good afternoon once again. Namaste from Nepal, Kathmandu, and from 6th Global International Conference organized by Global College International, and thank you IIMT India, University India for being our co-organizer together with Global College Associates, for example, Liberty College, Global College of Management, Global School of Science, Global College of Social Science and Technology, Global School of Law, and Valley View School, Uniglobe Secondary School, and Uniglobe School, and all the entities. Thank you all, also the media partners, Shilapatra, ABC Television, and all the dignitaries over here and the delegates. We've accomplished our inaugural ceremony, and now this is the time we are gathered here for keynote session. This is a very intellectual and vital session of the conference. So we are delighted to have the presence of researchers, practitioners, students, faculty, and also the professors from different universities joining online once again, the same as in the inaugural ceremony. Most probably 200 plus participants are there online right now, as in the inaugural ceremony, and then we will have the presence of physical presence of delegates very soon. We can see that the people are coming here after the lunch. So to give a little bit of the formality touch of keynote session, so I would like to take this honor to request Professor Deep Bahadur Rawal, the Dean of the Graduate School of Management, Midwest University, to please to chair this keynote session. Actually, we have been very much delighted to see him here. He is chairing, 3 sessions altogether. Tomorrow panel discussion as well. And there he will be speaking regarding the AI integration in the business and academia. So as the theme is here, navigating the future with AI and information communication technology for innovation, sustainability, and resilience in management practices. We have been successful to invite 10 keynote speakers, eminent speakers from the universities, of course, academia, and also the business fronts, practitioners, and the experts. So few of the keynote speakers will be joining us online. Right now, I would like to announce the keynote speaker's name and requesting them to come on the dais. So on this row, I can see that first of all, we have our chief advisor, Professor Himachalam Dasraju. He is joining us online. After a while, he will be giving us an overview of the theme, why this AI integration. In fact, we crafted this theme and adopted this theme under his own mentorship because this has been the time of the urgent necessity of the time. So I request Professor Himachalam Dasraju, please. IT, can you please check if he is, yeah, okay. So welcome there, and I will call your name after a while, sir. Be online with us for a while. Okay, the keynote speaker joining us online again is Professor Deepa Sharma. She is the Vice Chancellor of IMT University, Meerut, India. IT, please check her presence. Professor Deepa Sharma, the Vice Chancellor. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome. Welcome to 6th Global International Conference. So, yes, to take the seat on the dais, may I request the keynote speaker, Brigitte Phillips. Please take your seat on the dais. We are very much delighted to have you here, right from Astia, travel to Kathmandu, Nepal on our invitation. So the next keynote speaker we have is Professor Veenu Sharma. She will be highlighting on the management from a new perspective from BIMTech. I request the IT, okay. So I get the signal that she is there online, virtually joining us. Likewise, we have Professor Shalini Barrier joining us from Mumbai, Vivekananda University in Mumbai. I hope she is online there now. Okay. She will be joining us shortly. And then with physical presence, we have Professor Bal Krishna Bal. He is the Associate Dean of Kathmandu University, Faculty of Science and Technology. Please take your seat on the dais, sir. So he's going to speak about harnessing AI and NLP for sustainable development and inclusive innovation in Nepal. Another dignitary keynote speaker we have is Professor Pallavi Srivastava, PhD. She is joining us from India. Okay. Hopefully she will be joining very soon. Most probably she has seen her this checklist, and that's why she knows the time. We'll be waiting for her to join again. The 8th keynote speaker we have is Mr. Paulo Miguel Santos Moniz. He is joining us online from Portugal. IT, please make sure. Okay. We'll be coming later. The 9th keynote speaker we have is Mufta Freyer, joining us from Ireland. Mufta Freyer. So he is a postdoc scholar and PhD in AI, talking about autonomous vehicles and industrial domain. I also request once again the Vice Chancellor, respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dhruba Gautam, sir, to take your seat, sir. And another keynote speaker we have to come on the dais is Professor Dhruba Kumar from IIMT University, India. So he will be talking about the status of IIMT University from the perspective of technology. Thank you so much, sir, for making it out to come to us physically. Now, I request all the dignitaries and delegates, all faculty members, and also the researchers to take your seat and give a tone to this keynote session. Hereon, now I request, with great honor and privilege, Professor Himachalam Dasraju to deliver a short speech to give an overview of the theme of this conference. Professor Dasraju, the floor is with you, sir. You need to unmute Professor Dasraju. We request you to unmute. Still, it's not audible. IT, any issue over there, please?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
It's
okay, you are audible now.
Thank you. Respected Professor Bushkar Vajracharya ji, Kajendra Vajaji, and the principal of the GCI, Subhash Shrestha, and my dear young and dynamic friend Devaraj Paneru, academic director and conference organizer, distinguished chief guest, special invitees, panel speakers, session chairs, participants, Rehe scholars, students, and organizing team of Global College International Nepal, especially the Honorable Vice Chancellor Dhruba Kumar ji, who chaired in the morning inaugural session. So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, all of you, or good morning, all of you, as per the time slot of various countries, because it is an international conference. The many people are coming from international, from various countries. My dear friends, at the outset, I am highly grateful to Global College International for having chosen a right topic. It is very current and hot topic nowadays, and I am also thankful for them for making me part of this a great event. Thank you very much for your kindness, for making me part of your activities every year since 2019. I attended first time in 2019, and since then up to this conference, so they are organizing it in a grand way, no words for me to express how effectively, how qualitatively, how efficiently they are organizing. All the credit goes to the young team also, Devaraj Paneru and Pushkar Bajracharya ji and Kagendra Vajaji and other stakeholders of this college. My dear friends, we know very well, since COVID-19 devastation, which crippled the business and melted economic activity very badly, loss of huge employment, disruptions in the services and manufacturing sector, supply chain disruptions, a lot of strategic and innovative developments has been evolved across the world. The technological revolution took place since then, and emerging technologies emerged in the global business landscape. I feel personally that amid every crisis, there lies a great opportunity. Now we are having the opportunity of adopting the emerging and also disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence in order to drive forward, move forward all the business activities or business strategies throughout the globe. I feel in this aspect, I feel that say a lot of changes has been taken place during this past 3 or 4 years since COVID devastation. Since then, if you look back, the various technological advancements that has been taken place and which drives really the global economy move forward with adoption of latest technologies. The new technology will be new boon. Always it is true that if any new technology is coming up, it is really we have to consider it as a boon for our business development and also sustainable economic development of any country across the globe. Likewise, whatever the emerging technology or disruptive technology which we are having, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and blockchain technology, so on and so forth, all these are giving lot of opportunities to the business community to avail all these services and push forward the development of this the business, maybe in manufacturing or service sector, whatever it may be rather. And we know very well artificial intelligence has rapidly evolved into a transformative force, reshaping industries and business environment. As business face a dynamic and uncertain future, integration of AI into management practices offers unprecedented opportunities to drive innovation, enhance sustainability, and strengthen resilience rather. Even our topic is also basing on mainly focusing on navigating the future with AI for innovation, sustainability, and resilience rather. So innovation through how it is possible, innovation through artificial intelligence. AI is capability in analyzing vast data sets and identify patterns, the four steps of culture of innovation. So predictive analytics for decision making, the process automation, AI-driven the creativity, and building resilience with AI, including the risk management, agile operations, enhanced cyber security and data privacy, and bias in algorithms and workforce adaptation to the latest developments. These are all the latest trends that are existing in the global arena. So adopting AI requires a thoughtful, balanced approach that address both opportunities and challenges it brings. Navigating the future with AI requires a balanced approach, blending technological innovation with the human ingenuity. By leveraging AI to foster innovation, promote sustainability, and building resilience, organization can not only thrive but also lead in creating a better world. The journey towards an AI-powered future calls for visionary leadership, strategic investments, and a steadfast commitment to ethical and sustainable aspects. Further, it needs to focus more on upskilling the workforce to cope up with the rapid pace of change and support to technology in business. Therefore, a new strategy should be adopted more effectively to meet these emerging challenges effectively rather. If you look at the global scenario, so I got a very recent report that has been released last week. It is saying that AI is booming. AI market size is $306 billion in 2024. AI users 314 million people with a 24% increase. By 2030, AI contribute 15.7 trillion US dollars, and more than 55% of business is using artificial intelligence in one way or other, in one sector or other sectors. 57% of the workers are accepting it. It is better for development or growth and improvement of entire the business as well as the economy rather. Earlier, when we talk about this what you call disruptive technology, we know very well disruptive technology is a technology which is replacing the existing technology, and it requires a lot of investment to go for latest devices, and we have to train the workforce, we have to make them comfortable with the latest developments and latest technology. Lot of mechanism is involved. Even then, the more than 50% of the workers are accepting that artificial intelligence and related services are very much useful for economic development, not only to the developed economies, even for developing economies. There are key trends they observed during 2004-2005. These are all called as top AI trends. The first one is generative AI. The second one is AI chatbots. The third one is financial recognition systems. The fourth one is ML, machine learning. The fifth one is AI-powered mobile applications radar. These are very recent and latest developments that are taking place during this 2004 and 2005, and it is going to say occupy more and more space in the business world. Here in this aspect, if you consider one important thing, that is face recognition. In the banking sector, they are extensively started using this device in order to identify the customers and recognize the bank accounts and other related aspects. This is the latest development that has been taken place. And if you consider the developments in the developing economies, say for example in India, in 2024, this data is relating to last month 2024 latest data. It is saying that generative AI occupies more than 66%, is next to the this cyber security devices. It occupies 67%, and environmental sustainability 65%. This market is very strong, push forward, leveraging AI for business growth and innovation. This is the latest developments that is going on in the artificial intelligence. And I used to tell in various conferences and occasions, and whatever the development, whatever the change that has been taken place, we have to welcome all the changes, and we have to welcome all the technologies for and make use of it for the development of the business. Such type of the business strategies we have to design in such a way to push forward, move forward of its business operations, and prove themselves that they are having sufficient capability to take up any kind of challenge, any kind of issues that related to technology adoption. And of course, we are having lot of opportunities and lot of the challenges while adopting latest technology, maybe by the large companies, medium companies, and more so the micro and small enterprises rather. And today, so as Professor Devaraj assigned this task, give a overview of the topic and leave it to the keynote speakers. There are eminent keynote speakers are there. Today we are having galaxy of speakers to speak on various aspects of the conference theme. At this juncture, I am leaving it to the eminent speakers to speak on various issues, challenges, and opportunities thereon. So that's why I am not dwelling into, say, projecting on a particular topic, on a particular development, on particular device, on particular latest development out of this artificial intelligence, and leaving to the galaxy of the speakers. They can touch upon various aspects with their eminence, with their expertise, and with their the experiences over the period of time out of research and development rather. So I hope it will stimulate new ideas, new areas, new technology, and new skills, new business models, which are the dire need of the day to promote the economies of developed and developing countries, more so Nepal in particular. I told good number of times, even in the previous the conferences also, Nepal is having lot of scope for development, and it is in the hands of the government and administrative mechanism and academicians to promote new kind of ideas, to come out with a new kind of the innovative measures. Innovation is very essential. Key that will play a key role so that the Nepali economy can grow up like anything. So with these few remarks, I am over to Professor Devaraj Paneru to continue the panel, the speeches. I thank all the team of Global College International for having this opportunity to give brief introduction about this one. And Devaraj ji instructed me, don't take more than 10 minutes. That's why I hope I completed more than 10 minutes. I am sorry for that if I exceed that one. So I enjoyed the presenting this overview and leaving it to the next speakers. So over to Professor Devaraj.
Thank you.
For having
Thank you, Professor Himachalam Dasraju.
Very thrilling moment for me. So why? Because after observing, though I am busy with some other activities, I told him also. So while observing the inaugural function, I was very much thrilled the way in which the GCI is organizing the international event. I hope the GCI will continue the same tempo with elegance, with a lot of the high skilled the mechanism for organizing the international event. I wish them all the best, and I wish the good luck to the college as well as the stakeholders of the Global College International. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Himachalam Dasraju, our Chief Advisor, International Chief Advisor, for your overview of the theme, and that you have added the urgency of building the new technologies, new skills, given the emerging context that we are faced with. Thank you so much. That's why AI, talking about AI and starting the new dialogue is the need of the time, and so the theme of the conference. Thank you so much, Professor Himachalam Dasraju, and for your encouraging words as well. We are always there following your footprints, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So online, once again, we have another keynote speaker from IMT University, India. She is Professor Deepa Sharma, the Vice Chancellor of IMT India. So IT team, please make sure. Yes, I can see Professor Deepa Sharma is there. And the floor is with you, Professor Deepa Sharma. Over to you. Please unmute your mic. Professor Deepa Sharma, you need to unmute your mic. We are not yet audible. Not yet. Yes. IT? Okay. Over to you.
Warm greetings from IMT University to all the distinguished guests, renowned academicians, researchers, faculty members, students from various parts of the world, our esteemed colleague from Global College International, Nepal. It's an honor to join you today on this platform of Global International Conference.
I think she's gone offline, some technical glitch. Okay, she rejoined. Please unmute your mic. Professor Deepa Sharma, yeah, please unmute. Yeah, okay. Now you're audible. Over to you again.
Yeah, warm greetings from IMT University to all the distinguished guests, renowned academicians, researchers, faculty members, students from various parts of the world, and our esteemed colleague from Global College International, Nepal. It's an honor to join you today on this platform of Global International Conference to celebrate the evolving collaboration between the IMT University, India, and Global College International, Nepal. In an increasing interconnected world, the higher education institutions bear the responsibility of fostering the global partnerships in the leading emerging technological areas like artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, data science, and in the other areas of science and technologies, biotechnology, microbiology, that drive the academic innovations, cross-culture understandings, and the societal progress. Today, IMT University and Global College exemplify this vision by building a bridge that connects two vibrant nations, cultures, and the academic communities. Now, I'll take a moment to share the journey of IMT University, a leading institution of higher education in India. It was established with the vision of fostering the academic excellence, innovation, and the holistic development. The IMT University has achieved several milestones that underscore its commitment towards the higher education. If we talk about the academic excellence of the university, it is ranked among the leading institutions in the North India, and it offers over 100 programs in diverse disciplines, including engineering with specialized branches of the computer science, AI/ML, data science, etc., management, law, pharmacy, health sciences, Ayurveda sciences, paramedical sciences, etc. Our emphasis on outcome-based learning ensures that the students are equipped with the skill and knowledge that is required to excel in today's competitive world. If we talk about the research and innovation culture ecosystem within the university, then the IMT University has established the state-of-art research centers dedicated to innovation in the field such as artificial intelligence, renewable energy, healthcare, and sustainable development. Collaborative research with leading national and international organizations has resulted in the groundbreaking contributions towards science and technology. If we talk about global engagement, then our international collaboration is facilitating students and the faculty exchange, joint research initiatives, and the global internships. The university's global focus prepares our students to thrive in multicultural environment and become the global citizen. The community engagement is inculcated by IMT University, which shows its deep commitment towards the social responsibility with numerous initiatives aimed at empowering the rural communities through education, healthcare, and skill development. Our alumni network spread across the industries worldwide. It's a testament to our dedication to nurturing the talent. Many of our graduates hold the leadership positions in the top organizations. They are contributing to the society and to the global economy. At IMT University, we believe in the transformative power of education. Our collaboration with Global College is founded on a shared commitment to academic excellence, innovative research, and nurturing the future leaders equipped to address the global challenges. This partnership reflects the synergy of two institutions dedicated to providing the holistic educations. It is not merely a formal agreement, but a commitment to a shared journey that will enrich the academic experiences of our students and the faculty members. Now, I wish to put some highlight on the key areas where this partnership will thrive. The student exchange program, enabling the student to study, learn, and grow in the foreign academic environment, enhances their worldview. We aim to create immersive exchange programs where the students can experience diverse teaching methodologies, cultural nuances, and global perspectives. Faculty members are the backbone of any academic institution, though joint workshops, training programs, faculty exchange, both the institution can learn from each other's strength, fostering academic rigor and the pedagogical innovations. The future belongs to those who innovate. So keeping this in mind, by pooling the resources, expertise, and intellectual capital, we aim to undertake the joint research initiatives in the areas of mutual interest, be it sustainability, technology, healthcare, or the business innovations. Both nations, India and Nepal, they face the challenge of equipping their youth with 21st century skills through the collaborative programs, including the skill development workshops, entrepreneurial trainings, and the industry-driven courses. We aspire to empower students to thrive in a competitive global market. Leveraging the strengths of both the institutions, we aim to create a shared repository of academic resources, including the online courses, e-contents, libraries, digital learning platforms, ensuring that the quality education transcends physical boundaries. If we talk about the cultural extent beyond the academics, then the education is not confined to the classrooms. It is enriched by the diverse cultural tapestry of our students and the faculty members. This partnership will foster cross-cultural exchange, enabling the students and the faculty to understand and appreciate the rich stories, traditions, and the values of both the nations. The collaboration between IMT University and Global College International is just the beginning of this journey, as I assume. And as we deepen our partnership, we envision expanding our initiatives to include the dual degree programs, collaborative conferences, and the community-driven projects. I firmly believe that this collaboration will serve as a model for the international academic partnerships. Together, we'll create an ecosystem where the ideas flourish, students excel, and the knowledge transcends the border. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the leadership of Global College International for their unwavering commitment to this partnership. I also commend the faculty, students, and the administrative teams of both the institutions who have worked tirelessly to bring this collaboration to fruition. Let us work hand in hand to turn our shared vision into reality that inspires the others. Thank you, and I look forward to a future of shared success and lasting impact.
Thank you, Professor Dhruba Sharma, Vice Chancellor of IIMT University Merit India, for highlighting the significance of collaboration between IMTU and Global College, that is on the prospect of constructing shared knowledge regarding new technologies, cross cultures, understanding each other on mutual benefits. Thank you so much. That we shall obviously materialize with the help of the approaches like student faculty exchange and many more agendas to be addressed. Thank you so much, Professor Dhruba Sharma. Please stay tuned with us. We are here to go further again. On the row we have now, in physical presence, we have another eminent keynote speaker right from Austria. I do remember Austria because I have myself studied in Czech Republic and I have been to Austria several times, Vienna, so many times. So she is Brigitte Phillips from Austria, from the Jonan University, and she is going to highlight and deliver the keynote speech on AI integration and management for innovation, quality, sustainability from the European perspective. The floor is with you. Over to you now.
Namaste. Can everyone hear me? All right? Okay, perfect. Let's see if this works. I'm going to move it away. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm going to cut right through the formalities. I hope you excuse if I don't welcome everyone, but we are, I think time's advanced, and I think I have a lot to share with you. So thank you very much for having me. It's a really great pleasure. I'm going to talk today about AI in higher education, disruption, data, and integrity. These three topics, and I might, if we have time, touch a little bit upon assessment strategies as well. I'm going to start with a little journey back into the 19th century. I asked Midjourney to give me a 19th century oil painting of a university classroom with students working, view from the back, and again, an oil painting. And this is what I got. We can see here students neatly seated in a row. We can see the teacher as the sole authority in the front, basically disseminating knowledge. And the role of the students? Well, they're absorbing. They are learning passively. They are listening. Yeah? And if this seems familiar to some of you, that's not really surprising, because this model that was basically generated in the 19th century is still prevalent in many classrooms around the world today. Yeah? Fast forward to today. I asked Midjourney to give me a modern day picture of a university classroom, and what do I get? I added a few things like laptops, smartphones, make it photorealistic because oil paintings are kind of outdated this day. But you know, the similarities are striking. We still see students facing forward, the teacher as the sole source of authority, students passively listening, not really engaging with each other. Now, different angle, same classroom, new tools, old rules. What do we see? Same thing. Give this prompt into Midjourney or any other AI tool, you're probably going to get a classroom like this. Because AI, as we all know, doesn't reflect the world as it should be, but it reflects the world as it is today. Yeah? And we still have an education system that was created in the 19th century, and we're still kind of applying it today, but the world has changed quite dramatically. We see students, we see that the foundations of the system are kind of cracking, and the cracks are getting wider. We see students being disillusioned. We see students not really wanting to come to class. We see massive mental health problems among our students. We see old teaching methods still applied today in today's university classrooms. And we see what that does to our students, massive dropout rates. We have the same problem. I was talking to you yesterday, Subhash, about Nepal. We have the same problem in Austria. We have the same problem in Europe. We have declining rates of university students attending university. So, yeah, this is not really surprising. AI came and forced us to confront this old traditional system. AI came not politely knocking on the door and saying, I'm here now, maybe we should think about changing higher education. That's not what happened. AI came like a bulldozer, stormed into the room and said, I'm here. Yeah, and we have two options now. We can either keep doing what we're doing, and then students are going to keep dropping out. Students are not interested in going to university and living this system that doesn't work because the system is broken, yeah? And we see that, if you look at headlines from around the world, these headlines are real because this is the kind of pain that many universities feel around the world. And the question that I heard earlier today, will AI make traditional education models obsolete? The answer is very simple, yes, absolutely, and it should. Absolutely, yeah? And all of this doesn't happen in isolation. This happens within a larger story that has taken place over the course of history, over the course of industrial revolutions, and we've had 4 so far. Let's take a quick look at them. The first industrial revolution around 1750 showed the rise of mechanization. Manual skills were really important. It was important to have some basic reading and writing skills. Yeah? Fast forward 120 years, mass production, assembly line work became important. All of a sudden, technical skills were important. There was a separation between planning and execution. And women, for the first time, were allowed to go to school. Yeah? Fast forward again, 1960s, the third industrial revolution. This was the onset of the digital age, when all of a sudden knowledge had to be a lot more specialized, when computer literacy, digital literacy, communication, problem-solving skills, critical thinking all of a sudden became a lot more important. This was also the time, again, we can't look at these competencies without the context within which society kind of values these competencies. What happened at the time? The world order was shifting. Cold War was kind of raging around the world. It was a post-World War environment. Markets were unstable, yeah? It was a time when the VUCA world was coined in the 1980s, starting from the US military. VUCA, what does VUCA stand for? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, yeah? The VUCA world is what characterized the third industrial revolution to a very great extent. Think about 9/11, think about the rising threat of terrorism, think about the internet and all the insecurities that came with it, yeah? But now we're in the fourth industrial revolution. There's still a little discussion about when it really started. Was it 2010? Was it 2020 with the onset of generative AI? But there is agreement that we have entered the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution, and you can see Bani world in there. If you're not familiar with that term, I'll explain it in just a second. That is a time when industries again change, when competencies change again, when the physical and the digital world merge. Yeah? We speak of cyber physical systems, we speak of platform economy, Internet of Things, we speak of big data, cloud computing, predictive technologies, and so forth. Yeah? So the fourth industrial revolution requires new competencies again. And these competencies, and we heard some of these words before, AI literacy. I'm not going to go into that because I think everybody knows what that means. Agility, creativity, analytical skills, systems thinking, in other words, being able to kind of navigate through this these enormous, complex, intertwined global systems. Not just problem-solving skills, but radical problem-solving skills, because normal problem-solving skills are not going to get us very far. Yeah? So all of this, again, does not take place, the fourth industrial revolution, in isolation. It takes place within the larger problems that we as a planet are facing. We're facing the grand challenges, and I think it's really important to kind of bring them home once more, to really put them at the forefront of our thinking. So the climate crisis, I think we don't need to discuss it because that's just a given, but also the biodiversity crisis, which some people say is even worse than the climate crisis. Population growth, waste and wastewater problems, sustainable global nutrition, making sure everyone has enough energy, global resource scarcity, global soil losses, increasing pollutant emissions, increasing poverty, especially since the pandemic, destabilization of financial markets, inflation going through the roof in many different countries, migration across the world, not least because of wars that are raging in places that we didn't expect even a few years ago, de-democratizations and the rise of authoritarian governments across the world, and of course, artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, let me just go back the last 2 years. We have seen an unprecedented speed of development that is unheard of, that is unimaginable. So 2 years ago, people would have never thought that generative AI would be able to have superhuman intelligence or performance in certain areas. It's not artificial general intelligence yet, it's still limited to certain areas, but let me just show you some of these areas where artificial intelligence is already better than humans. Yeah? In communication skills, and this is research coming out of the last year, debating skills of AI, ChatGPT in this case, the AI was found to be 80–70% more effective in persuading people than actual human beings. Or creativity. I think this was done at MIT, very good school in the United States, where external jurors rated the startup ideas that were generated by artificial intelligence much, much better than those by Ivy League students from one of the best universities in the world. Or analytical skills. AI is now better at diagnosing diseases than doctors. Did you know that? Yeah. And one that most people would have never thought possible ever, emotional competence. So emotional assessments done by ChatGPT-4 actually outperforms 85% of people in effectiveness and empathy. A year ago, people would have never thought this is possible. Yeah? If I stand here again in a year from now, my speech will be completely different because nobody can really know what's going to happen. Next year is going to be the year of AI agents. Yeah? When systems start talking to each other. So we no longer live in a VUCA world, we live in a Bani world. What does Bani stand for? B stands for brittle. Brittle means our systems are fragile. They function really well when the environment is stable. But something small happens. Think of the COVID pandemic and global supply chains, the tanker in the Suez Canal. Do you remember that? All of a sudden, our global supply chains around the world were completely disrupted, and we had food shortages around the world. That's brittle. Oops, sorry. Bad slide. Anxious. I think anxiety is something that a lot of us fear, not least our students. People are anxious about the climate crisis. People are anxious about, will AI take my job? Will my job even be relevant? What I'm studying today, will I be able to do that job in a year from now or two? Nonlinear systems are dynamic but very unpredictable. Think of a small tweet, think of a video that is posted on a social media channel. It goes viral within an hour. It can influence public opinion. It can destabilize markets. It can even ruin governments. We've seen all that, and all within the space of 1 or 2 hours. Think about what's happening in South Korea at the moment. Yeah? And incomprehensible. That means we don't know how many systems work. They've become too complex for us as humans to really understand them. We don't understand what's going on behind those algorithms, behind facial recognition or some of those LLMs. So having a language to describe the world that we live in is really helpful for us to kind of define the situation that we're in and to better understand the challenges that we're facing. And now I want to take a quick look at our students, because this is the generation that is affected most by the Bani world. The Generation Z and my own children, who are Generation Alpha, I don't think anyone in this room, unless you belong to one of those generations, can really, truly, fully grasp what the future looks like for them and what they must be feeling. Yeah? This is something that I think nobody can really, truly understand. So let's go back to the 4th Industrial Revolution. That's characterized by data. Data. We live in a data-driven world. Data is the new oil. And I want to give you just, put it into context for you. And these are estimates because there are no real numbers. We speak of exabytes now. So 1 exabyte is 1 billion gigabytes. Keep that number in mind, okay? The entire knowledge created by humanity up until the year 2003, every book that was ever written, everything, every email, everything is estimated to be around 5 exabytes. 5 exabytes. From the beginning of humanity till the year 2003. So, now let's take a look. 2010, 5 exabytes were created in only 10 days. 2014, 5 exabytes, the same amount of information that it took a humanity to create within the space of, 2,000 years, were created in 10 minutes. And we don't even speak of exabytes anymore. 1,000 exabytes equal 1 zettabyte. So we are past exabytes now. We have already defined the next level above zettabytes. We speak of yottabytes, and there's an unofficial one coming, and that's brontobytes, but that's not even official yet, okay? Just so you get an idea. Another example, and I like to tell that my students, I'm a professor, I teach still a couple of classes, and that is the importance of understanding exponential development, which a lot of people, I think, understand since the pandemic, but having an understanding of what it does when data is generated and kind of gets out of control, what it does to systems and how they can break down. So for example, the green line here shows us a linear development. The red one shows us exponential development. And at one point on that line, there might be a tipping point, and we don't know where that is or when that tipping point comes. But when that tipping point is reached, that means that we have generated so much data so fast that systems can't keep up, and our old methods, our old ways of doing things don't work anymore. And we don't know when that point is reached. Some people say we're on the verge. Some people say it might be in 2, 5, 10 years. We simply don't know. But the point is we need to prepare ourselves for it. We need to prepare our students for it. How can we prepare them? Certainly not by pouring down information down their brains. Yeah? This is a very good example that I like to use with my students, the exponential parable. It's a really cute story. Maybe you want to use it in your next classroom. So it goes like this. There was an inventor in a country, I think it was India. I think it's an Indian parable. And the inventor of the chessboard created this game called chess, and the local king was really excited and said, wow, this is great, I'm really happy that you invented this game, you're very smart. you can have a wish. I'd like to grant you a wish. And the inventor said, I just want grains of rice to be given in a certain way. The king thought, wow, rice? It's a humble person. Okay, I can grant you that wish. So let's see, there's 64 squares on the chessboard. The inventor said, I'd like to have 1 grain of rice for the first square, 2 for the second. I want 4 for the third, 8 for the fifth, and so on. So the king thought, easy, I can give you grains of rice. Perfect. Who can do the math real quick? I'm not going to wait for the answer because nobody. I think I know the answer. With 64 squares on a chessboard, that's 18 quintillion grains of rice. And in case anybody's interested in reading the number, it's 18 quintillion, 446 quadrillion, 744 trillion, and so forth grains of rice. Needless to say, the inventor of the chessboard was a very smart man. The king just didn't understand exponential development. And this is exactly what's going on with our data today. I give you a more practical example. This is a newspaper clipping from June this year. There are countless, thousands of apps now where you can create music with a simple prompt, a text input. So one of the main competitors of Suno, the biggest one, posted, our users, are generating almost 1 million songs with AI every single day. Now imagine you're a musician. You know how hard it is to get found on platforms like Spotify or anywhere? You know how difficult it is if you're a real musician playing real music because the web is flooded with AI-generated music now? Difficult, very difficult. And this was June. Where do you think we are now? Think of exponential development. Probably, and this is just one platform. So there's hundreds of millions of songs generated every single day today. And in 6 months from now, you can do the math. Yeah? So basically what's happening is we're drowning in data. We're drowning in data. And what we don't need to do in this day and age is to give our students access to data, because they have access to all of this information in their pocket if they have a smartphone with an internet connection. Yeah? So this is one of these mindset shifts that we need to get around. You want to learn about quantum mechanics? Sure, AI can help you. You want to learn how to design a building? AI can guide you along the way. Maybe not perfectly today, but in 6 months from now, sure, maybe 8 months, maybe 10 months, we're on that way. So we don't need to be gatekeepers of knowledge anymore. Yeah? We need to help our students to not drown in this mass of data, of information. We need to help them find a way to navigate through this massive information, to help them differentiate between what's real, what's not real, what's a deep fake, what's reliable, legit information. Yeah? This is what we need to do. And then we should also maybe listen to some of the writings that are on the wall. Christopher Pissarides, the Nobel Prize winner in economics, this year in January, he said, I caution people to study STEM, any STEM subject. AI now, ChatGPT, has outperformed PhD students in chemistry, in all benchmarking tests in chemistry, in biology, in physics. You can probably guess where we're going, right? This is a much weaker model. This is a study that was done last year in Australia. A much weaker model of ChatGPT was the old version. They had it do 7 bachelor programs in engineering, and the AI passed all the exams. Didn't pass them with 100%, but passed the exams, and that was a much weaker model. Now we have much better programs. So when I talk to our faculty at my university, a lot of them are scared. A lot of them don't really know how to deal with this. They think the only way I can teach is how they've always done it. I stand in the front and I teach you, right? That's what they've learned. They don't know any better. So they're scared. They're asking this question, if knowledge is just a prompt away, what's left for us to teach? Yeah, and this is a legit question. Actually, that's my question. I like to summarize it in that, but this is the fear that I'm confronted with on a quite often. So I have two answers for you. The first one is we need to think about our learning objectives. We need to really look at our curricula and look exactly what are we teaching. Are we teaching our students just knowledge, knowledge, knowledge that they can much better, much easier access in a much more learner-friendly way, some other way? Do we have any competency-based objectives in there? If not, well, then we should start reworking our curricula, because the future lies in competencies. And competencies goes much beyond knowledge, yeah? Knowledge is, we still need knowledge, of course, but we also need skills, and we also need the right mindset. We need self-competence. So we need to focus on those 21st century skills. We need to focus on ESD. ESD stands for Education for Sustainable Development. And if you're wondering, so in other words, we teach our students not what to think, but how to think critically and responsibly. If you're wondering, what those ESD competencies are, I have summarized them for you. This is generally the consensus in the international literature, the ESD competencies, and you can foster them in every single field, whether that's computer science, architecture, nursing, medicine, whatever. Systems thinking, futures literacy, normative competence, strategic competence, collaborative competence, critical thinking competence, self-competence, in other words, to be able to continuously learn, for example, to be motivated to learn, integrated problem-solving competence. This is a whole field of science out there. If you've never had anything to do with it, I really advise you to look into it. It is a whole nother presentation in itself. But the other thing is assessment. We need to think about how we assess our students. There is a lot of research on assessments out there. In fact, we have 100 years of research. It is one of the best studied fields in education science. And here is some surprising news. And this paper here summarized, it looked at 100 years of research. And here's the surprising news. Grades tell us only 25% of what a student, a person, can actually do. The remaining 75%, you're asking, I've summarized some of it here. You can look it up. There's a lot more. This list is in no ways complete. But the future of assessment is competency-oriented, blended, in other words, no final exam at the end, process-oriented, and learner-centered. Yes, and I'm just getting the cutoff time. I've reached the end of my talk, so I'm going to stop right here. I could show you like another 100 slides, but I'm not going to. So I want to say that the AI didn't come to destroy higher education. I'm convinced of that. But AI is finally forcing us to confront all the things that don't work. It's giving us that kick in the butt that is so sorely needed. We've known about these things for decades, but now we finally have to really get our act together and start redesigning higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brigitte Phillips, for plenty of information and very brilliant keynote speech regarding the AI in higher education from European perspective. Amongst so many things that we have given audience to, I would like to take away and then also share this key message from her. AI in higher education, why AI is required? Because we got to disrupt this centrally structured, centrally bound structures of the education, like the hierarchies of the teachers as disseminators and the students as the receivers. That we need to deconstruct the model that is AI is there, and linking the problem of the VUCA, that is like a volatile world, uncertain and so, and the fourth industrial revolution that you connected with that. We are amid this revolution. Also for portraying the AI as a generative capacity, and therefore now, not only the changes, but also the challenges that the new generations are faced with, especially the youngsters, with reference to your bunny, brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensive data-driven world that we are faced with. Very important message, and you have justified your long travel from Austria to Kathmandu and to this 6th Global International Conference for gracing us. Thank you so much, Brigadier Phillips. Thank you. And we are very curious, anxious to also have your sessions with our own students, maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Thank you so much. Next on the row, we have another keynote speaker now online. She's joining us from India, Professor Vinu Sharma, IT. Please make sure Professor Vinu Sharma is there. Professor Vinu Sharma, welcome to this 6th Global International Conference, and I have the memory of ourselves being with you at BIMTech there in Greater Noida. So here we would like to welcome you, and without much ado, she is the chair of the MGD program, MDZ at BIMTech. So she is a very versatile professor, and here most probably she is highlighting on management from the new perspectives, connecting, of course, new technologies there. So, Professor Vinu Sharma, over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Speech, Professor Vinu Sharma, kind request.
Yeah, do I have I think I am audible. Do I have a right to share the screen also? Or otherwise I can use, without PPT also I can.
Yeah, you can speak, you can deliver your speech without even PPT.
Okay, yeah,
We have set the timeline of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, fine. So to start with, I would like to say, especially I would like to wish everyone over there as a distinguished guest, all the colleagues, and especially the innovators, as we are talking about too much of innovations, and we are hoping that the budding professionals sitting over there would be the upcoming innovators for many new things in coming years. So it's really a privilege to address this gathering, where the theme is talking about navigating the future with the AI and information technologies, where we are talking of innovations, we are talking of sustainability, we are talking of resilience, and all in management especially. So as I couldn't be there physically, but it's really a privilege to listen to such thought-provoking discussions today in the inaugural sessions, as well as the speakers, those who have presented their view just before me. I'm really deeply grateful to be part of this gathering, and really a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Subhash personally. And yes, of course, Dr. Devraj, to you too, as we all have a past connection to or working together with on different projects which were talking of sustainability and resilience somewhere in the past too. So a special gesture of appreciation to Professor Dhruba Kumar Gautam. After a long time I have seen him. We were continuously in touch with through one of the conferences which BIMTech organized regularly, that is International Conference on Management Cases. It was really a delightful moment to see him on the screen today. And please, from my behalf, please give my warm wishes to him from India, and especially BIMTech too. So now to move towards, before I dive into my thought process for the topic which has been given to me of management from a new perspective, I would like to highlight something. We all have noticed during our today's discussion that the transformative power of AI or technology in management is happening. So it's no exaggeration to say that we are standing at a pivotal moment in the history where AI has become the linchpin of progress. So what's even more exciting, I would say, for the younger generation over there, that the students and the early career professionals especially, they seem to master these technologies advancements faster than as we professors do, because their curiosity, their adaptability reminds us that why continuous learning is crucial also. So more than us, students are, I would say, are those who are learning these skills like a master, and the people are becoming masters in coming years. So with a thought to this particular things, I would like to tell how I categorize my this session, the topic which has been given to me for the management from a new perspective in context of AI, as that if we talk of management, we all knew that it has been deeply rooted into the systems. Systems like thinking, systems like process optimization, some systems like hierarchical control. So this rapid transformation brought by the digitalizations and if we talk of changing societal expectations, demands a shift towards more adaptive, more inclusive, more forward-thinking paradigms. So that is why the focus of this management from a new perspective lies somewhere between the three major goals, that is sustainability and purpose, technology and innovation, and at the same time, how human-centric leadership is also complying with all those things. So, because management has evolved from past to now, it's no longer confined only to decision-making frameworks. As just Professor Bright also mentioned about the VUCA, I would say that we operate in VUCA environment. We operate in volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. And this is a reality which demands a new perspective. One, where adaptive, another, where it is tech-driven, and at the same time, well integrated with the human-centric values so that we can achieve sustainability, innovation, and resilience together. So when we talk of AI, ICT, all those things, we cannot deny the fact that AI is actually the catalyst for the transformative management. It is redefining the management in a number of ways. To highlight a few, I can say that yes, AI is somewhere augmenting the decisions because they are empowering the leaders with the predictive analytics. They are making the leaders or the workers to enable their proactiveness rather than reactive strategies. So advanced AI models are analyzing global supply chain risks and ensuring that the business is continued with any kind of a disruptions also. So somewhere it is like our decisions are getting augmented with this. At the same time, our personalization is also at a scale. If we say AI is leveraging by leveraging through machine learning, organizations are personalizing the experience of their stakeholders. They're fostering their loyalty. They are looking for their long-term engagements. And one thing which one cannot forget is about the ethical automation. Beyond efficiency, AI have introduced ethical challenges and opportunities too. So responsible AI governance ensures that inclusivity, fairness, and accountability are embedded in the business practices and all. So where one go at AI is acting as a catalyst, ICT is also bridging the gap between and building the resilience, because it is extending the capabilities of AI by enabling the distributed collaborations, robust response system, knowledge sharing. So during the pandemic, we have seen that ICT sustained with business continuity through virtual platforms and proving its critical role in resilience building and all. So when we talk of AI and ICT and we are talking of ethics also, we cannot forget the point that sustainability is the core management philosophy. And that is where the new perspective on the management says it's planetary boundaries, where AI and ICT together can actually transform the sustainability efforts. Why don't we talk of green technologies? AI model predict environmental impact also. They help the organizations for reducing the carbon footprints. They are contributing towards the circular economy. There are many digital tools which optimize the resource use, promote the reuse, and even reduce the waste also. This AI can also talk of sustainable innovation, where we talk of the data-driven insights led to innovations that are both economical and environmentally viable also. Why we are talking of this AI as only a challenge, but we have to rather rethink from a creativity with an AI concept. That how we can innovate. AI is not an innovation. Now, as a human, our time again is to rethink about this creativity with AI. Because AI is not replacing human creativity, it augments it. We can consider a generative AI tool enabling the product design that were once possible through data-driven brainstorming sessions and all those things. But the synergy between the human ingenuity and the machine intelligence is the bedrock for the future innovation. So, and that particular time, we should not forget one thing, that leadership in the era of the tech-enabled management is the key. We are the leaders of tomorrow, the students are the leaders of tomorrow, and they must embrace a dynamic mindset. By saying that how they can embrace this, they have to balance the human intuition with algorithm insights, where we can simply say that, okay, empathy meeting data. We have to think of something from a lifelong learning perspective and how one can stay ahead of technological trends also. And we have to prepare ourselves for unknown challenges while driving towards continuous improvements, where we say that resilient strategy building is must in this stuff. So knowing all those facts and figures with us and knowing the reality what AI has bring it to us and how we are planning our management education so that we can also imbibe into the students that yes, they have to work on this particular aspect. We have to navigate this transformation. So please request to the budding professionals sitting over there and listening to these presentations, you remember that technology is only the enabler, not the end goal. The ultimate aim is to use AI, is to use ICT only as a tool for a fairer, more sustainable and resilient world. Together, academia, industry, policymakers, they all can collaborate to ensure that innovation is serving the humanity. So from that particular perspective, I would very quickly like to conclude my presentation by saying that this new perspective of management is emphasizing the adaptability, emphasizing on responsibility and a purpose. Let's all together redefine what it means to lead, leverage, not only to navigate the future, but to shape it for better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Binu Sharma, for highlighting the significance of AI. First, connecting the significance of AI with the conference that is happening on the blended mode. So that's the result of the transformation that AI brought. Thank you so much. And also bringing the new perspectives of management, and which is the management has to go tantamount together with AI. AI is leverage the business capabilities that you have highlighted. And for sustainability, innovation, and of course resilience, we have to know how, we have to learn how to use AI, and thereon we can use it for the collaborations, new collaborations, but learning that we are ethical on developing AIs and also integrating them. Thank you so much. Brilliant speech for this great honor. Thank you, Professor Binu Sharma. Also, we expect to be with you in the future together with BIMTech. BIMTech is one of the institutional collaborators of Global College. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So on the row, we have in physical presence here, Professor Dhruba Kumar from IIMT University, highlighting something about status of IIMT University from the perspective of technologies. The floor is with you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Honored to be here. Before me, two our seniors, our chancellor and vice chancellor, have given their thought and the better and friendly relationship with the with this college, with this university, and definitely number of collaboration, student collaboration, research collaboration, faculty, joint learning of the faculty can be done, and we are open for it. So our seniors have given their thoughts and views regarding that. Now, I am here to give you some practical aspect of the topic which has been chosen for this international conference. What we are adopting at our university campus. So we are using AI as a tool to make it smarter and in our teaching learning process. So I am here to talk about the status of IMT University from the perspective of technology breakthrough. So I'm going to cover, but I'll definitely not going to take much time, but introduce my university technology infrastructure. We are having several digital learning system. That initiative I'm going to discuss. Recent technology breakthrough, future technology roadmap, challenges and opportunities. So, I am a university, actually this group has been established in 1998 and we are having two different engineering colleges affiliated with the government universities and one is from another government universities, state university, and one engineering college is under the university, IMT University. IMT University is established in 2016. We have listened the kind words of our Chancellor, Sri Yogesh Mohan Gupta ji. We are located very near to Delhi. It's a 50 kilometer away from the NCT National Capital Territory. We are having the key programs with us: engineering, biotech, microbiology, science, nursing, hotel management. And very recently we have opened diploma in Jyotish. IMT University stat ranked, it's since opening stat ranking is #1. And NIF ranking, we are running between 51 to 100. That means we are under the top 100 universities in India. Definitely, we are talking about the importance of the technology in education. Nowadays, what ma'am from Austria explained the things and shown some slides, what we are using before many years ago, and now the classrooms are very much interactive because of the this is technology. Now we are having the smart classroom, virtual learning systems we are having. We are directly connected with the IIT Kharagpur. From there we are using their virtual lab. They are providing this with certain collaboration. Future technology roadmap which we have are the planned technology initiative and investment. Emerging technologies such as AI, ML, blockchain, quantum computing, etc. are being promoted by understanding their potential application in education. We are having several collaboration with industries situated in Noida and Gurgaon. It is very near to us. Through that, we get the expert industry expert who are guiding our students, and we have some labs which is being run jointly with the industry and the university. Roadmap for technology enabled innovation and entrepreneurship through various groups and cells. I just want to inform you that we have got from Government of India to our innovation cell, it's around 5 crore just to develop innovation ecosystem at our university campus. Existing technology infrastructure, if I'll talk, so definitely it's quite appreciable. all the regular labs we already have. Apart from that, server network, IoT-based innovation lab, machine learning lab, advanced language lab, and several training centers we are having in our institution to provide the domain-specific trainings to our students. Technology-enabled services we are having online classes, virtual lab, as I said, we are virtually connected with the IIT Kharagpur. Online trainings we give to our student. NPTEL and SWAYAM courses also we regularly organize out of, at our campus, and students are they are having compulsory courses to join these courses. Recent technology breakthrough, AI-powered chatbot. We are using IoT-based smart classroom, robotics and drone lab. We are having recently. I just want to inform you that in that region, in Uttar Pradesh region, there were one competition on robotics and drone. There about 200 colleges were participated in 11 different activities. Among those, 7 golds we have grabbed and 3 silver. So you can imagine the training of our students, what we are providing to them. Co-curricular, extracurricular activities are supported technically with advanced equipment and hobby club, etc. Challenges, definitely, challenges or opportunities are there. Challenges faced in implementing the technology breakthrough. Our support system development through some grant and funding from the different government agencies, such as we are approved by the UGC, and we have the college in the campus which is affiliated by the AICT, and with the good relation with Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, we are getting fund from there, and with the help of government agencies, we are organizing several activities through which students get better exposure of the industry and latest technologies. So it's the main point here. I want to mention that we are having very smart ERP system. That means all the faculty related reports, student related reports, attendance report, and everything we can now having on our ERP system. That means teacher need not to bring their register, attendance register or diary in the classroom. They directly can use the ERP. Students are having different login, faculty login, HOD login, director login, that kind of system, this heavy software we are having, and through this it's a centrally controlled system that we are using at our university campus. Several initiatives we have taken digitally, that is digital learning initiative, to provide the students better exposure in several areas. As I said, NPTEL, SWAYAM AI of Government of India, from there we are having good association. Smart classroom, now almost all the classrooms are having the LCD projector, and that is directly internet connected classrooms we are having. Here I want to mention that we work for the, we divided our lecture plan in 2 ways. One is quantitative and another is the qualitative. So in qualitative, what we do, each and every topics are separated, and that those topics have been covered by 16 different means. That means, for example, if I am going to teach about from electronics, if I'll just for example, if I want to teach PN junction formation, so I am having the facility to show the animation, the videos, the job on table, and several other things, so that the student get better connectivity with the subject.
So we are running out of time, sorry.
Yeah, just research and development facilities are there. We are having so much, regularly organizing activities on this. Industry collaboration, earlier I mentioned that we are having...
Request now to wrap up in 1 minute, sir, the last.
Sir.
Because we have parallel sessions next to this.
Definitely, yeah. Now I am concluding this with my few of points. And it is, I just want to take few questions if you allow me. So if students are here and if they want to interact with us, so I love to answer to them. So it's just I'm concluding with few lines. This is the last slide from my side. Thank you.
Yeah.
So any question from the audience? I may have.
Any one question we can collect. One question. Okay.
Thank you very much.
It seems nobody has a question. Thank you, Professor Dhruba Kumar, for highlighting IIMT from the technological breakthrough perspective. It seems that the university is growing so smart with all the technological structures and the innovations, for example, the labs, the smart boards, etc. So thank you all, Professor Dhruba Kumar, for making your deliverance amongst our audience, scholarly people here. Now on the row, we have Professor Shalini Barrier. She's joining us from Vivekananda University in India. Professor Shalini Barrier, she is the Professor of Marketing and International Relations. She has also been the coordinator for the Erasmus program, which is AIDU. Yes, we have had an opportunity to collaborate with her because of that project. So I leave the floor with you for 10 minutes. Professor Shalini Barrier, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a great opportunity to meet you in Nepal in the new kickoff meeting of our project. I would request the conference team to put up my slide in the backdrop of the conference so that I speak the way I want without the PPT. Yeah, thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Shalini Barrier, and we are right now currently working on a Erasmus Plus project, a capacity building project on establishing Teaching and Learning Center of Excellence for accessible, inclusive and digitalized education, management education in HEIs, targeting to India and Nepal. And we are having a alignment with the SDG goal 4, 10 and 17. So in this presentation, a discussion of mine, I am talking about the digital preparedness for inclusivity in higher education institutions, especially in Nepal and India. What we did was we did a bit of survey in our, one of the work package of the project AID-EDU. It is named as AID-EDU. Why? Because it is known as A stands for accessible, I stand for inclusivity, and D for digitalization. So talking about digitalization and how much we are prepared, we conducted a survey in the last 8 months on how much the institution in India and Nepal are prepared with having a digitalized education system with inclusivity in process. So digitalization, as per what we understood, is that we ensure that education institutions have a necessary digital infrastructure, tool, and practices in place to provide equal access to learning for all students, regardless of their abilities, disabilities, background, and allowing them to participate fully in online learning environments. So what do we need to do that? We need to have a proper access and alignment with SDG 4, which is about quality education, ensuring the quality education. SDG 4 talks about reducing inequality, and SDG 17 talks about global partnership. With the help of global partnership, we provide equitable and high quality education using the digital platforms for inclusivity. So the key issue that we wanted to understand, that how do we bridge the gap and discuss about the challenge. of disparities in access to the quality education. So we were talking about marginalized, rural, economically disadvantaged students who face barriers for education, which impact the social and economic inequalities, which is persistent in over the period of time. And we also needed to understand how do we bridge the gap between the digital divide for the students who need to have a necessary digital resources. And the proposed solution was we need to have inclusive education initiatives with an objective to create equitable learning environment, bridging the digital divide with targeted technology and training programs. So the need of the hour is to bridge the digital divide and ensure equitable access to technology for marginalized communities and especially the remote areas, enhance the accessibility by supporting diverse learners, including those who have disabilities, using the inclusive tools and resources, talking about advancing pedagogies which enable the personalized, blended and hybrid learning models for specific needs of the students from the different type of categories, ensuring continuity during crisis like what happened in pandemic. We had to continue with sudden digitalized process which was not processed, not actually in the process. So transforming the organization to have digital perspectives, to have a complete digital transformation is the need of the hour. So institution must have data-driven decisions for infrastructure, training, and institution strategies for digitalization. And we definitely would look in for promoting global collaboration to understand the sharing of best practices and joint initiatives. Like, for example, at what we have, Erasmus Plus program for inclusive digital education. We conducted a study on various type of questionnaires. Like we had 3 different questionnaires, one for the top management, one for the faculty, and one for the student. And we had proper analysis of those questionnaire which were open-ended to understand what do the top management, what does the faculty, and what does the student think about inclusivity, accessibility, and digital education with quality perspective in mind, and what do they expect. So we had a huge data collection in the process, and we understood that institutions should increase offering learning resources and create inclusive content and pedagogy to ensure robust curriculum, course curriculum with digital and online resources which have relatively high significance compared to the other themes. So talking about how do we do that digitalization with inclusivity in process, we need to have access to complete the digital infrastructure within our campuses, which is very much lacking and having a gap in the coming days. So we need to have relatable internet access, which establish the robust Wi-Fi network across the campuses. We need to have device accessibility like laptops, tablets, assistive technologies. We need to have LMS, which is like compatible for the screen readers, captions, and other assistive tools, especially for the ones who have a visibility issues or listening issues. So along with that, we need to have a digital literacy for all stakeholders, which includes students, faculty, and also technical support office. So we need to provide them on the regular training and offering workshops to them to understand the educational technologies, online collaboration tools, and cyber security practices, provide the technical staff various IT support for various type of troubleshooting situations. We need to have an inclusive pedagogical approach where the institution should have a preparedness towards extent to adopt teaching methods that cater to diverse learning needs, such as universal design for learning, which incorporate representation, engagement, and expression of address various learning preferences by students. We need to have synchronized and asynchronized learning options, which is flexible for learning models and offering various time schedules for the students where various abilities and time zone differences. The report also came up with then understanding that there is a need to have an equity in digital content delivery. Like for example, the students must have access to course materials, like transcripts for videos, various text images, ensuring compatibility with the assistive technology, and also, which is very, very important, is multilingual resources for for the support of non-native speakers and international students and students with various abilities and so on. In the process, what is very, very important is we need to have a policy and governance framework which support the digital inclusivity along. So data privacy, anti-discrimination policies, feedback mechanism for for the students, faculty, on how to have a digital learning experience must continuously improve in the process. And in the end, which I was talking about, collaborative partnership with technology providers, government bodies, multiple universities in international forum who have the best practices included in their campuses, NGOs can amplify effort towards inclusivity. So public to private partnership must happen, collaborating with tech companies to provide affordable or free access to digital tools. International universities can help us devising the best practices and learning from the benchmarking. Various Erasmus and similar initiative projects which leverage to international, projects like AIDEDU to develop inclusive digital learning environments. So I would like to conclude in this presentation that in the process of going through the various work packages of understanding that how do we establish the teaching and learning platform using accessibility, inclusivity, and digitalization in the process of achieving SDG 4 and 10 and 17, that digital preparedness is not merely about adopting new technology, but also creating an inclusive ecosystem where students from various backgrounds and ability can thrive. By addressing the infrastructure, literacy, pedagogy, various government initiatives, higher education institution can ensure a digital transformation which leads to equitable and enriching learning experiences. So organizations who looking forward for various higher education institutions who looking forward for such kind of approach where we need to have an understanding that where we stand, we need to have a proper thorough checkup and understanding that where we stand, where the gaps are, and how do we bridge the gap to achieve the best practices in teaching and learning, using digital and inclusive learning methods. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Shalini Barrier, for connecting the AI with digital preparedness of the higher education for inclusivity, of course. Thank you so much, and for your deliverance, which is very much based on the research. I was also the part of that, and so I can understand how the institutions should be prepared now to leverage the benefit of the technology for inclusivity, for accessibility of the diverse learning tendencies that the students come up with. The youth are with us. Thank you so much. It's very much relevant, very significant contribution here. So on the row, without much ado, now I would like to request and call upon Professor Bal Krishna Bal. He is the Associate Dean of Kathmandu University School of Science and Technology, talking about harnessing AI NLP for sustainable development and inclusive innovation in Nepal. The floor is with you, sir.
Good afternoon and namaskar. Today I'll be talking about harnessing AI and NLP for sustainable development and inclusive innovation. And basically I will be covering the following contents. First of all, I'd introduce what AI and NLP is. We have heard a lot about AI, and it will be worth a little bit of introduction about NLP, so I'll be doing that. And then before I jump into showcasing basically or discussing the ways how AI and NLP could be sustainable solutions, we'll be talking about Nepal's current landscape as well. So where we are at the moment and where do we stand in terms of IT and the ICT sector. And then I'll be talking about AI and NLP for sustainable development goals, because SDGs are really important from the perspective of how we develop solutions that would be beneficial to the society as a whole. And then I'll move on to inclusive innovation. So innovations also need to be inclusive, so that a certain sector of the society does not get left out, And then finally, I will conclude my presentation, my talk, with the roadmap and call to action. All right. So what is AI? So basically, it's AI are systems that simulate human intelligence. So that's a simple definition. If we go broader or if we go precise, then there could be several definitions of AI. But now moving on to natural language processing, or NLP, it's basically AI that understands and interacts with human language. Right. So, and natural language processing, or NLP, encompasses two different terminologies. The first one is NLU, that's natural language understanding, and the second one is natural language generation, or NLG. So, how do we understand NLU and NLG in simple terms? So, if we are basically, asking an app, for example, about the weather of Kathmandu, and then, in that case, for the app to answer correctly, it needs to understand what we are asking about. So that's about NLU, right? So what's the weather like today in Kathmandu to a weather app? That app should understand the intent of that particular question. And then NLG is basically what the app does. What the app does after understanding the intent of our question, basically generates answer. So in a nutshell, we can basically classify NLP as two different subgroups, as natural language understanding and natural language generation. So what's really the current landscape, Nepal's current landscape? So Nepal basically faces several socioeconomic challenges, and this could be the rural and urban divide. So we have, let's say, the urban areas like Kathmandu Valley and a few other cities which have better internet connectivity, education system, and healthcare conditions, and versus those rural, far-flung villages which do not have that much of infrastructure and access to the internet. So we have a rural and urban divide. That's one of the problems that we are facing in Nepal. The other is about the literacy rates as well. So the general literacy rate is for 2021 census is 76.2%, where there is 83.6% male and 69.4% is female literacy. And similarly, the financial literacy rate is 57.9% as per Nepal Rashtra Bank 2022 report. And then moving on to digital literacy, it's just 31%. So that's where there is a significant gap in the skills needed for modern technology adoption. That could basically lead to resistance to technology adoption, as well as basically the incompetency to basically catch up with the fast pace of technology evolution. About the digital penetration, as of January 2023, we have 51.6% internet penetration. That's 41% of the total population of Nepal. Social media users, basically 139.2% of the total population via cellular mobile phones, right? And the other thing that to note here is that in the UN's e-government development index, we are in the 125th rank. So that's not very encouraging. So basically, we need to work in this particular aspect. So how we will basically uplift our status. Nevertheless, there have been several efforts from the government side, and Digital Nepal Framework is one of those efforts, which basically bridges the gaps by expanding internet access, implementing digital literacy programs, and improving the digital infrastructure. However, the key challenges that we are facing at the moment is basically the lack of localized solutions. With the advent of AI and several large language models, of course, basically, and the chat GPT being in our custody, we have been able to basically, get answers to certain problems. But however, I mean, we still lack the localized solutions to our problems. There are resource constraints, and the other problem is the policies are also not that strong, and they are not very friendly towards technology development. There is high cost and cultural resistance to adopting digital tools as well. However, there are emerging opportunities. So basically, there is an active tech ecosystem, and there are several startups, academia, and government initiatives basically coming up. So Nepal ranks 101st out of 133 countries in the Global Knowledge Index as per 2023. So as of 2024, that's this year, so several hundred active startups have basically come up in various sectors, including fintech, edtech, cybersecurity tech, and agri-tech, among others. So this is really encouraging news for Nepalese. So IT sectors is basically contributing approximately 4.5% of the country's foreign exchange earnings. So Nepal's IT service exports were valued at NPR 67 billion in 2022, and this is basically increasing, right? So, and furthermore, for the fiscal year 23-24, government of Nepal has allocated NPR 1 billion in research, innovation, and invention. This might not be as much as we desire, but this is at least something that the government has provisioned. And then NPR 1.25 billion to encourage startups by developing incubation centers. So the other noteworthy thing is that the government of Nepal has declared 2024-2034, 10 years period, as the decade of information technology to position Nepal as an emerging tech hub with goals to create 1.5 million jobs and establish policies supporting startups, data centers, and broadband expansion. So what are some of the AI and NLP emerging opportunities? So what are some of the potentials? So AI has a lot of potentials to enhance areas like healthcare, education, and governance. And for a developing country like Nepal, I think we can take the maximum benefit out AI to basically enhance these areas. For in healthcare, for example, we can basically use this with the help of smartphones and tablets. We can go for disease diagnosis at an early stage using AI. So remote diagnostics and telemedicine could be highly beneficial to us. At the same time, we can also go for health monitoring to track the chronic diseases via AI-enabled wearables and send real-time alerts to patients. Similarly, AI also could be used for better and optimized resource allocation. Similarly, in the education front, we could go for personalized learning because in a classroom of, let's say, X number of students, not every student would have the same capability of learning. So based on their personalized capabilities, we could basically cater some personalized content, right? And that too we can basically do through AI-enabled applications. Language and accessibility, that's another part that we can basically work on. So basically what we could do is we could translate the educational materials in the language of the students, for example, in the mother tongue of the language, and that would highly enable the understanding of the student of the education materials. Similarly, we could also go for teacher training as well. Yeah. So in the governance part, so we could also go for efficient service delivery, data-driven decision, and transparency and accountability. Right. So I just want to go quickly because I've been hinted that there's a little bit of time. So we could basically map AI and SDGs as quality education, that's SDG 4, good health and well-being as SDG 3, and reduce inequalities as SDG 10 out of the 17 SDG goals. Case studies, so quality education, we could basically go for NLP-based tools for translation of the educational content in local languages, for example, Nepali, Maithili, Newari. So need to note that there are 124 languages in Nepal, so Nepal is a fertile land for language technology development and research. For good health and well-being also, we could develop chatbots in Nepali for mental health counseling, disease diagnosis, and so on. Similarly, we could go for reducing inequalities. We can basically provide, government services through different NLP tools and AI-driven systems. Opportunities are definitely for inclusive opportunities. We can leverage NLP for underrepresented languages, for preserving Nepalese linguistic diversity. Digital inclusion, we can go for accessible tech solutions. And then we can basically, in terms of democratizing AI, we can basically develop data and make it open so that people, more and more students and researchers get to use that data. Obviously, there are challenges with this because one of the primary challenges is ethical concerns, because algorithms and data sets itself could be biased, and we would need to make sure that the data itself is unbiased and our models are basically representative and not necessarily non-representative. There are infrastructural limitations, there are skill gaps where we need to basically overcome those challenges. And finally, the recommendations, basically the academia industry are basically working in their own right, but basically we need to force some collaboration and establish national AI and NLP research centers. We need to promote open research in the Nepali language and our dialects and other languages of Nepal. We need to force public-private partnerships for innovation, and we need to go for education and skill-building initiatives in AI and NLP. Finally, this is my final slide, and the call to action is let's build inclusive and sustainable AI solutions together for better Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Balkrishna Bal, for highlighting for your deliverance of AI with the definition, then the problem, low literacy in Nepal, and the issue of the accessibility of the people, and also the new efforts that we need. So many challenges, but at the same time the opportunities. For example, to use the AI in health, governance, and also developing the teachers and education as such. So mapping the AI with the SDG is the new agenda, and definitely your recommendation for collaboration is very much remarkable. Thank you so much, Professor Balkrishna Bal, the Associate Dean of Kathmandu University. So now on the line we have another keynote speaker, Professor Pallavi Srivastav. She is online. Professor, she is joining us from Lucknow. So, Professor Pallavi Srivastav, I leave the floor with you. Over to you, and for 10 minutes. Yeah.
All right. So, namaskar and a very good afternoon, esteemed guests, eminent speakers, and dear participants. And first of all, I congratulate the organizing committee of the 6th Global International Conference 2024 for curating this comprehensive 2 days mega event. And it's an honor to be invited to speak today about a subject that is shaping the future of business and leadership, that is management trends and orientation in the 21st century. So I would like to share my screen. Let me just share my screen here.
IT, please.
Is it visible to all?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
It's now visible. Yes.
All right. Okay. So thank you. And the world of management has always been dynamic, but the pace of change during the last decade has been unprecedented. So we see technological advancement, shifting workforce dynamics, and global challenges, and particularly because of the recent pandemic. So this has completely redefined the essence of management and leadership today. So in the next 10 minutes, I would be highlighting the key trends that are influencing management success, and discuss how managers must orient themselves to thrive in this new era, and of course how we as management educators, B schools, can equip our management students or budding managers to align themselves or prepare themselves to these trends. So coming to these are the 5 key trends that I could see as more prominent ones. So coming to the first one about digital transformation and AI integration, we find that the 21st century is the era of digital transformation. And artificial intelligence, big data, and automation are revolutionizing industries from healthcare to finance, from retail to manufacturing. Take Amazon, for example. The company uses artificial intelligence to predict consumer preferences, optimizes logistics, and manage inventory with remarkable efficiency. This strategy not only drives profitability, but also enhances customer satisfaction. Similarly, the banking industry has embraced artificial intelligence through chatbots like HDFC's bank's EVA, which handles billions of customer queries, providing them with instant solutions and reducing wait times. Now, the challenge for managers here is to integrate these technologies while maintaining a human-centric approach. Technology should amplify human capabilities, not replace them. Second one, sustainability has transitioned from nice to have to core strategic must-have imperative. Customers have and investors increasingly prioritize organizations with strong ESG credentials. For example, Unilever's Sustainable Living Plan focuses on reducing environmental impact while increasing positive social outcomes. The program has driven innovation with over 70% of its growth coming from sustainable brands. Similarly, Tesla's commitment to renewable energy and electric vehicles showcases how sustainability and innovation can converge to create market leadership. Call to managers is to embed SDG and ESG principles into their decision-making processes, understanding that sustainability is not just ethical, but also a driver of competitive advantage. Now, the third one, which is about the global, remote and hybrid workforce model. So the global pandemic accelerated the adoption of remote and hybrid, Yeah. So is it visible? The screen is visible right now?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay.
Please continue.
Right. There's some issue at my end, so I'll just try to resolve it. Okay. I'll just stop share and then I'll continue again. Okay, now it's fine. Sorry for the... I think there's some problem here. Yeah. So coming to the remote work and hybrid models, we see that the global pandemic has fundamentally changed the workplace landscape. So remote work and hybrid models are no longer temporary adjustment, but have become a permanent fixtures. Accenture's hybrid work model combines remote work with in-person collaboration hubs, boosting productivity while preserving team culture. For managers, this trend necessitates a focus on building virtual collaboration skills, ensuring inclusivity in dispersed teams, and finding innovative ways to maintain engagement and cohesion. Tools like Slack or Zoom facilitate this, but the human element, empathy, and clear communication remains irreplaceable. The fourth one, the modern workforce values well-being and inclusivity at workplace as much as if not more than financial compensation. So mental health programs and diversity initiatives are no longer optional, but they are strategic imperatives. For instance, Meesho, an e-commerce company in India, has a reset and recharge policy, which gives the company-wide break of 11 days to each one of its employees so that they can unplug from work and focus on their mental and physical well-being. Now, during this break, employees are not allowed to use laptops, Slack messages, emails, meetings, or stand-up calls. Similarly, to encourage diversity and inclusion, Coca-Cola has implemented unconscious bias training globally, ensuring a more inclusive and equitable workplace. Finally, agility is the hallmark of successful organizations in the 21st century. The ability to adapt quickly to market changes is crucial, and this requires fostering a culture of continuous learning. Netflix exemplifies agility, having pivoted from a DVD rental company to a global streaming powerhouse by embracing technological advances and predicting consumer shifts. Upskilling programs like AT&T's Future Ready initiative encourages employees to continuously acquire new skills, ensuring the organization stays competitive in a tech-driven world. So managers must champion this spirit within their teams by encouraging experimentation and learning from failures. Now, coming to orientation for future-ready management. So to navigate these trends effectively, managers must focus on 3 orientation. So in the era of uncertainty, adaptive leadership is critical. Leaders must embrace ambiguity, must make quick decisions, and inspire confidence in their teams. As Peter Drucker said, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence, it is to act with yesterday's logic. Leadership in the 21st century requires adaptability. Managers must embrace uncertainty, make data-driven decisions, and inspire confidence among ambiguity. So while technology is a powerful tool, it should serve as an enabler of human potential. Managers must strike a balance between leveraging technological advancements and fostering the human touch in decision-making and collaboration. So while artificial intelligence and automation are powerful tools, they must be used to augment human intelligence rather than replace it. In healthcare, AI-driven diagnostics assist doctors by identifying patterns that might be missed, but the final decision must rely on a physician's expertise and empathy. So today's workforce seeks more than a paycheck. They want to be a part of an organization with a clear purpose. Managers must articulate and embody value-driven missions that inspire employees to contribute meaningfully. Patagonia's commitment to environmental conservation resonates deeply with its employees and customers, making it a model of a purpose-driven company. Similarly, the Tatas in India are known to be an organization with a purpose. Managers must articulate and live by their organization's purpose, inspiring employees to align with broader goals and that go beyond financial success. Now coming to the third element of my presentation, which is about what we as management educators, how can we align with these trends and orient our students accordingly? So influenced by these trends, the need of the hour for management educators should be as follows. Equip
Professor Pallavi would like to request you to now wrap up.
Intelligence into strategic decision-making and operational workflows. Impart job-relevant skills by focusing on problem-solving and critical thinking and leadership development through real-world simulations and case-based learning. Promote experiential learning by collaborating with companies and NGOs for internships, live projects, hackathons to solve real-world problems. Bringing business and social problems to the classroom with the help of case studies and guest lectures for discussions on environmental crisis, corporate ethics, and socio-economic issues. Now, future managers need to be ethical leaders who prioritize
Professor Pallavi
societal
Srivastava, could you please now wrap up in 1 minute?
Just 1 minute, yeah.
Yes,
I'll finish
we're
it,
running out
wind
of
it up in the
time.
next 1 minute. So management education should integrate courses on sustainable business practices, corporate social responsibility, and ethical leadership. The PRME, that is the Principles for Responsible Management Education framework, guides institutions in creating curricula aligned with sustainability goals. Mental health concerns can be addressed by creating supportive learning environment with access to counseling and peer support initiatives and teaching courses related to stress management, emotional intelligence, and resilience. Now to conclude, The 21st century presents both immense challenges and unprecedented opportunities for managers by embracing digital transformation, prioritizing sustainability, fostering agility, and leading with empathy. We can shape organizations that are not only successful but also impactful. B schools have a role to play by structuring the course content and delivery that takes care of these needs. Together, let's create a workplace that drives innovation, sustainability, and shared prosperity. So with this, I end my presentation today, end my address today, and thank you so much for your attention and the opportunity to share these insights with you today. Thank you. Have a nice day.
For highlighting the key trends of the management and also the orientations. So just to take a few messages, key messages like we need the adaptive leadership, technology as an enabler, not a replacement, and also cultivating the value-driven organizations. Of course, technologies. Finally, you also emphasize for collaborations, future collaboration. Thank you so much, Professor Pallavi. Now, we have the second last keynote speaker of this session, and he's joining us from Portugal. I now request the IT, please check that Mr. Paulo Miguel Santos Moniz. He's going to speak about safeguarding the future, critical infrastructure protection, digital sovereignty, and cybersecurity from Portugal. Over to you, Mr. Paulo Miguel. Yes, okay. Please unmute your mic. We can see your slide, your profile. Please unmute your mic.
The host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves. I cannot okay. Are you listening to me?
Yes. We hear you now.
Okay, thank you, sorry. Thank you for the invitation. How much time I have?
You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. Thank you. I will try. So just to give you a quick introduction of myself. So I work in cybersecurity in an energy utility company for more than almost 20 years in this position of cybersecurity, and I have some graduations about over the topic. And now I'm trying to get a PhD in terms of science political, but studying the digital effects in the democracy or in the relations of power between states. So the idea here is to provide you a sense of the importance of cybersecurity and the critical infrastructures. So let's look at assets, vulnerabilities, attacks, and impacts. So when it comes to defend your organization, your country, your entity, so you need to understand what are the critical things that you have. So in some companies, like ours, we have business services that is making available the energy to the entire community and the customers. So the privacy data from our customers and the critical infrastructure. So regarding critical infrastructures, we can have a lot we can name it a lot. So in Portugal, Eastern countries, in Nepal for sure. So roads, power, transportation, water resources, ICTs, communications are all critical infrastructures that should be protected. The critical infrastructure itself is like an asset, could be a bridge, for instance, but all these critical infrastructures are nowadays and now on each more controlled by IT. So we are completely dependent on technology information. And these critical infrastructures could be also be the submarine cables that cross the oceans to take the internet bytes, or even the satellites. Everything now is basic, is underpinning, is the basis of the functionality of our society, all the services, all the safety that we have. So between all these sectors, we have very real interdependence is very clear. So you can have energy just filling or giving energy to transportations, to food and agriculture, to industry, communications. You need communications to manage the energy network and so on. So we have all this complex map that all of this depends nowadays on technology. And sometimes we don't have the clear assurance, the clear view of how much we are now depending on this and how much our societies hindering with as small breaches that we can have in terms of cybersecurity. Just to give you an idea, the port of Japan, the seaports in Japan was attacked not long ago, and the impact was on several industries, as you can see here, but Toyota was one of them. So a cyber attack in one of these critical infrastructures could injure all the sectors and create chaos in the society. So how can this happen? How can it happen? Because these organizations have critical infrastructures, how can they be attacked? So flaws, that means vulnerabilities that can be created intentional or not intentional, and most of them will be not intentional. If I had time to explain here, it will be fantastic to see how much examples we can take from this. But are the open doors and the open windows in our home that the attackers can explore. But the difference is that is more complex than our home. So the IT systems are completely complex systems. And then complexity is something that we should avoid, but it's impossible because our society depends on cybersecurity. But in critical services, we need to control somehow this complexity. And maybe AI will help us in the good side of the force to understand the complexity that we have already created in our world. Legacy systems in this kind of companies that manage critical infrastructures is also a risk because these systems were designed way in the time that the internet was fluffy. It was something that was only for academics and a few people in the world, and no security issues was considered on the internet. So this is also something to take care. The procedures and configurations, even the configurations of this video call that we have, if we don't have a protection, someone can enter and see and hinder the confidentiality of this conversation. Also, the cultural things, the cultural scenarios, people don't understand the cyber risk as they understand the conventional risk. I understand the risk of crossing a road, but the cyber risk is not easy to explain. So cultural aspects, and we talked already in some previous interventions about education. Education is fundamental to create this awareness of cyber risk, because all these people are dealing, or the ones that work in companies as mine are managing systems that controls critical infrastructures. So also the service providers, because lots of service providers come in and come out in our organizations. And you bring let's say the digital transition make IT seem so easy that the people just bring your own device and things like that and connect the devices without thinking in the consequences. Another aspect, and in this slide I could spend more than half an hour or at least something, it's like the IT and the OT networks. The IT networks is the corporate network, the one I'm using here to be with you, and the OT networks are the cyber physical things that controls things that moves and that controls. And in the past, these networks were separated, and the security of the OT network was by obscurity, because no one knows the protocols that were there. But nowadays, since we want more services, we are going to be more connected, more evolution, all these networks connects, and the protocols are becoming the same. So we are creating very, very concerning risks in the OT environments, also with this connection. The cyber attacks are in the cyberspace. They are the cyber attackers have the perfect space landscape, because the cyberspace has low barriers to entry, because everyone with a computer can attack a company with the critical infrastructures that don't have protection. So each of us here can do that, and we cannot carry a tank to attack these companies. So the mutable geography, the people next to you could be attacking, and you think, or your systems shows that they are in the other hemisphere of the world. The opportunity for cancelment. The cancelment is when you hide your identity, and no frontiers to define if someone is attacking you or is provoking you a war or things like that. So there is a question that I'm not drilled down here, that is cyberspace a global common or no? And there's something to discuss also, because it's a subject that I like more, but I don't think it's a really global common. You get to know. So we can have the instruments of power inside or outside the cyberspace, creating effects inside or outside the cyberspace. And we go now to the hybrid. The cyberspace and the cyber technologies are creating now the perfect landscape, the perfect tools to leverage the hybrid warfare. Hybrid is not new, but when you act in some areas of the society and you below the threshold of the conflict, you are creating chaos and creating this credibility in the society, and you can use cyber to do that. We have examples in the Ukraine war with the Russians, so our documents, it's not delegated, it's documented. And the impacts could be on the political side, so critical infrastructures, as I mentioned before. Tech giants now have a widely unprecedented power. So defending our critical infrastructures is not is up also to these organizations that sometimes are controlled by private shareholders. So defending this kind of organizations is not a matter only of defense forces and the security forces. It's a different paradigm in our society. The economic impact is huge. So some companies don't recover after a cyber attack. So it's important to understand this. It's very huge, this economic impact. The social also, and we need also upskilling people to manage and to create awareness. It's very important to do this in our society, just to create this sense of cyber risk that I mentioned. And in terms of technology, we have challenges. We already embraced this in the previous talks about AI.
So, Mr. Polo, I would request you to try to conclude
I'm
now
controlling
in
the time. 1 minute. I'm controlling things. You can use it for the bad side or the good side. So it's important to have this in mind. And finally, the legal. So because we are creating more and more regulations and laws on cybersecurity, and we need to understand where this leads us and where I'm moving towards. So it's important. It's an interesting topic and also implies in our sovereignty and digital sovereignty. Thank you. Sorry, but
thank you, Mr. Polo from Portugal. Sorry for the time crunch that we are running with. And thank you for highlighting the cyber security, the critical infrastructure, and the capacity to leverage, of course, human energy. Thank you so much. And now the last keynote speaker we have for this session is, I request now, Mufta Freyer from Ireland. He's joining online from Ireland. Mufta Freyer, the last keynote speaker, is talking about autonomous vehicles and industrial domain. IT?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, you are audible. Over to you now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As time is limited, I go straight forward to my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Clear, yeah? All right. First of all, I just want to thank the committee for your invitation and for the, sorry, you can hear me, yeah? Yeah. Sorry, can you hear me? It's all right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Today's presentation about my research journey as a postdoc researcher at University of Limerick, Ireland, named Autonomous Vehicles in the Industrial Domain, my research journey. First of all, as I said, hello everyone. Thank you for your invitation, committee, everyone, make this event happen and possible. I'm just going to go through my slides in general. So today I want to talk about why this topic matters, the autonomous vehicle, what are they, and why the industrial domain, the autonomous forklift global report I found, and I want to summarize it a little bit. Also to talk about my project, which I'm working at the moment, and then answering some questions like why this type of research is important, and give challenges I faced and conclusions. And at the end, I will give a proposed key messages to the audience. I introduced myself already. So currently, the autonomous vehicles and the industry is a very hot topic because of, as you can see, this era is witnessing a great deal of development in the field of robotics and autonomous vehicles that have the potential to transform our transportation system in terms of safety, reliability, and efficiency. So Again, why this topic is matters as AV, autonomous vehicles, are revolutionizing the way of industrials operate, and of course the potential of enhancing the efficiency and safety and the cost effectiveness is enormous. Also, the key focus area is industrial applications and the challenges and opportunities. So now, what are the autonomous vehicles for those who don't know exactly, or vehicles capable to navigate and perform specific tasks with minimal and no human intervention. So we have like what we call levels of interventions. So now we're talking about navigate autonomous vehicles to do a specific task with minimum intervention. So it must be a technology involved in this technology. So we need sensors like LiDAR, camera, radar, and we need definitely algorithms like machine learning, computer vision, algorithms, models, AI models, and we definitely need IoT integrations, edges, and cloud computing. So here I'm trying to explain the differences. Because I have a limited time, so I will go through it, and if someone have questions, we can back to me, okay? So why industrial domain? Industrial domain, it has an impact. It's streaming operations in your manufacturing, logistics, and mining. Of course, reducing human error and increasing safety. Example, here, autonomous guided vehicles in a warehouse, which is I'm working at the moment, and robotic forklifts for handling like loads of material in the warehouse. So why this type of research is important? Again, it's important because it addresses a real world challenges in automations and in industrial efficiency, particularly in environments where the precision and safety are critical. So as you can see here, we have first, second, third, until we reach the fourth generation of manufacturing. Ultimately, the research contributes the advanced industry 4 goals, 4.0 goals, enabling smarter interconnected systems that support safer and more efficient and sustainable operation across various domains. From the last 3 years, I've been working on a project funded by a company called Combilift, which is well known in the field of manufacturing autonomous vehicles, forklifts. The title of this project is Autonomous Payload Perception System, a Technical Feasibility Exploration. These are some photos from our demo room in the warehouse, or where I'm working at the moment. I just choose these random photos from when we installing our cameras to the forklift. As you can see here, we have different setups for this type of autonomous vehicles. This is our proposed prototype. Again, so we have pros and opportunities for autonomous forklifts. We have less human intervention needed. So we have some scenarios where intervention is needed when the red flag show up to ask the operator to intervene if something happen in different specific scenarios, and they definitely give a cost saving, reducing labor costs, increase efficiency. Again, enhancement the productivity can be 24/7 operation. I mean, working all the time and improve safety. Fewer errors. That's obvious here, as you know, we don't have like a tiredness driver or some drunk driver or anyway, so it's a system that can be worked for a longer time with more safety. Proposed key message. So here in Ireland, as I'm working here now for about 10 years. The lessons I learned about Ireland itself, because I'm here at the moment, Ireland taught me that the importance of industry, academia, partnerships in driving national innovations. Adapting this in Nepal means building a framework where industrial activities support academic and research, and vice versa. So now I'm working at University of Limerick, but in our project we have like a collaboration with the other manufacturer called Combilift. So in this way, I'm engaging with the engineers like 3 days a week. So we have feedback from them. We work in the labs, come back again to the demo room, do trials and tests, and from this the beneficial comes from the industry-academia partnership. Also, by aligning academia goals with industry needs, as I witnessed in Ireland, Nepal can foster ecosystems of innovation that directly contributes to the economic growth, which is that's what I believe. According to my experience, and when I discussed with a few colleagues, even from Nepali University, like Samir Karal. Number two, I believe the lessons from the time in Ireland, like applied research, industry-ready educations, and government support, can significantly impact Nepal's journey towards the modernization, that means specifically in the industry field. A few days ago, when I was preparing this presentation, I come out with this report about the importance of the global markets on this field, autonomous forklifts. So the global autonomous, I quoted this from that report. The global autonomous forklift market grew up from 5.85 billion in 2022 to 6.51 billion in 2023 at the compound annual growth rate. 10.1%. Also, the autonomous forklift market is expected to grow up from 9.47 billion in 2027 at CAGR of 9.8%. Asia Pacific was the largest region, which belongs to Nepal definitely. So Asia Pacific was the largest region in the autonomous forklift market in 2022. And North America is expected to be the fastest growth region in the forecast period. So I quoted this, maybe for the audience will be interested. So the challenges I have at the moment when as a postdoc researcher, in my research, we have some technical challenges, which is regarding, as I said, I'm working on the scan loads, different type of loads like wooden bars, metal bundles, and different type of loads. We have what we call the shining surfaces, and the metal edges pose some challenges with 3D camera technology, specifically when the light is not like perfect. Also, autonomous forklifts are more expensive than other forklifts because they are often designed for specific warehouse tasks. So this is one of the challenges. The conclusion for my research is the purpose of my research is to develop a suitable creative perception system, which means using systems for sensors and algorithms for high fidelity perception forklift load, including the pallets and other non-uniform loads. So to come up at the end with the proof of concept prototype for the desired system. I hope by the time is okay now. Thank you very much for anyone. If you have any questions, I'll be ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Mukhtar from Ireland now, who talked about the technologies involved in the autonomous vehicles and the leveraging benefits of the technologies, of course, and on building finally also for the human collaborations, developing suitable systems. And so thank you so much for your message, and good luck. Have a nice time there. So after this, we have finished. We have come to the conclusion of the keynote session. After this, we have a parallel session, and before that, to announce the token of appreciation, to hand over the token of appreciation, I request Associate Coordinator of Conference, Dr. Akshay Arora, on the dais, and thank you so much for your patience. Hereafter, we will request you to go to the parallel sessions. He will direct you the places, locations.
Thank you so much, Dhruba sir. It was wonderful. I'm sure. How's the day going for everyone? Exciting and great. Thank you so much. Without taking much of the time for the keynote session closure, may I request our principal, Dr. Subhash Shrestha, to please come on the stage and hand over a token of appreciation to the keynote speakers. Also to tell you, the online speakers will be given or will be sent the token of love, which will be so much. Token of love, the love will be flowing from Nepal to them in their countries, and also the e-certificates will go to them. And for the keynote speakers present here, may I request volunteers to please bring in the token of love. May I request Dr. Subhash to give the token of love to Dr. Brigitte Phillips from Austria. I'm sure the energies will come back in the room if we clap louder. That's the Josh coming in. May I also request Dr. Subhash Shrestha to give the token of love to Dr. Professor Dhruba Kumar from IIMT University in India. May I request Dr. Subhash to give the token of love to Dr. Balkrishna Bal. Thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful to hear you in person. Deep Raval sir takes the most of us. All the love is going to him now. Thank you so much, Deep sir, for being with us. And thank you so much, all the keynote speakers, for being here. Now, to announce the parallel sessions beginning. Before we begin the parallel sessions, may I request Dr. Neeru Kumari Jha to be here in the hall. Dr. Sneha Chaurasia, Dr. Gajendra Sharma, Dr. Bhojraj Ghimire, Dr. Rahul Das Gupta, Dr. Shubha Divedi, Dr. Brigitte Phillips, and also Dr. Rundi Bhattrai to be here in the hall for a few minutes. Are we all here? Yes. Are we all here? So, thank you so much. Now, may I request, what will happen now is, we'll be going to the parallel sessions. The parallel session, only one of the parallel sessions will be taking place here in the hall. Remaining 7 parallel sessions, we have 8 this time, so all remaining 7 sessions will take in the different rooms down. I'll announce the room numbers. So all the audience members, whichever area interests you up, you can join that session physically. And all the other people who are watching us virtually, they will be directing to the rooms they wish to join in, right? So before we go towards the parallel session and we start going to the room, may I request Dr. Devraj Paneru sir to be on the stage and hand over token of love to them, because the closing of this parallel session will happen in the individual rooms, not from the dais, right? So the session chair will be closing their particular sessions. Session chairs will be. So may I request Dr. Devraj Paneru to hand over the token of love to Dr. Neeru Kumari Jha. Ma'am, if you could please be on the stage. This lady who has got highest energy right now is fasting today. Look at the energy levels. A huge round of applause for her. May I request the volunteers to please bring in the token of love for Dr. Neeru Kumari Jha. Dr. Sneha, you are the next. As I mentioned, the closing of this parallel session will be done by session chairs in their particular parallel room. May I request Dr. Sneha Chaurasia be on the stage and receive the token of love from Dr. Devraj Paneru. There's a surprise gift going in these white boxes. Anyone who can guess what is in the white boxes? The cup, the mug. The Liberty team is saying the mug, said the mug. We do not know. May I request Dr. Gajendra Sharma to please be on the stage and receive his token of love. May I request Dr. Bhojraj Ghimire sir to be. Bhojraj sir, if you don't mind, I'm just remembering Arijit Singh now. I don't know why. Come on, round a clap for him. May I request Dr. Rahul Das Gupta sir to please be on the stage to receive the token of love. Thank you, Dr. Rahul, for flying from India to attend the session for us. Thank you so much. Dr. Shubha Dwivedi, may I request your presence on the stage to receive the token of love? The best part is Dr. Brigid takes all the love from Nepal. Dr. Brigid, may I please request your presence on the stage to receive the token of love for being a parallel session chair. Dr. Brigid Philip, please. A round of applause will be really appreciated. May I request Dr. Dundi Bhattrai, sir, to please. He is already gone? I appreciate his energies that are flowing so better that he has jumped onto the session already. So now may I request, thank you Dr. Devra sir. Now may I request all the participants, all the presenters, all the viewers, all of us to move to parallel session. Now the question is which room, who goes? So the parallel session 1, which is of marketing, goes to room number 802, the 8th floor, just below this floor, the 8th floor, 802 room number, which is being moderated. Dr. Neeru Kumari Jha? Yeah, 802, ma'am. Room number, parallel session 2 is room number 801, Dr. Sneha Chaurasia, ma'am. Parallel session 3, 801, ma'am. 801. The parallel session 3 members who are presenting remain in this hall only. Dr. Gajendra Sharma, so you can be in this hall with us. Yeah. Now, parallel session 4, which is AI in management, session chaired by Dr. Bhojraj Gimire, sir. This will be room number 804, sir. Just one floor below this. Parallel session 5, which is chaired by Dr. Rahul Das Gupta. It will be 805. I'm sorry, I'll come back. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Parallel session 6, chaired by Dr. Shubha Dwivedi, ma'am. 806 room number, ma'am. Just below one floor. You may please proceed towards that. Dr. Brigid Philip, who is taking the GRP for our MBA students, room number 706, 2 floors below this one, 706 please. We are on the 9th floor right now, so 706. Dr. Dundi Bhattrai, I am sure he is already gone. Room number 702. Our BBA students are going to give presentation there. So all of you who have got interest in marketing may move to room number 802, the parallel session 1. Second is finance and entrepreneurship, room number 801. General IT is happening here in the hall itself. AI in management is happening in room number 804. Parallel session 5, general management is happening in 805. Human resource development is happening in room number 806. MBA GRP is happening in 706 and BBA GRP is happening in 702. 706. MBA 706. So all the people that, a handful of people that I see here, whichever area interests you, you can join there. Dr. Gajendra, are you there with us? May I request IT team to keep floating the different sessions where we are virtually connected. All the rooms are connected by the AI thing that we have got. So we'll request IT team to start up. Now with the parallel session 3, may I request Dr. Gajendra if he's here? For the washroom break. Thank you, volunteers who were really today. So our task is more or less over for now. Dr. Gajendra is here with us now. So we'll begin with the first presenter, Rakib Hossain Khan Mehndi Hassan, sir. Are you here? Can you use the IT to help you with the setup? Yeah, just. Dr. Gajendra, you can please be on the sofa here. And Dr. Samir, you being the moderator, you can be also on the sofa. A mic will be given to them, please. May I request volunteers of the IT team to give mic to Dr. Gajendra and also Dr. Samir if required. The IT support here will be given by Bhim sir and Sanjog sir if they are available here. Can I get the mic for Dr. Gajendra? All the presenters, we will have only 10 minutes time given to the presenter. And if the moderator and the session chair decides to ask you some questions, there will be some questions also. May I request IT team, once the session is over here, you can switch to the other rooms. You want to work, get what? Water, please. Volunteers, if you are available, can you please help us remove this all from here so that the presenters can be comfortable in walking if they want to. The volunteers are requested to pass on 2 mics to the session chair and moderator both. Yeah, you can put it there, please. Down. Also, while the things are taking place, a quick reminder to everyone who are watching us online and also the participants in the different rooms and here. We will have a panel discussion tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. which will be also live telecasted on the ABC television. So we all have to be here back at 9:30 and which is going to finish by 12:15. Mr. Rakib, are we ready? Can you get the mic on? Are we giving him the collar mic or are we giving him this hand mic? The collar mic or the... Okay, if you want to, you can use this mic. You can collect from Dr. Samir. The mic is there. Sir, it's working. Can you do the testing? Is it working?
Hello,
yeah.
hello.
Yeah, it's working. Rakib sir, you can be there near that screen so that the presentation is visible to the chair. Thank you so much. I'll sign off from here. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome in this last session of presentation. So each presenter will get 10 minutes for presentation, okay, strictly 10 minutes. Then we may have 2 to 3 minutes for question and answer. Exactly. So please focus on your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, very much. Can you show the slide, please?
IT team, our presentation slide, please. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is Khan Mehdi Hassan. I teach economics in Khulna University, Bangladesh. And my co-author, actually, Rakib Hossain. We are doing a PhD, and Mr. Rakib Hossain is the PhD candidate here. Somehow, I put some background of this research. Actually, like Nepal and some of the developing countries, we see that there is agricultural price volatility, maybe because of some disinformation, misinformation, lack of information, some distorted information, delayed information, and obviously also the role of some middleman, also some poor marketing linkage. So basically we are focusing on the information aspect. So somehow we, literature, experience, news, we find that there, in the rural market especially and into the urban market, there is a huge price gap between farm gate and the retail market. So yes, of course, obviously various factors focus on the region, and our focus, as I said earlier, that the asymmetric information. So ultimately we are planning for an RCT where we will provide some sort of city market price information to the rural farmer, and we will basically observe how this information benefit them in getting the closer price or the reducing the price gap between urban and rural area. So our objective is to conduct that RCT, and before that we already started some sort of literature review, and our today's presentation is actually based on some findings of our literature. So I welcome Mr. Rakib Hossain. He is also working for a long time in World Vision Bangladesh as a research manager, and now doing PhD on this issue. So I hand over the mic to Mr. Rakib and carry on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you the Global Conference Authority for allowing us to present our presentations. The topics of our presentation is the impact of information asymmetry on agriculture produce sales decision in rural area. As my professors start to discussions about how actually information asymmetry and how we are planning to measure it. So if you consider about the country like Bangladesh, where almost 43% of the employment solely depend on the agriculture. On the other hand, almost 17% GDP comes from the agriculture, and 84% of the rural population directly or indirectly, they are depending on the agricultural field of the Bangladesh. And besides that, there are other sectors like livelihood, food security, industrial raw materials, and others comes from directly from the agricultural field. So the agriculture remain a primary source of employment in Bangladesh, and due to there have many challenges like the poor infrastructure, limited technology, reliability on traditional information dissemination system, creating inefficiency, exploring information asymmetry. And this information asymmetry is actually what the term actually is. Let me clarify these things actually. The information asymmetry refers to a situation where one party in a negotiation has more or better information than other ones which give him the comparative advantage. For example, if you consider about that, when two parties is going to negotiate for a certain product, some party have the better information about the nearby or metropolitan market where actually this product is being sold in the higher price. But in the rural area particularly, where this things actually produced, they don't have enough information about the market price. They don't have enough information about the weather forecast. They don't have enough information, the other issues that may get benefit from the agriculture produce. So due to the lack of agriculture informations, they're sometimes getting substantial price, and it's might lower price than might obtain from their produced goods. And besides that, there are other factors also, like infrastructure, lack of poor infrastructure, or other communications barriers that sometimes hindering to getting the potentials from their agriculture produce. So here, if you consider about that, there have a scope of the middleman that actually have the better information of their market. So most of the cases, they're trying to manipulate the information for getting better benefits or better utilize their market knowledge. Sometimes they produce their goods in very low price and sells in the very higher margin in their local market as well as in the metropolitan cities. So here have a huge influence of the middlemen. So as my professor tried to discuss, this study is completely based on the secondary literature. We try to review most recent literature, policy paper, government publication, and industry reports to articulate in our write-up. And when we try to investigate about the literatures, that time we try to articulate some literatures from other countries also that give us a parallel and highlight a transferable knowledge that's actually directly related with Bangladesh and other neighbor countries actually who have this almost homogeneous economic characteristics. So if we go in the detailed discussions about our findings from the literature review, that's in middlemen dominate the agriculture price, control the labor, control the market information, and exploit farmers' lack of real-time data. That means when the farmers, when they're dealing with the producers, that time sometimes they're hiding or manipulating the information so that the farmers not getting the right benefits. On the other hand, this power imbalance as a key driver of the rural poverty, it's sometimes happening, and they are undercompensating for their livelihoods or for their labors. And sometimes the leverage superior market knowledge to maximize their profit and manipulations of the information, creating artificial shortage or supplies. So this is actually considering the other factors, or if you consider about the almost homogeneous characteristics of the agriculture market, the market access and the exploration of their informational advantages, that's actually limiting by a different perspective, and those perspective actually continuing the cycle of the poverty and increasing the cost of transportation and other issues. For Bangladesh actually face suboptimal economic outcome due to the limited access to the accurate market data, leading to poorly informed sell decision. That means they actually not able to taking decision where they will produce their produce goods and which market actually bring their goods in that market. And without real-time data actually, that low demand or depression local market access to the market information could mitigate those issues. That means if we are able to provide them the proper information, then they can reduce this type of asymmetry. So here I have some statistics that's actually found from the different type of studies. That's one study mentions like 70% of farmer in Bangladesh lack to reliable market information. It's not only information, it's about the reliable market information in which they can depend, or based on that they can depend in their decisions. And on the other hand, there have many other factors. That's, if you consider about the technology, that means the technological infrastructure is also issues. Here is mentioned 30% of the rural farmers are proficiently use mobile phones for their market information. And in Bangladeshi context, they have a market information system that Bangladesh government few years back developed, but due to the poor infrastructure or networks, only 45% of the Bangladeshi have here mentioned 45% of the rural areas in Bangladesh have poor or no networks. That means the connectivity is also issue for accessing the real-time information. And the poor infrastructure also issues, middlemen I already discussed, and the microfinance initiative have provided 40% of the rural farmers with better financial options. So if I go to the discussions that the information asymmetry in terms of the market price, in terms of the weather update, in terms of the transportation, in terms of the financial market, this information asymmetry sometimes is prevalent. Market signals become destroyed, and misallocation of the resources, price volatility, and reduce overall market inefficiency. So in Bangladesh,
2 minutes left, okay? Please manage your time.
Yeah. So the price difference between the market is substantial. Like my professor started to discussions that in the rural market actually the price gap is very high compared to the nearby metropolitan cities. So this metropolitan cities market information sometimes is volatile, and sometimes misinformation comes to the farmer. So the potential solutions may be the information technology or integration in the AI system into the planning process that can reduce the gaps. There need to increase the digital literacy, network coverage, affordable technological solutions, so that they can get updated market information, so that they can take their sales decision based on reliable data that is really lack in the agricultural market, especially in the rural market. So the effectiveness of the system depends on the reliable and timeliness of the information provided, which requires robust data collection and dissemination mechanism. In agriculture market, so AI could be a solution for providing real-time information, provide real-time update about the weather forecast or market information or any other. So if we can able to address these issues, this is actually directly contribute to the SDG no poverty. That means the zero no poverty is directly contribute to the zero hunger. It is directly contribute to the decent work and economic growth, and it also contribute in the reducing inequality. That means what the disparity will avoid, that the farmers will get proper benefit, and as a whole they will benefit from their agricultural produce and agricultural taking better sales decision, negotiating with the buyers and other stakeholders. So this is from our presentations, and thank you so much. We will be happy to answer your questions if you have.
Okay, thank you for the timely presentation. So if there are any questions, audience, we can ask 1 or 2 questions. Any questions from audience side?
Thank you so much for wonderful presentation. As you were talking about the agriculture productivity, its contribution to GDP of Bangladesh, and so many things. I am also the student of economics. So that's why, if you had included some data, some model in your study, that could be a quantitative research or a little bit more precious result. And whenever you formulate an econometric model, regression model, including some dependent and independent variables, and if you put the data, if you get some result, that would be more precious. This is just my suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Actually, this is the very beginning of our study, because the PhD is almost 4-year journey, and we are in the very middle of our journey. So we are continuously learning and try to integrate more data in our analysis and everything. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I have one question. Okay, just simple.
Please.
I assume that generally SAARC country has similar kind of features, kind of thing. So how your research can be implemented or can be applied in context of Nepal? Have you really envisioned in that way?
Yeah, it's a very good question. That's my professor at the very beginning tried to explain. That's we are doing an experiment in our country. That's at the very beginning we do our baseline, and after that we are giving continuously some data to the farmers, so that based on their data they can take decision where they will actually say they will sell in the farm gate or will they bring their produce in the nearby market. On the other hand, what price will ask for their product. Regularly sells that product, or they based on the updates from the previous day's value, actually they can negotiate with the buyers. So same context actually in the Nepal. If you considering about the agriculture product, the rural market system actually very scattered. So and this is very varying from one market to another market. So if someone have the detailed updates, what actually the current price in this market and that market, what was the value today, yesterday and day after, so easily they can decide and based on the weather update or forecasting or other information if available, they can easily take decisions what sort of inputs they will use, what time actually they will go for cultivation on other issues. So this is the issue. If they have information actually, that will enable them to take better decision.
Okay, one more question from my side, okay? Since this is a review paper, right? So what is your plan for quantitative data collection when you are going to collect the data?
Okay.
Thank you. Like I want to address like a bit in your earlier question. That's what the discussion already raised, that our plan. Basically, from the literature, we have identified some problem. Now, as a solution, we are trying to have an impact evaluation. And through the treatment and control group, in the treated group, we will basically provide the market information. And later, after 1 year and 1 season ending, we will get our result. And if we get our result successful, maybe that can be implemented to other Asian countries where market is volatile, if the providing information really makes sense to the farmer in getting their like the updated higher price, actually what they are getting. So Rakib, you can tell the plan what he asked like.
Thank you so much. Actually, our plan after completing the data, actually, we have a series of publications in our plan. So we plan for a good number of dissemination even in country and outside of the country also. So we will continuously try to. Okay, actually we are planning for experiments. That's actually in 2 groups there have, one control group and one is treatment group, and we have a sort of message that's actually we are planning to transfer to the control groups through our mobile messages, WhatsApp groups and other channels, that what actually information, what actually the price for a certain goods in their nearby market, actually the producer specific information. So some producers produce potato and we will provide them the information of the price information of the potato of their nearby market and as well as the metropolitan market. So after our experiment, we try to evaluate what sort of decision they are taking. They are still selling in the lower price in their local market, or they are getting better negotiated price, or they are going to the metropolitan cities to sell their produce goods.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your presentation. I like to call Yuvraj Paudel, Gajendra Sharma, Lok Vijay Adhikari, Sudan Jha to present their paper. The topic of paper is P-wave-based earthquake detection using Internet of Things, IoT.
Good afternoon, respected chair, moderator, and all the colleagues and dignitaries. My name is Yuvraj Paudel. I am an assistant professor of Midwestern University, Surkhet, and doing PhD from the Kathmandu University. Under the supervision of Professor Gajendra Sharma and Dr. Lok Vijay Adhikari. Our work is P-wave-based earthquake detection using the IoT. Outline of my presentation, introduction, what is earthquake, what is the P wave or seismic wave, and what is the Internet of Things, and objectives of this research, use of the IoT in earthquake disaster management, and the methodology we use, and the result and conclusion, and some differences. First of all, earthquake. Earthquake is the one of the most natural event that occurs almost every day in different part of the earth, caused by the movement of the collision of tectonic plates. It causes millions of people dies and homeless. The last event was recorded in Jajarkot earthquake in Nepal, November 3, 2023. It looks 153 human lives and injured many peoples. According to the global report of disaster risk, Nepal ranked in the 11th positions. So it is risk. All the part of the Nepal is in risk zone. Next one, seismic wave. There are many type of wave. Mainly there are two, primary and secondary. After then we have to come. They can combine in fourth, lob wave and other real wave. The primary wave. Our focus is in primary wave, which is the faster than the secondary wave, and the primary wave is not disasterable wave. So we have to pick up the signal of the primary wave and alert the people, the earthquake, the magnitude of earthquake, then capture area of the earthquake. For this, we have to use the Internet of the Things. Internet of the Things refers to the interconnection, network physically object, or so many sensors. We have to collect the data from the areas. So for that purpose, we have to use the Internet of the Things. For that, what is our objectives? The main objective of the research is to identify and develop the IoT model for POA-based earthquake detection and generate the alert signals. Why we have to use? Through the use of among these sensors and robotics like this, IoT helps minimize the risks and improve response by transforming earthquake disaster management from respective perspectives. So we have to use IoT for this disaster management like earthquake. What are these methodology we have to use? The methodology, first of all, we have to use risk assignment. Risk assignment is an essential first step in the earthquake disaster management and IoT based early warning system. We use this purpose to identify crucial assets and infrastructure that require monitoring and developing the model for predicting the earthquake. Our next one is predictive analysis. Predictive analysis can be used in IoT to analyze the historical data and real-time sensor data to identify the potential earthquake disaster. We use machine learning algorithms to develop the model that predict the earthquake based on the P wave. This is our architectures. In our architecture, we have to use 3 layers, pre-construction layers, where we have to deploy the different type of sensors, and communication layers. We have to use in communication layer, we have to use especially ZB, Wi-Fi, then others like Bluetooth, using different type of communication networks. In the application layers, we have to use different type of algorithm like machine level language. Machine language we have to use hybrid models, CNN and the first one models. This is our architecture and how they can work. And first of all, we have to earthquake collect the historical data from the seismological center, and earthquake collected data and bulletin. We have to abstract the feature and for calculation. Then this feature can be categorized in 2 parts. 70% are in trained models and 30% for testing models, and we have to develop the predicted models, and then we have to predict the earthquake. This is our models and how they can work. This is the flow charts. Yeah? When the earthquake occurs in the hypocenters, and we have to implement the different type of sensor in the ground, and from the epicenters, the P wave which can be absorbs the sensors, then they can be collected in the center stations, and we have to calculate within a seconds. In the Jajarkot case, when we have to visit in field visit, we have to observe the earthquake. Dr. Lokvijay Adhikari and me also stay in 8 days in Jajarkot, and we have to observe different type of disaster, and we have to educating, installing the seismometer in the epicenters, and we have to testing the data here there. From this, we have to result in some result is find out. The data set from the seismic center in Nepal was used for the validations for this data. Using from this, accuracy of earthquake detections in our model is accuracy 97.9%, and F1 score is in POF classification 93%. Accuracy in early reliable time detection, that means early warnings, is 95.4%, and F1 score is POF classification is 72%. Our model and the other random forest models, the comparison table of this one. So our model is best than the other models. In conclusion, it is possible to integrate interaction wireless sensor networks component into find the earthquake and alert the affected individuals. IoT enables that type of disaster, and when we have to use this type of IoT technology in the others disaster management systems, we have to save the life. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation and life-saving kind of project and research. I think 12 years before in Kathmandu University, Dhruba Shrestha, here currently he is in Europe, he also did research on earthquake kind of thing. So if you have gone through his work, thesis work, can you say what's the difference between his work and how you have enhanced your work if you have gone through that thesis?
No, sir, because the earthquake can be studied in different part of domains, but my study area is only the early warning, and I have to pick up the P wave signals only, and I have used some sensor for that way. What are the other like satellite image and other part of things, but in my research I can use the P wave and S wave when we have to drop the stone in the pond like this. The P wave and S wave can be generated same time, but the P wave can traveling fast, so we have to pick up the P wave. My research is focused only on that part. P wave, we have to absorb the P wave, and we have to alert the peoples when the S wave is come. So
okay, another question will be that how did you come to this that architecture that you have shown in your slide? What's the basis of that architecture?
There are so many.
Is that your architecture, or you have adopted from some?
No. Okay, thank you, sir, for that question. There are so many models used in Japan, but the scenario of the earthquake in Japan and Nepal has difference, because in Japan there is the earthquake is occur in the sea and far from 500 kilometers far than the living place. But in the case of Nepal, the earthquake is going in the same places where we have to stay. So we have to use so many models in different different literatures, but why this model are fit in Nepal or not? So we have to modify these models. This is not the same models when others are used. We have to modify this model which is applicable for the Nepals.
Again, that your project is means research is related with IoT, and you have already mentioned about sensor. So what kind of sensor you have used? And another is obviously you need data, and there is a lot of talk about data. How can we have data? Means Nepal lacks data. So in your research, how you manage that data, and what kind of sensor have you used in your research or project?
Okay, thank you, sir. For this purpose, we have to use the data from the National Seismic Center, because the Dr. Lokbiji Adhikari, which is also a co-author of these papers, is my co-supervisor and head of the National Earthquake Centers. At that times, we have to use the Nepal government data, but this is not sufficient for us, and they cannot provide all that data. For that purpose, models, we have to use some sensors which is available from the market and which is suitable for our climate. We have to choose that type of sensors, and we have to plan, and I have planned to install these sensors in certain places.
Okay, thank you from my side.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Like, just for my learning, the sensor data you mentioned from the IoT, actually who is getting the information? Is the Nepal Disaster Department, or you as a researcher, or like who is getting? And if there is some pre-signal, then is there any infrastructure to aware local people immediately so that the disaster risk become reduced, or anything?
Thank you, sir. I understand that. For that earthquake disaster in Jajarkot, at that time the government, renownable policy makers, and the National Earthquake Center Nepal is the chief of this. Dr. Lokbiji Adhikari is also with me, and at that time we have to use the national data. But when we have to implement some devices in the places, at that time this data are collected in my centers for the research, but this is not valid for the government. Government cannot say this is your data can be validated for us or not. This is the part of governments. In my research, we have to use the historical data from the government side. When the real-time scenario or real-time data, we have to generate the data in our centers, which is provided for government, but they can adapt it or not, I don't know for that.
Okay, Mr. Yuvraj, you have mentioned that your model is the best, right? So how have you made comparison of your results with other studies to claim that your model is the best one?
We have to use this in our models. We have to use two biggest earthquake data. One is the earthquake 2072. That data is also implemented in these models, and recently the Jajarkot models. So we also, first of all, we have to predict the result from our models, and we have to then we have to visit the real person and how they can feel our result, or the persons they are feeling are matching or not in Jajarkot. For that purpose, or when we have to implement these two type of data, and their accuracy is higher than the others, so I have claimed that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call Syed Ansari Ali, Saif Ali Prasad, Khetan Chaudhary. Sorry if I have pronounced your name incorrectly. Their topic is effect of agile terms on software productivity. They will be presenting online.
So please unmute your microphone and you can start the presentation. So is there any problem? Okay, next one, right? Oh, okay, okay. So please try once, okay, once again.
Please share your camera. Are you there? Sir?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Ashar? Can you hear us?
Sir? Are you hearing us? As your title is Effect of Align Teams on Software Productivity.
So we can call the next presenter then.
Okay.
To minimize the time, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Next, sir.
Okay, I'd like to call Mani Ratna Lamsal for his presentation. His topic is exploring the student perception of who. Okay, I'd like to call Engineer Ranjan Karmacharya. He will be presenting online along with Diksha Nankarmi, if I have pronounced correctly, sorry for that. The presentation topic is Youth and Digital Divide, Ethical Considerations in Access and Equality. Thank you.
Okay, Rajan, are you there? I think no. Where? Mani, sir.
Okay, I'd like to call Mani Ratna Lamsal sir for his presentation. His topic is exploring the student perception of homework assignment and academic performance at higher secondary level students in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Session Chair, dignitaries on the dash, fellow presenters, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Mani Ratna Lamsal, the lecturer of economics in the same institution where this program is going on. I am also the PhD student in India, currently in third year, is running right now. Actually, I am doing PhD in quantitative analysis, but today I am going to present the paper on pure qualitative data. The topic of my presentation is exploring the students' perception of homework assignment on academic performance at higher secondary level students in Nepal. A very burning topic, a very burning issue. Now, we Asian parents, what we think, once the schools, college, they provide lots of homeworks to the students, the quality will be improved. The debates are there. Whether it improves or it reduces the outclass activities of the students. Huge debates are there. Now, the researchers, scholars, they have found mixed effects. Some scholars, they have found more positive effects, and some found more negative effects. Now the question may be, why assignments are provided to the students? The reason may be, actually the students should be well prepared for the examination, so doing homeworks once again and again, it improves their quality. It is said that writing one time is better than reading 5 or 6 times. That improves the quality. It develops the regularly doing the homeworks, it develops the reading habit, writing habit, and motivates them too as well. And once they go from their schools or college at their home, now it develops their independent learning habit, And because of these so many reasons, the assignments are provided. Now, I don't want to go much more here because recently I am recovering from the dengue phase. So I'll be speaking a little less. Now, conflicts are there. So that is why I have gone through literature reviews, most of the literature reviews. Most of the studies on these particular issues are conducted by international scholars. And I have seen very few studies, very few research were conducted in Nepalese perspectives. International scholars, institutions, they did more research, why the students are assigning homeworks, what might be its effect on the students, and so on. So in order to explore the issue, what is the effect in Nepalese perspective, especially those students who are studying in 10+2, we say, or higher secondary level education in Nepal. So while going through the literature, I found the research gap, and that is why I have started to identify, to explore something new on this particular topic. Now talking about the research question, now this is my research question. Do homework assignments improve academic performance of students at higher secondary level in Nepal? To meet this research question, now here is the objectives of my study. The objective is to study, to explore, to identify the effects of homework and assignments on academic performance of the students at higher secondary level. I don't want to go much more on the literature review because this is everything is mentioned and written in my paper. I have gone through it. Many international researchers, articles, a few very less Nepalese scholars. Some found positive, some found negative. So I want to clarify what is in Nepal. Now this is the main part of the research methodology, data, sources, and method. In order to explore the effects of homework assignment on academic progress, because I have research participants, that is why we conducted our study at private and public colleges in Kathmandu. We employed the qualitative research design, means all data are qualitative data and none of them are quantitative data, as per my objective. Qualitative research design and purposive sampling technique was used to collect the primary data. I have formulated open-ended interview guidelines to to identify the first-hand and in-depth description of the students' perception on the effects of their homework on their academic performance. Now, I took the in-depth interview with 50 students, among which 30 participants are boys and rest were the girls. The qualitative response collected from the research participants were thematically coded. For the trustworthiness of the qualitative data, I think we have completed the member checking with key informants interview. Once I took the interview with the 50 participants, then I have selected a group of the students, including different levels, some from the top ranking, some from the middle level students, and some from the low level students, so that there would be the participation of each and every group of the students. Then I came to the findings. Most of the students have common voice about the effects of homeworks on time management, means what they said, because of the homeworks, we are sacrificing our time with parents, outgoing activities, and so many other activities. They perceive that they sacrifice their personal time with the friends and family, and reduce the quality sleep time even. If they have a deadline is provided to them to submit their homework by tomorrow, then they have to reduce their sleep time as well, and they have to complete their work. So the participants fully agreed that homework supports for independent learning, and all the research participants, they agreed, yes, even though it is burden for us, it is difficult for us, it is reducing our personal time, it supports for our examination and critical thinking, And even now what they said is the situation depends is for the subjects. What they said, it is quite interesting, more supportive in the quantitative subjects like mathematics, accountancy, economics, and it would be not much more supportive in core theoretical subjects. So more than 50% participants found that homework has benefit and rest found homework as the burden. Doing homework is the only burden, that is the waste of the time and so many things. 40% participants said that homework is waste of the time, and rest 60% found that homework increases the critical thinking and so many other things. All the participants strongly felt that homework should be provided in limited quantity, and what they said, sometimes the professors, the teachers, they give unnecessarily more homeworks to the students, so the quantity of homework should be reduced, a limited should be provided. And a questionnaire was there. Suddenly I could not include all the questionnaire that I said here. The 70% participants found that use of gadgets is supportive while doing the homeworks because we can source the newer things, informations by using our gadgets. And 30% felt that the use of gadgets, it reduces our own quality. So the findings of this study underscored the several key points regarding to perceived benefits and drawbacks of homeworks. A significant portion of the participants, they found that homework is crucial for our study. So these are the findings and conclusion, and I have gone through the references. There are so many. These are a few among them. So thank you very much for providing this platform for me. I'll be trying to answer if any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I think this kind of research is really necessary for a country like Nepal. I don't say it's a question, kind of just a query kind of thing rather than a question. Yeah. So how do you think this homework is really affecting child psychology kind of thing? Because as you have already mentioned in your presentation that sometimes they might burn out kind of thing. Yeah. So what kind of relation have you seen in their psychology due to this kind of overload of homework? Have you really gone through that kind of thing?
So actually I have gone through, I have discussed a lot with the students directly and indirectly, as I am also engaged in the same profession since last 20 years. The same profession, continuously teaching, reading, writing, publishing, research, everything. So what they said is, they said, well, it is essential for us that first of all, the quantity of homework should be identified. The quality homework should be provided. Homework should not be provided in the name of the homework. The second thing, what they said, whenever quality homework assignments are provided, so we are encouraged to do, but sometimes the submission deadline is very short. Because of very short submission deadline, we are very difficult, we are in very difficult position. We have to cut down our sleeping time. We have to cut down our time with the family members. Now, one student, what he said, one homework assignment provided to us during the Dasai Tihar vacation was write an essay, how did you celebrate Dasai Tihar with your family and relatives? And the student provided me the reply, yes sir, it was the day of the 8th or 9th day of the Dasai. My parents were talking with the relatives outside, and I was writing the essay on the same, sitting inside a room. Means I could not get the quality time to spend with the parents, to spend with the family members, to discuss with them. Rather, I was engaged doing more and more homework. So it creates more psychological problems as well. Now we see the students, they have different types of diseases right now because of assigning more and more homeworks. Yeah? Anxiety and many more types of diseases are recently identified. And one of the causes, I don't say more because of the homeworks, one of the causes might be the homeworks. Thank you so much.
Okay, again, like about query, like, do you have any information about how many assignments like they are supposed to submit in a particular subject? One thing. Second, my query is like, is it a part of evaluation? Like in the, is it a component of a score out of 100, like something? And yes, like in student psychology, obviously they are skeptical of reading. But if it is a 1 or 2 number, and like in your case, like do you have any policy that how many assignments can be done, and is it under the course curriculum or pre-announced that like you can have 2 or 3 assignments, or it completely depends on the course teacher? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, as I told in the beginning, we Asian parents, we believe that homework assignment improves the quality of the students. So thinking this, so some of the college, even though they just prepare the internal marking system as well, once you do your homework, that will be evaluated out of 5 marks or 4 marks or 10 marks, so that they will be motivated doing the homeworks. Different types of systems are there depending upon that. So now what types of policies should be adopted? Now if we stop providing the homeworks in this higher secondary level, now there should not be much more burden of the homeworks in higher level, bachelor level and other level. Now they should develop their critical thinking, independent learning by themselves. They know by themselves. But this is such types of age of the students. Up to grade 10, they will be following the instruction given by their teachers perfectly. If the teacher said yes, they have to do. Once they come in this level, this 2 years time duration, they have passed the school level, means 10th grade. Once they are upgraded in 11th and 12th grade, now they are in great dilemma. What they thought, this school level, higher secondary school level is a college. College means enjoying without doing the homeworks. But when we don't provide minimum level of homeworks, even now they may be distracted from their academic activities. So that is why a minimum standard of the homework should be designed by the curriculum department. This much should be provided, and that should be quality homeworks. Once the homeworks are given, now it should have some meaning. It should be meaningful and should address the result. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Just I have one question.
Yeah.
It's very basic maybe.
Yeah.
As the theme is on AI, just my question is like, do you have, in last week particularly, I participated in a workshop that title was like that the ethical use of AI in corporates and academics.
Yeah.
So during your discussion, do you find or relate anything with the ethical use of AI with assignments or academic perspective?
Yeah, so that AI part, just I have not covered each and everything, but the using gadgets, using gadgets, searching by using ChatGPT or you going somewhere, it includes the some part of the AI that I thought, so I have incorporated it. So thank you very much.
Okay, my query was actually covered by him. As you know that the theme of this conference or this session is IT, right?
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, what is the contribution of IT in your paper or in your study?
Yeah. So actually, so I wrote this paper before designing this theme. And just once the concept was developed, now I thought there is a small portion, not sufficient, but the use of gadgets is there. Now it includes some information technology related matters, so that is why I considered it.
My suggestion is that if it would be better if you could include some information in your slide.
Yeah, okay.
It would be better.
Of course. Thank you so much. Now while publishing, so I'll be incorporating your suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to call Rashmi Nakarmi and Rajesh Gupta. Their topic is online banking service and e-customer satisfaction of Nepalese commercial banks, user factor analysis. Using factors analysis.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Rashina Karmi, representing Herald College, Kathmandu. My topic for the 6th GIC, which is Global International Conference 2024 organized by Global College International, is online banking services and e-customer satisfaction of Nepalese commercial bank using factor analysis. Before that, what is factor analysis? Factor analysis is basically a statistical technique which is used to identify the underlying relationship between the variables. Furthermore, it also helps to reduce the large number of data into smaller ones which are known as factors and helps to, by reducing the number of data and which are known as factors, by grouping them into related variables. So this analysis is incorporated in this paper. This is the outline of my presentation. Starting with the introduction, technology is everywhere. There is no such field of study that technology has untouched, and banking sector is not an exception. We all are familiar with the word online banking, e-banking, e-transfer, or any other words which we are introduced to. And the first question arises is, why do we use online banking? First would be, we can use it in our own convenience. Second would be, it allows our banking operations to be optimal. And the third is, we don't have to hassle around banks or any other branches of the banks to do our simple transactions. So that is what I have written here. Online banking encompasses consumers using safe intermediaries to obtain bank services without needing to go to the bank. Nepal is still evolving with its technology and online banking services. Kumari Bank is the first one who introduced online banking services to its customers in Nepal in 2002. Presently, every commercial bank in Nepal have been providing online banking services and promoting and marketing their strategies actively to encourage to adopt online banking to their customers. Nepal recently has also seen a notable increase in the usage of online banking from 2016 to 2022. However, customers do face challenges while shifting from conventional banking to online banking, which have been altering their perceptions, behaviors, and attitude towards online banking services. The main objective, or say purpose, of this study is to assess the impact of online banking services on e-customer satisfaction. And the research question is how online banking services have an impact on e-customer satisfaction. These are the online banking services provided by the bank. These are the list of hypotheses proposed, which states that there is a positive relationship between online banking services and e-customer satisfaction. Coming to the literature review, I would like to skip this part because everything is written here. The figure you see here is the conceptual framework. Towards the left-hand side, we see the independent variables. These are the list of online banking services. They are e-customer service, organization location, website efficiency, and security and privacy. The latter part gives the dependent variable, which is e-customer satisfaction. The equation here is the model specification. The dependent variable is ECSAT, e-customer satisfaction. Independent variables are e-customer service, ECSER, organization location, WOL, website efficiency, WE, and security and privacy, SP. E is the error. Coming to the methodology of the study, a questionnaire survey was conducted using the 5 Likert scale, where a total of 305 samples were collected using non-random sampling or convenience sampling. Convenience sampling is a non-probability sampling where the researcher selects their participants based on their availability, flexibility, and their proximity, rather than randomly or systematically. This research design is descriptive and causal comparative. Research is quantitative analysis with primary data. Different type of analysis like descriptive, correlation, regression was used for this research using the tool SPSS. The variables are dependent variable, e-customer satisfaction, and independent variables, e-customer service, organization location, website efficiency, and security and privacy. Coming to the result and discussion part, first is reliability. Here we can see that Kronberg alpha of all the variables are greater than 0.7 except WE, that is website efficiency. Thus, it indicates that the internal consistency is acceptable. These are the list of demographic factors used for the study. Out of 305 respondents, 40.7% are male and the remaining 59.3% are female. Talking about the age of the respondents, 18.7 range between 18 to 25, 37.4 range between 25 to 30, and the remaining 43.8 are 30 and above. The other demographic factors are education, occupation, and income of the respondents that are used in this study. The next is KMO and Bartlett's test. My topic has factor analysis. So the tool that I use for factor analysis is KMO and Bartlett's test. The KMO value is 0.847, which falls in the range of 0.8 to 0.9, which interprets that it is good and is meritorious for the factor analysis. The Bartlett's test of sphericity demonstrates the chi-square value to be 611.708, degree of freedom 15, and significance, that is p-value, is less than 0.001. So all the variables are correlated, thus it justifies the factor analysis for the study. Coming to the Pearson correlation part, which shows the relationship between independent and dependent variables, we can see that the highest correlation is observed between ECR and ECSAT, and the lowest is observed between SP and OL. However, ECSAT, that is e-customer satisfaction, is moderately positive with all the independent variables. This table shows the regression analysis. R square, or the coefficient of determinant, is 0.41, which indicates that 41% of the variance in the dependent variable is caused due to the independent variables, and the remaining 59% of the variance is observed by other factors. The table also demonstrates overall fitness of the model as p-value is less than 0.05. Talking about the hypothesis, since the hypothesis that was proposed in the beginning, we have here all the hypotheses being accepted as p-value is less than 0.05. Thus it states there is a positive relationship between dependent variable and independent variables. Coming to the finding and conclusion, we definitely have found that there is a positive relationship between dependent and independent variables. The quality of services of the banks they definitely influence the satisfaction of the customers, as satisfaction is the pivotal factor to measure the quality of the services provided by the bank. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and very resourceful kind of thing. My question will be, if you have done quantitative or you have done qualitative, I mean quantitative, yeah?
Yes.
If you have done qualitative, the result would have been same or it might have been different. What do you think?
It definitely might have been different because a quantitative analysis and qualitative both are different, as I have done sitting here and asking them questions through sending them my questions online, but according to the primary quantitative, I would have to go to them and ask them about their personal experiences. So definitely different, sir.
My suggestion will be, when you are talking about satisfaction kind of thing,
yes, sir.
I think a different method might have been better in my perception. It might be good because it is so subjective kind of thing, means satisfaction. I don't know whether it can really represent it, we can really represent it number or not. That can be other, but your research was really good, and a little bit, if you are told to use any e-commerce, e-banking, anything, and you hear news about ATM breakdown or kind of some cyber breach kind of thing in news, in that case, will you use e-service, or at that moment you don't like to use e-service?
Like you said, it's a very subjective kind of thing. Some people might and some people might not believe in such kind of things, or if it has happened, there are some privacy and security options and that banks provide. So I think it's kind of subjective, that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. I think you are a student of economics as well. In which background you are?
Sorry?
In which educational background from you are? Economics or?
No, I am studying MBA at Herald College, Kathmandu.
MBA. Okay. So my first question is like that, when measuring efficiency, though he said it's like a perception, but I found that you considered some of the factors related to bankers' perspective, efficiency, website management. But in regression, like, did you consider any factor about the customer's personal profile, like education, profession, like something?
Not in regression, but I would like to add something out there. Except other factors like you talked about customers, we can add trust in banks that is related to customers, or something like options like privacy, or I'm sorry, I couldn't answer the question.
Okay, I got the answer, but maybe you can consider as a suggestion. You know, this online satisfaction may be different from me and this professor and you,
yes,
because maybe he is working in office all the time, and that's why he prefer online. So basically, online satisfaction also depends on personal characteristics. So in the next, maybe along the regression, you also can consider the personal characteristics like job nature, education, age, his IT knowledge, his household location, like these are the things, then that will acceptance your result. Thank you.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question from my side. You proposed 4 hypotheses, right?
Yes.
All of them are supported. You developed the model, and you claim that model is perfect, right? It was supported from the data. And what are the limitations of your study?
First limitation would be my reach to the participants, because I have only 305 participants. First would be that, and I couldn't gather a lot of people who might not be using online banking services or might want to shift to the online banking services. Yes.
Okay, my another suggestion is that if you could conduct some qualitative study, for example, focus group discussion from some prominent clients who are using online services, like 15 to 20, you could get more and further information from them as well. So that your qualitative and quantitative study, both studies may be verified
Sure, sir.
from both techniques, okay? Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I'd like to call Ujjwal Bhattrai and Avinash Shrestha to present their paper interplay between financial literacy and financial inclusion through digital financial innovation among the university students, a moderating role of trust. Okay, I like to call Sushil Bhattrai to present his paper, A Novel Approach to Self-Turning Database Systems Using Reinforcement Learning Techniques. Thank you.
Hello everyone, respected dignitaries and their audience. I am Sushil Bhattrai and I am currently working in a software company, mostly in the database fields, and also I am involved in Texas College of Management and IT, and I do instruct the subjects related to database, and that's where this topic of my research comes from. And recently I have joined a PhD program in this Lincoln University. So the topic to my research is a novel approach to self-tuning database systems using reinforcement learning techniques. So here are the agenda that I'll be presenting, but I'll try to be as quick as possible. So let's start with the introduction. So this presentation explores a novel approach to optimizing database performance through application of reinforcement learning techniques. Well, we all are familiar with the database systems. The database system is a simple system. It is simple while the data within the database system is less and the number of users in the database are low. But as the number of users keep growing and the data volume keeps on growing, there is a need of fine-tuning the database systems, either through the manual work or through the human intervention, or there are a few techniques or the rules that can cause the optimization of the database systems. So these are the traditional database management systems that where we need to perform the tuning as the data keeps on growing. So with the advent of reinforcement learning technique, there's an opportunity to automate and dynamically adjust the parameters based on the real-time performance feedback. Well, the database load might keep on changing. Let's say 1,000 users are logged in right now, and after an hour, there may be 10 users. So the parameters, or maybe there is the need of tuning the database because the number of users and the load to the database servers change. So in the reinforcement learning method, there's an agent that performs actions based on the parameters supplied to it. There's an environment where the actions are performed by the agent. There's the reward. Reward are provided to the agent. The reward can be either a positive reward or a negative reward. So the positive reward is provided when the system performs well. And if the system does not perform well, we provide it with the negative reward so that it will not follow the same path next time it encounters the same type of parameters. So the state is the current situation or configuration of the environment, and the policies are the strategies that an agent employs to determine the actions. So the reinforcement learning method uses exploration technique where it uses new actions. It tries new actions to perform the tasks. Exploitations using the known actions to maximize reward, and the ultimate goal is to maximize the cumulative reward over the existence of the system. So here's a problem statement. So I'm trying to develop an effective reinforcement learning model that can continuously analyze the database workloads and runtime metrics to identify optimal execution plan for incoming SQL queries. So a database encounters multiple SQL queries over the period. The SQL queries can provide small volume of data, and also it can provide a large volume of data depending on the requirement of the user. So design efficient algorithms for such cases to rapidly explore the space of database configuration parameter and query execution strategies to quickly converge on the configurations that maximize performance. Well, the optimal goal of the system is to maximize the system performance, and to ensure the reinforcement learning model can adapt in real time to changes in database workload. hardware resource, and other environmental factors, maintaining high performance under dynamic conditions. The conditions does not remain same over the entire period. Even within a day, the conditions can change. So the workload changes, and the system tries to optimize the workload in every situation. So here are the research objectives. So this is a self-tuning database system using reinforcement learning to automatically optimize query execution and configuration parameters. The system continually monitors workloads. There may be various workloads in a single server, or maybe the server may be divided into multiple parts. One part or maybe multiple part may encounter multiple load. So the specific objective is to develop a reinforcement learning model that can continuously monitor database workloads and runtime metrics to identify optimal query execution plan, and to design algorithm to rapidly explore the space of database configuration parameter and automatically tune them to maximize performance. Well, the optimal goal is to maximize performance of the system. Implement a self-adaptive framework that can dynamically adjust behavior in response to changing environment factors such as workload pattern, resource availability. So the main challenge while doing the research is not all the systems are same. Even if a same database is implemented in multiple servers, the servers can get multiple users, the number of users, the workload, the type of data stored in the database system. The resource that each database system get might be different. So the same solution cannot be applied across multiple database systems. So that's a major challenge. So analyzing complex query plan, indexing strategies, and data distribution can be time consuming and require in-depth expertise. Changes in workload pattern or data volume can impact performance. Challenge across various database system, complexity of database system. The database can be more complex as the data keep growing. Dynamic workload, as the number of users keep growing, the workload can be dynamic. High dimensionality of database and lack of generalization. So the research employs a quantitative experimental design to develop and evaluate a reinforcement learning based tuning system utilizing both primary data and secondary data. The primary data can be the data that is prepared within the system or that exists within the system. The secondary data may be the benchmarks, historical logs that already exist in the system. So it employs method to evaluate system performance by measuring key metrics including query response time, resource utilization, and comparing the reinforcement learning against traditional database optimization techniques. So the subject of the study, I have studied this from the mostly from the Google search, Google Scholar, and related books. The target population is mostly associated with software companies like computer scientists, engineers, data scientists, DBAs, and developers. So the pretest and validity should be done after the system is developed. So these will be mostly tested in the heavy load environment, mostly by the DBAs. So the data collection procedure, generate the near to real world dummy data for the study and create complex SQL scripts that will take a while to run, and then use the reinforcement learning model to optimize them. I need to compare what used to be the performance before implementing the reinforcement learning model, and what will be the performance after implementing the reinforcement model. So here's the implementation. So feature engineering, the database state represents using features such as query execution, statistics, CPU utilization, RAM utilization, how much RAM is consumed by each of the process, or maybe each of the tasks assigned to that system. So action encoding, actions are mapped to specific tuning parameters. For instance, an action could involve increasing memory for query caching or modifying the indexing scheme. Well, this increasing memory, this is done in the manual process, where if a system gets slow, even when in our home, if the system is slow, we do increase the memory, the hardware system. So it implements the reward design. As I already said, it involves the positive and negative rewards.
2 minutes left, okay? 2 minutes left.
Okay, in that case, I'll jump to the conclusions then. So here's the result of my study. So the implementation of the reinforcement learning showed a highest improvement, 45% compared to the other rule-based or the manual intervention. Let's skip this. Okay, let's jump to the conclusion. So the study result, the hypothetical findings from my study, I found that hypothetical studies suggest potential improvement in database performance using reinforcement learning based tuning methods. The performance metrics expected improvements included reduced query response time, enhanced throughput, optimization, optimized resource allocation. Comparative analysis, hypothetical comparison indicate the RL algorithms adapt more efficiently to dynamic workload changes compared to traditional method. RL models are more adaptive and are anticipated to dynamically adjust database configurations based on real-time performance feedback. And the performance metrics, the query latency reduction and improved transaction throughput. So these are the future works that I have to implement. And these are the few references that I did take reference from. So yeah, this is it. If anybody have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Just I'm a little bit, it's not a question, just means where can your research can be applied in Nepal, in which context it can be applied?
Yes, of course. There are multiple areas, multiple sectors where this system can be implemented, just like in the metropolitan office, where the more people visit daily to prepare their national ID or maybe the passport. So their system are slow, and recently there was a case in the passport system. So those kind of things can be, this system can be implemented in those areas.
Sir, how expensive is your research? Means you might need hardware and different infrastructure. So is that possible currently in Nepal?
Yes, of course. What I am doing is, if I'm able to develop this system will be implemented side by side to the database system. Even every institutions have their own database server, so these can be implemented in a small section of that server.
Okay, one more question. So have you completed this study? Because in your slide you have mentioned the expected findings.
No, these are only the expected findings. That's what I'm expecting from this.
So that means you are conducting your research right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Saroj Ghimire for his presentation. His topic is adversarial machine learning in enhancing cybersecurity through AI-driven threat detection and mitigation strategies.
It's me, Saroj Ghimire, recently doing a PhD from Malaysian University, Malaysia, and I'm the lecturer of TCMIT, Texas College of Management and IT. In this conference, I'm going to present my research papers. So this research is going to be just as a research is just going on. So my research is on adversarial machine learning enhancing cybersecurity through AI-driven threat detections and mitigation strategy. So these are my outlines. So what does AML means? So AML is just a studies of machine learning models. How we can how can we find out the suspected attacks that can be on the machine learning models. There are different type of attacks that can happen on the machine learning models. So AML is the part of that learning that can help to find out the risks and find out how to mitigate those attacks. So main problem statement is that there's a lot of attacks. AI models are also weak to those. They are not sufficient to prevent the attacks. AI models are just adaptive models. Right? There might be proactive identifications and analysis of different part of complex securities. So there are lots of challenges that we haven't reach up to there. It has been great problems in cybersecurity. These are my literature review. And there are several kind of adversarial attack. Adversarials means just creating different types of attacks that can be happens by fooling the systems, machine learning systems. There may be a modifying of input, just corrupting the training data. How does these systems behave? There are three types of that US attacks where the discipline models are manipulated, where the input data are manipulated by just bypassing the detection mechanisms. And data poisoning means just corrupting the training data sets, and model inversion means just extracting the sensitive contents of the model informations. And defense mechanism, what are the defense mechanisms? Main purpose of this study is to protect how the adversarial machine learning can be enhanced in the cyber security so that we can prevent from the attacks and ensure the robustness and reliability of the models. So there are different types of mechanisms. One is just adversarial trainings to improve the model robustness. Example, just general adversarial network, that is known as GANA. And another is defensive distillations, just soft levels, just using a soft levels type of during training sessions, gradient marking, and input pre-processing, and enable the models. So applications of AMLs in cyber security, just to enhance the intrusion detection techniques, prevent the malware's preventions, to detect the frauds that can be penetrate through the AI models, and just to enhance the strengthen the authentications process and data protection mechanisms through the proactively detecting mechanisms. So one is a malware detections where adversarial threat can be a polymorphic or metamorphic. And another is network intrusions detection systems, where the adversarial threat can be just crafting an attacker by generating legitimate contents. And another is phishing and fraud preventions. And next one is IoT and edge security. So challenges, the cybersecurity has a complex networks, so all the attacks are been inherently multiplying, and new sophisticated method has to be developed to identify the new type of attacks. The model can itself be attacked by changing a little bit of patterns, just like changing the face structures, or due to a constantly increasing attack rate and the landscapes. So we have to develop standard evaluations benchmarks to overcome such attacks. So benchmark may be due to the scalability of data set, generalizations, and lack of standardizations, and adversarial defense and model accuracies. It has been challenges on these fields. Future directions is to develop a learning model that can prevent the adversarial attacks and that can enhance the cybersecurity threats. And this model focus mainly on how the attack can be predictable and what are the patterns that can be, and to find a new trends and structures where we can analyze those parts. We can use this XML AMLs, transferring learnings in AMLs and real-time adversarial detections, and developing a collaborative defense frameworks for better practice of AMLs. My presentation just highlights how AI systems can be affected by changing the input value while training data sets, and how can we develop a robust defense systems and adaptive models that can faces the new challenges and overcomes with the attack that has not been detected yet, a different kind of patterns. And these are my reference, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you are in early stage of your research, I
yes,
assume. If anyone is doing like kind of research or writing paper in AI or any kind of thing, so my first query will be how you will get the data, because for machine learning I think you need quite good amount of data, or you will be generating the data, or someone will be providing, or some agency will be providing the data.
Just there will be a primary and secondary data. That will be our quantitative data sets. So we create a certain type of questionnaire questions, and whatever data we have on the online platforms, so that I'm going to use. So one part for implementations, another part from the particular sector to get the data, what kind of attack there can be, and how do we can.
So like in recent data shows that cyber attack have been exponentially growing in Nepal.
Yeah.
I think a few months back before I gave some kind of talk in your college about cyber security kind of thing. So can you say right now which attack is mostly faced by Nepalese people, and how your model or your research will address those kind of attack?
So research is going on. So I have thought about a quantitative analysis of it. So there are different kind of attacks. So research is going on. So I'm on that phases.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone?
Okay, how do you address the adversarial attack which you have mentioned?
Yes, sir. Pardon me?
Adversarial attack which you have mentioned in that paper,
Yeah.
and how it will relate to the quantitative analysis?
So in quantitative analysis, just we have developed a questions patterns, how the attack can be. There will be questionnaire patterns, and certain data set will be taken, and we will apply it in some machine learning algorithms and find out what would be the final results.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now the next presentation will be done by Dr. Samir Kharel. His topic of presentation is digital marketing's influence on Gen Z's choice of academic institutions in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. As already mentioned, my topic is digital marketing influence. As already mentioned, that my topic is digital marketing influence on Gen Z, choice of academic institute in Nepal. This is a pilot research rather than a big kind of research. Currently, I'm associated with Liberty also. These are my outline, so without taking much time, I want to just jump to the content rather than now we all know that we all are in digital age, and academic institutes are utilizing social media in a quite aggressive way. So at this moment, almost in every academic institute, higher academic institute, we can mostly find Gen Z. And they are technologically driven, or they have been using their technology from childhood. So Nepalese, as you can see, last year budget or this year budget also, government have been emphasizing on digital technology or IT kind of thing. So this generation generally likes to play with technology or gadget kind of thing, and maximum, if you see their lifestyle, then most of the time they spend in digital world kind of thing. And in Nepal, near is almost going to digitalization in every sector. So that was also one of the motive for doing this research, pilot research. And problem is that into the competitive business, or let's say in academic institute, only quality education only might not attract the current Gen Z, because they are more, they like to see more architect kind of thing, rather than they are only just considering a human resource associated with that academic institute. And motive, as I already mentioned, Gen Z is tech savvy. Maximum time they spend in social media, and almost all institutes are utilizing social media very aggressively. So I want to know whether, I want to explore whether that is doing really good for organization or not. That was the kind of motive to do this research. And a few objectives are identify the key social media platform that can be utilized to promote any academic institute, or maybe other institute also. What might be the best platform that can be utilized? Evaluate social media content, because any generally people assume that any content that have been posted or posted on social media that might attract the potential student, but that might not be the case. And another is trust and credibility, whether if you are posting more content on the social media, does that really related with trust or not? That was the another objective to be explored. And there are lots of literature review you can find about Gen Z or social media, the effect of social media on Gen Z kind of thing. Why I did this research is, as mentioned by previous speaker or researcher, that in Nepal we haven't done much research on this also. I found last year one maybe master student did her research on how social media can affect a restaurant kind of business, but I haven't seen any paper related with the academic institute, how digital marketing or social media is really affecting that. And another thing what I found in my literature is how positively or negatively people, student, Gen Z take user content kind of thing. It seems that this Indonesian research shows that user content are more reliable than institute-generated content. And as I already mentioned that the study is not done directly on academic institute. So this needs to be explored in marketing kind of thing or banking. It have been done maybe, but in education sector I didn't found. And method is survey, so it's simple method and targeted, as I already mentioned, that is targeted to Gen Z. That means those people who were born in mid-90 to 2010. So even in literature you can find different dates regarding Gen Z. So, but in my research I have considered from mid-90s to 2010. And the age group that I took was from 14 to 26. It's like almost people who are about to go to secondary level or who have just passed their SLC, to people who might have started their PhD degree. That's the age, because nowadays in maximum college or university generally you might find this age group people. And another thing is, in method I took 152 survey. That's kind of limitation also. And data collection was done from July to September. Maximum students were involved from management background and few were from engineering background. And it was mostly conducted in Kathmandu Valley and Kabre. So the geographical location or that was also not holistic kind of thing, covered all Nepalese kind of thing. So these are the result. In this result you can clearly see that Instagram is highly used these days, and after that YouTube have been, people are using YouTube, Gen Z are using, and In third, you can find Facebook. But if you break down this result, then again, in secondary level, people are using more, again, Instagram, but like undergraduate or late undergraduate student or master student are still using Facebook and YouTube. So you can further analyze that result also. And in social content, video advertisements seems to be more attracting kind of content rather than static content. So these days we can generally see more reels and video content because due to that reason. And one of the most thing in trust and credibility, you can what this research found was still student trust professor kind of thing. If you have good professor in your institute, and if you have mentioned those in maybe social media kind of thing, still people are more attracted on those institute rather than just considering infrastructure or kind of thing. And most influencing factor might in academic reputation, as already mentioned, if you have good brand, then still students are coming to your organization. So just pumping money in social media only might not help if your if your academic reputation is not so good. So discussion, Nepalese Gen Z are frequently social media user, as I already mentioned. Like in the other part of world also, you can see same result. Same is happening in Nepal also. Undergraduate students are more active on social media than postgraduate. That also might be some kind of obvious result, because undergraduate in Nepal still few people, few undergraduate students manage work and study. So that culture is still less. But in postgraduate, maximum student manage their work and study. So they might not have the time also. That might be the possibility. And social media has limited impact on Nepalese Gen Z studies, as I already mentioned. Only pumping money in social media does not help. So you should have good academic reputation also. Your college should have good academic reputation or good human resource. And plus, if the infrastructure and other is good, then obviously that will thrive. And key factor, maybe as already mentioned, reputation, word of mouth is quite important still nowadays also. If you have a strong word of mouth, if your presence in social media is less, still that will work. And location also seems to be quite important to thrive your academic institute. A prompt response, so if you are quite, whether you use AI, a chatbot, or whether you human resource reply, that have direct positive impact on Gen Z to decide whether they should really take admission in your institute or not. And Gen Z trust experts, while undergraduate and postgraduate value industry professional, because they are going to market, so they need industrial exposure kind of thing. They want to be connected with industry so that they can get easily job in future. And another thing is that Nepalese University and college need to improve website information. Many information are outdated, so this needs to be done. So this needs to be checked, and you should be more active to you should give reliable information, not false information. That should be really considered. And conclusion of this research is Nepalese Gen Z are frequently, as already mentioned previously also, social media definitely enhance visibility, but there is no guarantee that that will really pull the potential student. But yes, it will have visibility. For visibility, you need to be in the social media, but that doesn't guarantee that you can pull your student. Okay. Despite social media reputation remain key for Nepalese Gen Z, still, as already mentioned, reputation of institutes is still very important for students. The limitation of my research is that sample size was really low, and it was maximum participants were from within the Kathmandu Valley. Our result may not represent all Nepalese Gen Z, because I already mentioned only from Kabre and Kathmandu Valley, that sample was from there only. Research relies on survey, so for more in-depth result, you need interview. That was not done in this research, so that can be added in future. The study focus only in social media, ignoring other digital media like shorts kind of thing. So it was only limited with social media. That was the limitation of this research. You can add other kind of thing also, and I didn't mention in this because I knew that we didn't have much time. So in what my research also find that you should have a really good ecosystem, or you should consider omni-channel while doing this kind of organized should have offline and online synchronized kind of thing. So you need to have omni-channel concept also if you need to have strong, if you need to pull the student. So these are the few references I use in my research, not in research, but in this presentation. For further result and kind of thing, you can just read my paper. If you have any queries or anything, you can just, you are free to ask me. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay, thank you. Okay, I like to call Engineer Bhimchandra Gautam for his presentation. His topic is Beyond Technology, Investigating the Impact of Phishing Emails on Human Behavior. Human behavior and decision making in education institutions.
Okay, thank you, sir. My topic is Beyond Technology, that is investigating the impact of the phishing emails on human behavior and decision making in education institute only. And there is some background of this research that is starting from the institution where I have been working for many years. There was the email transmission between the colleagues, and going on investigating on that basis of that, this research has been developed. So I would like to start it. These are outlines of presentation only. So the phishing emails generally in education institute, that is start when you go either is to the student, teachers or admin of staff. If any one of the gets that email or that email has been hacked, generally we call it hacking of the email, it starts from the phishing. When one of the email is phished, then the hacker what does is that using that email address, he started to send the emails to the different others, colleagues, working people, employee of that institute. Generally there is a large number of people working and studying in education institute. So generally education institute, universities are targeted by using of the phishing emails. So the phishing emails generally we consider about the part of the cyber security, but the technical aspect of the cyber security is not always cover the phishing attacks. So the process of decision making on the email which the user has received, that is response of the staff, faculty and student towards that phishing particular email. That is based upon the non-technical factors contributing to the successful phishing attempts that has been made. Generally starting, so the problem is that the phishing attack targets the human element, not just only of the technology, and education students are always vulnerable due to the high reliance on the email communication. Most of the assignment part or working day-to-day activity or deadlines given to the student, there is a large number of email communication in the institute. So the research gap is that limited studies on the human behavior of this context of phishing has been studied up to now. So the objective is to understand how the phishing influences the human decision beyond the technology defense. So research generally starts with what factors makes an individual in education institute susceptible to phishing. that is the human behavior. So, and adding to that, cognitive basis, that is urgency, authorities, which has been emailing forward to that, and what behavior patterns are intended in phishing interaction. So moving forward with the literature review, the Phishing in Education Institute, it has been long. Generally, what we can get is generally after 2019, this trend has been highly increased. In 2023, the recent incident, all the Massachusetts universities email has been flooded with the different phishing emails, and it was blocked for more than 15 to 20 days. So similarly, attempts has been made different of the education institute. So generally the phishing and the teachers in education institutes is there. As per the teachers are involved in giving assignment, and while giving the assignment, they give the deadlines to the student, and when the student responds, teachers generally don't bother about the email address which has been sent. They bother about the name which has been mentioned in the email. Generally, yeah, I see the name which is about my student, and directly the teacher reply on that. So there may be some suspectable links towards the phishing. So it has been. When it comes to the phishing and the student in education institute, generally the emails from the teachers, friends, they start it from the rear. And when go to the administrative staff from the higher level, top level of management giving some tasks to the administrative, and the deadlines for the exam submission, form submission date, certain type of urgencies is attached from the year. So role of the human behavior in phishing is always suspectivity. We cannot predict what the behavior will be human on what situation he or she is working on that. So moving forward, the methodology that's implemented is survey and the simulation design. Only two parts. The survey is that collecting of the data, that is awareness level among. So there are some questions, patterns would be sent, and the was sent to the students and teachers about the awareness level about the phishing emails only. So then is he or she having any past phishing experience they have faced before, and upon that behavior trials should to be questions. And another is phishing simulation experiment, that is in the control environment was done, that is of the response rate on that types of the email which was sent to them. So the technical triggering response is urgency and authority of that email. So analysis, analytical techniques, that is the logistic reasoning in the identifying the patterns, how they respond on that types of the email, and the machine learning to the model of the phishing susceptibility, and in that random forest classification of the phishing algorithm was used for that. So statistical correction between the awareness and the suspectivity. So decision of result, and what the findings is that the awareness level had the limited correlations with the response rate, and behavior trials had a higher response rate. So key observation is emails using authorities were 35% of more likely to be elected to the response. Means there are less number of the responses to be done in the, that is control environment. That urgent language increases the response rate up to the 50%. So what you see about the response rate versus the awareness score is that is the awareness score was measured upon the question level from 1 to 5 upon the response rate in 100 level percentage. And the thing is that the scatter plots show no significant correlation between the awareness score and the response rate. And the indicators that the higher awareness does not necessarily prevent the interaction with the phishing emails. So if the people or student or teacher are even they are aware of the phishing email, it does not prevent them from clicking the unwanted links in their email when they find it from the known people or already known the persons in that email. Generally the what we call corporate emails. And another is urgency triggering influence on the rate. When there is a time plot of the strong relationship between the urgency trigger and the response rate, is the higher urgency probabilities signifies the increase in likelihood of the response and support the hypothesis that urgency basis could control more towards the phishing. So generally the distribution of the time of the response that with the most of the response occurring within the short time frames were considered towards the phishing, whereas generally of the longer duration response of the emails are not going towards the phishing. So the findings and conclusions, that is behavior statistically target awareness campaigning should be done, so that not only the technical part but the behavior part of the student, teachers and administrative staff is to be done, and the training to recognize the cognitive basis, not only about the awareness but about how to respond on what types of the emails is to be done. And the technical solution is AI-driven email filtering, that is classification and filtering upon the use of the generally starting from the words using in the and the suspected email addresses. So real-time phishing simulation should be maintained. That is the part. And the another is the human behavior is a critical factor in phishing such. Although the people are aware that the email are to be the phishing, but when it is the email about the urgency and the reply is in the short duration of the time, it always depends upon the human behavior, how they respond. So another part is about the combined behavior and the technical intervention. And thank you. And is there any questions?
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful and data-driven presentation. My queries will be, I think your is more related with psychology, how human psychology and how attacker use human psychology to take benefit. So as you have already mentioned that you have been working in this for quite long, so do you have seen any pattern during which month most attack is done, and what might be the reason for that?
Generally in terms of this September, after time of the September, we generally have this email phishing type and other types of generally occurs in that months. Up to now, which have been occurring in the patterns we have seen that.
Okay, your data is this Education Institute driven or?
Education Institute based.
So
not others institute, only Education Institute.
So do students really get kind of lottery kind of email?
Generally
and
the phishing, what is they started is about your scholarship, and you can get online money by clicking this to your wallet. Generally those type of the phishing, generally this money oriented and the scholarship oriented, generally they attract the students towards the phishings. And in terms of the teachers, generally information oriented.
Okay, thank you from my side. So.
Okay, only a single query from my side. Yes. So what is the major literature gap in this type of study?
Generally, these phishing are not exposed to the public, and generally the cases are to be hidden, are made to be hidden. So we find very less part in literature review. Generally, generally last time in 2023, National Health of the US, not US, that is the UK, that is 1 million data has been compromised by the phishing email only. That was stored in one of the university's database, and it was accessed through the one of the staff, university staff's email address. And after phishing on that, they entered into the university's that email, and all of the data was compromised on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Finished.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I want to thank every presenter for their wonderful presentation and research work. I think it can be enhanced, and all the comment given by was for their improvement. I think they have taken those comment and feedback positively, and at the same time I'd like to request Professor Gajendra Sharma sir for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Samesha. I will take 5 minutes only to close this session. Altogether, 8 papers were presented in this session. And the first paper entitled Impact of Information on Agriculture Produce Sales Decisions
And this study was focused to rural Bangladesh, where 84% rural population is engaged in agriculture. And there are a number of challenges in Bangladesh, for example, technological awareness, lack of ICT infrastructure, market information gap, okay, misleading information, so many challenges to incorporate this type of study. And even there is lack of real-time data to conduct some research. And moreover, the authors highlighted about the MIS effectiveness in this study, and the potential solutions may be implementation of AI for real-time update of the information. So this was the first paper. And second paper, entitled P-wave-based earthquake detection using IoT, was presented by Yuvraj Portal. And in this paper, seismic wave, for example, P-wave and S-wave was taken, and IoT was used to collect data from sensors. And in this study, IoT model was developed, and risk assessment as well as predictive analysis was done. IoT architecture was presented, and moreover, disaster predictive model was developed, and case study of a Jajar code was taken in this paper. And third paper, entitled Exploring the Student's Perception of Homework Assignment, was presented by Mani Ratna Lamsal. And this type of study may have positive and negative aspects. And less research was conducted in Nepal in this topic, especially higher secondary level. For example, private and public colleges were taken to conduct this study. And this paper was basically focused on qualitative study. And the next paper was presented by Respi Nakarmi, entitled Online Banking Services and E-Customer Satisfaction of Lebanese Commercial Banks. And the factor analysis was used in this study. Impact of online banking service per customer satisfaction was performed. Hypothesis was proposed and it was tested effectively. Conceptual framework was developed, and the author had taken 305 samples to conduct survey. And the next paper was presented by Sushil Bhattrai, entitled A Novel Approach to Self-Tuning Database System. In this study, reinforcement learning was used for automotive and adjust parameters. Reinforcement model was developed. Effective algorithm was developed. And this study was basically focused to quantitative research method. And some implementation studies were also suggested in this paper. And the next paper was presented by Mr. Saroj Ghimire, entitled Adversarial ML Enhancing Cybersecurity Through AI-Driven Threat Detection and Mitigation Strategies. And in this paper, adversarial machine learning model was suggested. Adversarial attacks in machine learning was presented. Defense mechanisms were also included. Applications of AML in cybersecurity, its challenges and future directions were suggested. And next paper was presented by Dr. Shamir Khalil, and the title is Digital Marketing's Influence on Gen Z's Choice of Academic Institutions of Nepal. Especially Gen Z is tech-savvy, social media-driven technology that is widely used by academic institutions in Nepal. It may have some trust and credibility in academic institutions, digital marketing for Gen Z. And in this study, survey was used to conduct the study. And the result indicates that Instagram was widely used by many youth people. YouTube was used in the second position, and Facebook are also commonly used by many young people. And the last paper was presented by Bhimchandra Gautam, entitled B1 Technology Investigating the Impact of Phishing Emails on Human Behavior. Some threats to cybersecurity was presented in this paper. Cyber awareness strategies were presented. Some research gaps were also presented. And this study is basically survey-based. And machine learning model was also presented in this paper. And finally, a suggestion was made that AI-driven email filtering is more effective to minimize phishing emails that is commonly repeating to many users. So altogether, 8 papers were presented, and so finally, congratulations to all the presenters, and thank you for the time management to complete this session timely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gajendra. It was wonderful to have you with us, and it was learning for all of us, and we were seeing the thing live in the ground when you were doing it. So your intellectual exposure that you have brought in today, it's really marvelous and really thankful for us. So thank you so much, everyone who's watching us today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:45 for a live panel discussion. So be there tomorrow, 10 to 12. Thank you so much.